Hearing. Do not approach the dais. We thank you for your kind cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to Day 9 of the FY25 Executive Budget Hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brennan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearing will begin with the Department of Correction, followed by the Department of Probation, and finally, the Department for the Aging. I'm pleased to be joined this morning by my friend and colleague, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, who chairs the Committee on Criminal Justice. We've been joined this morning thus far by Councilmembers Caban, Williams, Carr, and Moya on Zoom. Welcome, Commissioner and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. As I start every hearing, I'd just like to set the table of where we're at. On April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. DOC's proposed FY25 budget of $1.05 billion represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed fiscal 25 budget. This is an increase of $4.1 million from the less than 1% from the $1.04 billion that was originally budgeted in the prelim plan. This increase results mostly from adjustments for various collective bargaining agreements, partially offset by reductions for utility costs. The executive plan also includes an additional $40 million for overtime costs in FY24. As of March 2024, DOC had 1,149 vacancies relative to its FY24 budgeted headcount. My questions today will largely focus on DOC staffing and overtime, along with the agency capital and general budget changes. In the Council's preliminary response, we identified $6.15 billion in resources that were unaccounted for in the Mayor's preliminary budget. These are funds that can be used to both restore and make key investments in public services while still holding $3 billion aside to protect against risks from under-budgeting costs like uniformed overtime. I believe if we're going to deliver a budget that works for everyone in the city, we need to all be operating under the same set of numbers and facts. And I want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Nurse, for her opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the FY 2025 Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee of Finance, jointly with the Committee on Criminal Justice. Thank you to Criminal Justice Committee members for being here. I welcome back Commissioner Linnell McGinley-Liddy and later Commissioner Juanita Holmes, as well as additional leadership who have joined us today. I'm honored to co-chair this portion of today's hearing with the chair of the Committee of Finance, Justin Brennan. I'm looking forward to receiving updates from the two agencies today regarding the work they have done since the March preliminary hearing and asking about concerns that have been brought to our attention through the Mayor's executive budget. I'm looking to see how the goals of this administration align with the goals of this council to create stability on the island, provide much needed resources and support for those in the justice system, and to create a strong path toward reentry and lower recidivism rates, leading to the ultimate goal of closing Rikers Island and opening the borough-based jail facilities in a timely manner. In the fiscal 2025 executive plan, the Department of Correction has a total budget of $1 billion in fiscal 2025, which is 1% of the city's overall budget. The department is tasked with creating a safe environment for people in custody and their staff, while also creating a path for these individuals to successfully re-enter their communities. Also in this plan, the Department of Probation has an overall budget of $110 million for fiscal 2025. The DOP plays a crucial role working within the criminal justice system to hold people on probation accountable and reduce recidivism. The plan includes minimal changes for these agencies, but today I would like to dig into a few areas of concern. First, given the daily risk of harm, injury, or death at Rikers, we should be coordinating with providers to supply programs that offer life skills and show a path forward and away from the justice system. Expanding alternatives to incarceration must be a commitment in the plan to close Rikers. I remain in the opinion that the decision to abruptly cut $17 million in funding to trusted, credible organizations that provide ATI and reentry services was a mistake. These programs and services are vital in the plan to reduce the jail population to close Rikers Island. It further increases my other concern that the executive plan reflected no restorations of the programs to eliminate the gap that were included in the preliminary plan. Having alternatives to incarceration programs available, such as Arches and Next Steps, is a necessity in diverting justice involving individuals off of Rikers Island and into community-based programming. In the process of closing Rikers, the jail population must be decreased by over 50% in order to be housed in the borough-based facilities. It is concerning to me that while the administration was reducing programming that has proven to be successful in this goal, they are also adding beds to accommodate the ever-growing incarcerated population on Rikers. More concerning is the increase in beds for the planned women's facility. We know many cis women, self-identifying women, and gender-expansive individuals often end up in jail for surviving intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. The city is falling short of its commitments to alternative supportive housing where women can safely heal and get the support they need. I want to thank our committee staff, financial analyst Casey Leisky, Counsel Jeremy Whiteman, legislative policy analyst Natalie Meltzer, and thank you to my Chief of Staff, Samori Chore. I'd also like to recognize my colleagues who are joining us today, which actually the chair already did, so I'm going to pass it back to our finance chair for a few procedural items.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, I also want to take a moment to thank the entire Council Finance Division, who's been working very, very hard the past 2 weeks behind the scenes to make all these hearings possible. Today, especially Jack Story and Casey Leisky, and my committee counsel, Mike Toomey. As a reminder, for today's executive budget joint hearings, we'll take public testimony on an agency's budget the same day. So after all the agencies today have testified, instead of holding one long day at the end of public testimony next week, we'll hear from the public today on the correction, probation, or the Department for the Aging budget. So if you're here today and you want to testify, just make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. They're available on the back table. I'll now turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in the witnesses, and we can get started.
Good morning. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Linnell McGinley-Liddy, Nancy Savasta, Francis Torres, Sherry Ann Rembert, Matthew Pasquarelli, Alexandria Maldonado. Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Nurse and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. I am Linnell McGinley-Liddy, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Correction. My colleagues and I are here to discuss the department's executive budget for fiscal year 2025 and what lies ahead for the agency in the coming fiscal year. I have spoken often in the past 5 months about the importance of leading with empathy and respect so that both staff and people in custody feel seen and supported. My commitment to these principles has not wavered, and our dedicated workforce remains actively engaged in the difficult work of change. All uniformed and non-uniformed leadership continue to tour the jails on a regular basis, myself included. Focus groups with both staff and people in custody have provided us the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue and feedback to address concerns and inefficiencies. We have begun the important process of auditing our compliance with minimum standards to ensure people in our care have what they're entitled to and what they deserve. I am confident that the insight and recommendations born of this audit process will inform measurable change and contribute to safer and more humane jails. Though admissions continue to increase, important violence indicators continue to trend in the right direction. Our court production rate remains at 98%, and we continue to work with stakeholders throughout the criminal justice system to address case processing, to ensure people can move through the justice process expediently and do not linger in our jails. We remain focused on recruiting and promoting staff to do this important work. 2 new classes of captains began training since we appeared at our fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget hearing, and 50 captains are expected to graduate on the same day as the 78 recruits in our current new recruit correction officer class. We are proud to welcome our new members of service to the Boldest family and to support their growth in the department, and we're committed to mentoring and guiding those ascending in ranks. Last week was National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, during which we honored uniformed and non-uniformed staff and celebrated our collective work and achievements. Together, with humility and compassion, the men and women of DOC are showing up every day to serve the people in our care and to build safer and more humane jails. They deserve to be recognized and celebrated. Finally, before turning to the budget, I would like to highlight an exciting project that we recently completed at the Rose M. Singer Center. Just last week, we opened a family-friendly interactive visitation space in RMSC, designed in collaboration with the Children's Museum of Manhattan. CMOM has been a longtime partner in providing innovative, family-friendly visitation opportunities for individuals in custody and their loved ones. We are very grateful for their ongoing support in this work. The interactive installations in the visit area were designed by CMOM and based on exhibits currently at the museum. They are research-based and support preschool learning while providing fun and engaging bonding activities for mothers and their children. Incarceration can leave lasting scars on families, and my team and I are committed to lessening the impacts of incarceration wherever we can. Visitation areas like the one provided by CMOM support parents and children in maintaining a pivotal bond and provide elements of normalcy during a very challenging time. This partnership is a shining example of what we can achieve when we work together for the benefit of those in our care. Now I will turn to the fiscal year 2025 executive budget. The department's fiscal year 25 budget is $1.05 billion, which is a $116.5 million decrease from the fiscal year 24 adopted budget. The vast majority of our budget, 84%, is allocated for personal services and 16% for other than personal services. This budget decrease was achieved through various PSPEGs the department realized in November and preliminary budgets, several items of note from this executive budget. An addition of $358,000 in fiscal year 25 to purchase specialized transport vehicles for the Bellevue Therapeutic Outpost Unit. An increase of $5 million in fiscal year 24 for the department's Nutritional Services Division food budget, and an additional $40 million in fiscal year 24 to cover anticipated PS expenses. The fiscal year 25 executive capital budget and commitment plan totals $13.7 billion, which covers fiscal years 2024 through 2033. This reflects a $2.8 billion increase from the preliminary plan. As of the fiscal year 25 executive budget, the majority of capital funding is tied to the borough-based jails program, which totals $12.7 billion over the 10-year plan and is allocated as follows. Brooklyn facility, $2.8 billion. Manhattan facility, $2.2 billion. Bronx facility, $3.3 billion. Queens facility, $4.4 billion. We continue to work diligently to attract and retain non-uniformed and uniformed staff. The department's authorized headcount remains effectively unchanged from the adopted budget, totaling 8,787, 7,060 uniform positions, and 1,727 civilian positions. Our actual staffing levels continue to remain well below our authorized headcount, and the department intends to remain aggressive with advertising and marketing strategies to promote recruitment. I will continue to champion our staff, to uplift and serve those in our care, and drive the change that is so deeply needed. The executive budget gives us the resources to continue to work towards our shared priorities and reforms, and I look forward to the year ahead. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've been joined on Zoom by Council Members Hanif and Ayala, and here in the chambers by Lewis and Marte. I want to start with the mayor announced back in March that $14 million would be included for programming in the DOC's budget to replace program cuts that were included in last year's executive budget. Could you confirm if these funds are included in the department's budget? And if not, then when can we expect to see them reflected in the budget?
Good morning, Chair Brennan.
Morning.
I'm Matthew Pasquarelli, Assistant Commissioner for Budget and Finance for the department. The $14 million that you're referring to are not currently reflected in the FY25 budget. Based on the procurement timeline and when we'll actually need the funding, we are working with our partners at OMB to ensure that funding is there when necessary.
Is there a timeline for the RFPs?
They are being worked on currently, and we are planning to get them out in the summer.
Okay. Will any of those contracts be awarded on an emergency basis to increase program offerings right away?
No.
Okay, I understand that nonprofit partners have been working on Rikers on a volunteer basis. Will these additional funds, that $14 million, be used to fund those nonprofits?
No.
Okay, then what are we using that money for?
I would like to pass that to the First Deputy Commissioner Torres.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Francis Torres, First Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Department of Correction. Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, for your question. If I may give you a little bit more detail. Currently, we are in conversations through our Division of Budget and Finance involving MOCs as well as OMB. In essence, we have identified very specific program needs that are going to be utilized by having that allocation of $14.1 million. It is true that you say there are providers currently in existence at Rikers Island. Those providers that are continuing their services are contracted by MOCJ. In having a presence at Rikers Island, two of those providers have indeed expanded their footprint. It is clearly our intention to follow up the guidance of MOCs in order for us to embark in what is known as a challenge-based procurement that would afford our agency the opportunity for the first time in our history to actually pose a challenge or a problem that we may be experiencing, allowing those community-based organizations to give us solutions through a solicitation. The beauty about that process is twofold. It reduces the amount spent to actually be able to roll out the service. It allows any of these community-based organizations the opportunity to first have a demonstration period through a pilot, which then, based on the outcomes throughout that process, allow us to go into full contracts with them. Any provider out there, whether they are the largest of providers as small as smaller providers, will have the opportunity to actually meet the challenge by submitting innovative ways to address the problems that we are presenting. Thank you.
Okay, so how similar are the services provided with this new funding to those that were cut last year?
The services that were cut last year are being done currently by DOC members. We internally know that as insourcing. The services that are going to be targeted under this new challenge-based procurement are transitional discharge planning, transportation, substance misuse, trauma-informed, and supplemental educational services. Some of these programs, and I'm glad you asked that question, Chair, have not been in existence in a number of years. For example, the substance misuse, the last time our department had such service being afforded by our department was back in the 90s. The last time that we did an expansion of supplemental educational services was done in 2015. And so we are targeting different programming needs based on recent findings, as we have done focus groups with both staff and persons in custody.
So are you getting more, I'm assuming the cut was made last year to find efficiencies or to get more bang for your buck. So are you getting more programming hours now that you've cut from the nonprofits and you're doing it in-house?
So we're doing it in-house, known as insourcing. Thank you again for the question. We've had challenges, so I'm not going to tell you right now that it's ideal, that our programming has not been impacted. It has been impacted. There are different reasons for the impact, especially because the counseling staff assigned to the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships has had, number one, attrition. We've had also counseling staff members that have assumed different roles as a result of promotions, and also because we are continuously working with external stakeholders in bringing in new people.
So do you regret making that decision last budget?
Chair, we responded to the request to reduce our budget by 4%. It is true that we have been impacted, but we have not been idled in ensuring that there are other additional services, not necessarily through contracted providers, but significantly by extending and expanding our partnerships with other agencies to include the Department of Youth as well as volunteers.
Okay, can you explain the relation, I guess, then between the 14 million for new programs in FY25 and the savings of 17 million from last fiscal year?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Can you explain the relation between the 14 million for new programs in FY25 and the savings of 17 million from last year?
What I could answer, thank you again for the question. What I could answer to you is that last year our department responded to a request to reduce our PEG by 4%, which indeed impacted the Division of Programs. What I can also share with you is that early this year, February to be exact, our department was asked if we had any additional programming needs. At that time, we actually turned around and gathered the team of the Division of Programs, and as a division, we submitted 9 financial statements. Out of those financial statements, we've been able to secure the funding for the 5 new programs that we will launch.
Is this something, if you had the money, that you'd look to reverse to put these programs back in the hands of the skilled nonprofit providers that were doing the work before?
In doing this new programming, we're targeting different subject matters or different programming needs as raised by staff and by persons in custody. We're not reversing the 17.1, and the services that were provided by the contracted providers are now in the hands of our counseling staff members. They have received the necessary training that is required to conduct some of the life skills that are afforded. They are dispersed throughout the jails to make sure that the services that are done, whether they're group services or one-on-one, continue. And so we are retaining the insourcing portion of it.
Okay. I want to move on to the commissary contracts. So the administration recently approved a $33 million contract with the Keefe Group to provide concessions in commissary for people in DOC custody. This was after the city controller raised concerns that multiple bids were not considered for the awarding of this contract, it was found that the Keefe Group often offers products at costs that are 10 to 20% higher than from local stores. So were there other bidders that considered for this contract?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We decided to move ahead with Keefe Group based on how they helped us during their emergency procurement that they went through. And for the current procurement that we are actively under, we went through a negotiated acquisition to move ahead with Keefe Group.
Okay, were multiple bids considered, or was there an RFP, or how did it work?
No, through a negotiated acquisition, we went directly to Keefe. We were not-
So what was Keefe doing for you before that you knew?
So at the end of the de Blasio administration, there was an emergency mayoral declaration that allowed the department to try and modernize the commissary operation to alleviate staff that was currently doing it, that was doing it back then. So we went ahead 2022 through March 2023 under an emergency contract. So they were doing the work. There was a lot of infrastructure type work, data systems, a lot of work went in to get them to be able to operate and provide the services. And based on that, we wanted to try and not delay that and impact any services that the people in custody are now used to.
But the controller report found that the Keefe Group often offers products that are 10 to 20% higher than what you'd get from a local store. How would you respond to that?
I know that there are hundreds of items that are provided by Keefe. There may be some prices that other stakeholders believe are higher. I think that the items provided on the menu to our people in custody and their loved ones are comparable to what we have throughout the New York City 5 boroughs.
And will there be caps built into the contract to limit price increases and to prevent price gouging?
The department, in the contract, the department has final say on any price movements.
Say that again?
The department has final say on any price increases or decreases or.
You do have final say?
Yes.
Okay, so will caps be worked into that contract to prevent price gouging?
Yes.
And Chair, I just want to add that when we worked with Keefe to sort of look at the pricing, we also did an analysis across the board at all of the other providers throughout jail facilities, and by far Keefe was lower than that. So we negotiated prices. We also looked in the community as to the pricing in community, and we looked across the board at other jurisdictions as to what they were getting, and Keefe was comparably lower when we did our analysis.
Okay. I see $5 million has been included as a new need for the department to cover the increased cost of food products and the increasing incarcerated population. Historically, the department has underspent on food over the last few years, and there were calls to right-size the food budget in the other direction. Can you explain why the department is asking for a food increase?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Based on the price increases that all of us are experiencing and the increasing population of our incarcerated peoples, the department needed to make this request. Also in our budget, we had several grant-funded things when we had the adolescents here, where we were getting grant-funded for essentially school lunches, right? And that was in our budget. We have not had adolescents here for many, many years. That remained in the budget. So we did take down some expense funding in that sense. But both of those factors are really why we think we needed the extra $5 million here.
Okay, I want to talk about overtime and staffing. Can you describe how the department's analysis of its staffing needs have formed the basis for the budgeted headcount in the executive plan?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. Can you describe how the department's analysis of its staffing needs forms the basis for the budgeted headcount in the executive plan?
Yeah, I would say that Every day, the department is analyzing the needs of our uniformed staff and the population based on footprint and square footage that needs to be covered and posts. So that type of analysis happens, every day in real time. And based on that, we work with our partners and oversights throughout the city to ensure that we have an adequate amount of authorized staff.
The department currently has a 13% vacancy rate. So could you talk about what hiring strategies you're employing to fill those positions? And is that correct, 13% vacancy?
Give 1 second, Chair. I
Yep.
believe that is accurate. As of the 5/10 payroll, yeah, approximately 13%.
Okay, so what are we doing to fill those vacancies?
So I can speak to what we've employed in terms of our recruitment unit. So our recruitment unit, that's a unit that was created in 2022. We have a group of uniformed staff members who go out to various events and raises the profile of the department and also engages with members in the community in terms of joining the BOLDUS. We also just recently started our new advertisement campaign, recruitment campaign. It started on May 1st and it goes through June 6th. We have advertisements throughout. We have on bus shelters, we have commercials running, we have radio, everything you can think of, we are trying to employ so that we're able to onboard new staff members. We are also working with members in the community. If there are events, community events that our recruitment unit can attend, that's what we are doing. What we've seen, we had, for our last exam, we had approximately 766 passers with our applicant investigation unit. What they've seen post-pandemic, the yield rate is somewhere between 8 and 12%. So they anticipate maybe we just have 84 people coming into the door. So we've been really trying to increase our recruitment efforts and increase our visibility throughout the community in engaging people to join the department.
So how many uniformed and civilian staff do you plan to hire for the rest of this fiscal and next fiscal? Do you have a goal?
Well, to meet our head count. I mean, now we're at 6,000 and for uniform staff, and our head count for uniform is 7,060. So that is the goal. That is what we strive for every single day. And so that's what we'll continue to do.
How many hours of overtime does an officer put in average during one pay period?
I'm not sure we have that information, but we can get that to you.
How much has the department spent on overtime overall in FY24?
Give me 1 second, Chair.
And then what's your projection of where you'll land for June 30th?
For FY24 to date, we're anticipated to spend in FY24 $279 million.
279?
Yes, sir.
How much overtime is allocated in the FY25 budget?
We have $134 million. You said FY25, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it sounds like you're going to need more than that.
I would agree.
Okay. So you mentioned attrition before. What's the current monthly and annual rate of attrition in the department for all staff, uniformed and civilian?
Good morning, Sherry Emmer, Assistant Chief. Can you repeat your question again, please, sir?
Yeah, sure. The current monthly and annual rate of attrition in the department for all staff, uniformed and civilian.
Well, I would be able to answer the uniform staff thus far we have attrited 1,900 staff members since 2022. For this year alone, we have eligible to retire close to 800 members of service.
And if people are eligible to retire, do they usually retire?
They have the option. They're eligible to retire. Sometimes they do, sometimes they do not. But we are trying to retain and recruit.
So out of that 800, what do you project will be retained?
On about 350, because as of 2004, we hired 800 plus 800 members, and as of this date, calendar year to date, we only lost 122. So we are looking at about 300.
Okay, I just have a few more, and then I'm going to turn over to Chair Nurse. I want to talk about the capital budget a little bit. Although the department's capital commitment plan is almost totally dedicated to the borough-based jails project, the plan also includes $225 million in planned commitments for a new training academy. Most of the funding rolled out to FY27. Could you tell us the status of this project, and has a site been identified?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Alex Maldonado, and I am the Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Operations on behalf of the Department of Correction. What I can tell you about the Correction Academy is that we are working with the Mayor's Office and the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety to figure out what is next for training for all public safety agencies throughout the city. And so we hope to share more details soon.
Okay, so the money is there, but we don't know where we're putting it yet.
I think we'll be able to share more information soon, and the administration hopes to make an announcement.
Okay, in prior years, the administration has provided expense funding to DDC for critical repairs to Rikers. Can you describe the current critical repair needs for your facilities? Yeah, let me just swear. I just got to swear you in.
State your name, please.
Patrick Ben.
Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
I'm Patrick Ben, Deputy Commissioner of Facilities, Fleet, and most construction. Our critical needs are basically all infrastructure repairs throughout the island. I mean, everybody knows the island has been through a lot, and in order to keep it safe for everybody and up to snuff, we need to make repairs to piping, heating, steam lines, air conditioning, roofs, walkways, everything.
And can you speak to if the FY25 plan addresses those needs?
It addresses part of the needs.
Okay. How much is there for repairs? Critical repairs?
Are you specifically asking about the capital plan?
Yeah.
We have several infrastructure projects that I would say a year ago we've been working with DCAS. It's kind of co-certified work that's essential to Rikers Island major, like operating, even once DCAS takes over. So they were capitally eligible. There are several projects within the plan that total $57 million.
And do you anticipate needing more than that?
There are ongoing conversations depending on which may pop up and be kind of triaged by the working group. There possibly could be.
Okay. Last for me is going to be to zoom out a bit. And the FY24 adopted budget was $1.16 billion. Since then, the FY24 budget has increased by about $83 million, while the FY25 budget decreased by $106 million. So other than increases to uniform overtime, what's driving these changes in the budget?
Thanks for the question. What you noted is correct. A lot of the PEGs and PS type things are driving the majority of it. Another big chunk, at least on the OTPS side, where the department had funding in FY23 and FY24 explicitly to put new cell doors in at certain facilities throughout the department. That money was in the 23 and 24 budget and is not in the 25 budget. So I think it was about $10.8 million in 23 and almost $10 million in 24. So that's no longer in our budget. That's one of the larger OTPS items that are driving the decrease.
So would you assume that the FY25 budget would need to be increased as well because of those projections?
No, and those projects that I was talking about earlier, they have been completed. So there'll be no more expense fund need for those particular things. But as operations continue, we're going to try and anticipate things that may pop up and work with our oversights and stakeholders and partners to address.
Okay, I'm going to turn over to Chair Nurse. Thank you. We've also been joined by Council Members Ressler, Abreu, and Sanchez on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to back up to programming. I just had a couple follow-up questions. When the cut was originally made, my understanding was that a hiring plan was presented to many of the providers who were assured that the department had the capacity to deliver programming to those in custody. And in March, you testified that you were currently onboarding staff, that programming was offered in all facilities at the minimum standard, and that you were drafting language for new RFPs. Can you confirm today that there is the minimum standard of programming in all facilities?
Thank you so much, Chair Nurse. Programming is impacted by different challenges. Programming could be impacted by escorting. Programming could be impacted by any type of security search.
No, I understand the various variations that happen during the day, but just in all facilities, is there programming happening?
Minimum standards are being afforded. What has been impacted is the insourcing, as I described to Chair Brannan. Our counseling staff had changes in the staffing, and yet we are onboarding staff. Just yesterday, we were able to get confirmation that there are 15 program staff members that have been approved for onboarding, which makes our Division of Programs extremely happy because those are members that will be part of the insourcing.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you confirm how many program positions there are that work in the jails directly with people in custody? I have 223, but I just want to make sure that's right.
So give me a second, please.
Yep.
When we take a look at the overall staffing that is assigned to the Division of Programs, it is a total of 345 staff members.
Okay.
Of those, we have 198 active members. It is important for me to share with you the following, that when we talk about divisional programming staff, we divide between uniform and non-uniform. We also go into subdivisions, meaning staff members that are assigned to counseling, fine and performing arts, enhanced recreation, reintegration, and other subdivisions.
So 345 is how many that you would be at the maximum that you could have on at one time? And 198 is what are active.
All right, so it's 198 active members.
Okay.
Then we'll take a look at the 45 pending new hires, meaning that are in the pipeline. Then we look at the true vacancies. We account for the 68 uniform lines. to include 12 captains, 28 other officers, and then 107 facility programs. And I could go into details as to what each of these represent and what it is they do.
So, given the challenges that you're facing in terms of your onboarding, your recruitment, mentioned, you're saying that you are able to meet the minimum standard of 5 hours per day of programming in all facilities?
No, I'm not saying that.
So
I'm
how much
glad-
would it
I'm
cost
glad-
for you to be able to do that? To be able to do that? To be able to do that?
Not be able to give you a response on that. It would to actually tell you that by tomorrow we're going to be able to actually tell you that by tomorrow we're going to be able to in every
A
facility.
general number. A little bit more on staffing since the, about it. In March, how many people were at AMKC, which are now decommissioned on May 2nd. Thank you for providing that. Can you confirm how many uniform staff are currently working at VCBC and AMKC?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. Staff that's working at VCBC is 2 captains and 10 officers.
At VCBC? Okay,
Yes.
okay. And at AMKC?
At AMKC, staff is working 4 captains and 34 officers.
Okay,
AMKC is a kitchen production.
yes. So in the follow-up, you had given 50 at AMKC and 15 at VCBC, so we're pretty much in that area. I just want to also recheck in on chronic absenteeism. In March, you testified you had, I believe you testified from my notes, 362 staff who are currently out, 200 total for indefinite sick time. Can you provide an update on those numbers?
Yes, one moment, please. Would you like me to break down the total sick and go into that as well?
If you would, yeah, sure.
Yes,
That'd be
ma'am.
great. We have some of that, but it would be great to confirm.
As of Wednesday, May 15th, we have the total sick of 378 uniform staff members. Indefinite sick is 227.
And since we've spoken, let me see, how many staff on payroll are currently prohibited from working directly with people in custody for disciplinary reasons?
One moment, please. As of 5/15/2004, 13. I'm sorry. You asking prohibited?
Yeah,
to
they
work?
cannot work because of disciplinary reasons. They can't work with people in custody directly.
I don't have that information.
Okay, well, we can request it for the follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving forward, the Federal Monitor reported that up to 1,600 or about a quarter of DOC's uniform workforce may be assigned awarded posts outside of housing units. Can you please clarify how many staff are working in these posts and how are they awarded?
Yes, currently right now, it is plus 800 members working awarded posts, and that is on a budgeted post.
And I'm not sure how exhaustive the list is of awarded posts, but do you have a list of what they are?
Yes, ma'am. 1 second, please. There's 844 awarded posts currently right now. In housing area is 24%. Facility support area, which is your control room, sanitation and programs, is 8%. The intake and general office, 17%. The clinic and medical service is 10%. Food service is 2%. And the ancillary areas, which consist of our courts, special operation division, transportation, and hospital, prison ward is 39%.
Okay, thank you. Is doing laundry among the list of awarded posts?
That would be part of sanitation.
Okay, is there a reason why this role would be performed by a uniform officer rather than civilian staff?
Repeat the question again.
Is there, for the laundry post, for the laundry awarded post, is there a reason that a uniformed officer would be doing this task versus civilian staff? This was an associate commissioner had testified in January at a BOC meeting about this.
If I may provide
Yes, please.
clarity, thank you so much. The way in which we actually are running our major laundry requires us to bring out persons in custody who are assigned to that work task as a way for us to ensure that those services are afforded. We require officers to provide that security detail, escort to and from the facility in which we draw them out of.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Do you have a specific goal for how much reducing awarded posts so that you're incentivizing officers to work actually in the housing units directly with people who are in custody?
Not at this time. I do not have the number, but we do incentivize officers to work in housing area posts. Yes, we do.
Okay. Is there an update from DOC on staffing analysis for staff required in the new borough-based jails? I know that you had testified last time you thought you were confident you were at a place you could start that analysis.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Yes, we have started the process, but we're not comfortable sharing just yet. We're trying to make the final design touches, if you will, to the design documents, working with the Department of Design and Construction as well as the hired design build team. This is something that impacts, obviously, the individuals in custody and the surrounding community. So we want to make sure we get it right. And we're really looking to maximize staffing efficiencies in the analysis. So it's ongoing currently. I'm confident that we will be able to provide information soon.
Okay. And related, has DOC begun planning for how to transition excess corrections officers or staff once the jails are completed? So starting to think about, this is smaller facilities, there's going to be less staff required. What is the plan for some of these folks who are working under DOC? How are you going to transition them into other options?
So in our staffing analysis, again, we're focusing on maximizing those efficiencies, minimizing posts, but maximizing security and safety, as well as moving towards a direct supervision model that encourages staff to be on the floor, in the housing area floors with our individuals, and create, relationships, for lack of a better word. I say all that to say that as we move towards the future, we are building 4 borough-based jails as well as 3 outposted units. With the rates of attrition as they are, we are doing our best to retain and recruit, but we are also trying to prepare for the future to make sure that these facilities are properly staffed. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it's important to start thinking about that now, given there might be time needed to identify education opportunities for folks to learn new skill sets and get that actual training. And then we know how long it takes for anything to happen in the city. So I imagine this is something that will be a couple years process. So I was just wondering if there was anything you could share about that. I had one last programming question I forgot to ask, and it was a clarifying question. You had mentioned, with regards to substance abuse programs, you said I wanted you to clarify what you meant with regards to not having had substance abuse programs since 2015. Is that you haven't had one, or that you haven't expanded them?
I'm so grateful that you have asked that question. I would like to establish that our partners at CHS do provide treatment and clinical substance use programming and services. When we talk about programming, is programming afforded through any other community-based organization? The last time we ran as a department through our own funding sources a robust programming on substance misuse was in the 90s.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm going to turn to the borough-based jails. Yesterday, the Department of Design and Construction held a public hearing to announce a proposed contract for the Queens Borough-based jail facility. Commissioner, can you please provide an update on what this contract agreement means in regards to completion timeline for this facility?
Good morning, ma'am. Again, Alex Maldonado, and I oversee the Borough-based jail program on behalf of the department. The Department of Design and Construction solely manages the contracts with the design-build teams for the Queens and the Bronx facilities as well as the others. And they are also responsible for managing the schedule. So at this time, we know what you know, which is that the contract came in for Queens in particular, I believe at 3.9, and that it is anticipated completion between 2030 and 2031 for substantial completion.
Okay, so what is the status of DOC's plan to close Rikers by 2027 for the law passed by the council?
We are working with the administration as well as the Littman Commission to determine next best steps.
Okay, has there been discussions around contingency planning?
Absolutely, ma'am.
There's nothing you can share with us today?
Unfortunately, no.
Have you begun the process of that?
Constant communication with our partners, our agency partners in the administration, as well as members of the Littman Commission on how best to move forward. But we, as an administration and this department, remains committed to the borough-based jail program.
Okay. Commissioner, given your lengthy tenure at DOC, do you personally believe that this administration has made every effort to use all the tools, programs, recommendations put forth by organizations identified in the points of agreement in the Littman Commission to safely draw down the current jail population?
I believe the administration is doing everything possible that they can. We, at the Department of Correction, we utilize the 6A powers. That's something that I've been working closely with the First Deputy Commissioner on in safely transitioning people who I have jurisdiction over and making that decision.
Okay, you mentioned 6A, so I wanted to touch upon it. Cuts to the early release 6A program remain in the budget, and it appears from the data that we have, at least as we're interpreting, that DOC is not fully utilizing this program, which allows, for the record, individuals to be released early from a jail sentence and be under the supervision of the city's supervised release program. So we asked in March how many women and gender nonconforming people have been reviewed for 6A. In your follow-up that we got on May 2nd, you noted that between May 2022 and April 10th, 2024, DOC released 80 individuals to 6A, 8 of whom were housed at Rosie's at the time they were assessed. So how many individuals in custody are currently eligible for this program?
I'll give you that number 1 second. It's approximately 400, but I'll give you the actual number.
Okay.
As of
I think
yesterday.
from our analysis, we have about approximately 500 people. So can you tell us a little bit more about why this program is not being fully utilized and why there would be cuts to this program if this is a main strategy for safely reducing the jail population?
So we have been utilizing the 6A program. As I mentioned earlier, the First Deputy Commissioner and her team, they evaluate individuals on a daily basis who are eligible based on our criteria to be released. Upon review, I make the determination. One of the things that it's important to note that we have to ensure that people have ties to the community and the partners that we work with, the community provider partners that we work with, so that they will be successful, so they don't end up coming back into custody. That's a critical piece, and sometimes that's not something people actually want to adhere to prior to being released, but that's one of our main criteria. FDC, do you want to just touch on anything else?
Thank you. Yes, we do assess the sentenced population. We take a look at their criminal history. We take a look also at the current charges, whether they have had misconduct while assigned to our care and custody, and then we take into account what their direct needs upon discharge. In doing so, we ensure that any person who is being released to the 6A program has a direct contact with one of the providers linked to the
I'm
community.
fully aware of the program. I think it's great. We want to champion this program. So can you give us some numbers? You know, how many people have you been able to release into this program even this year or last year? Some data we could have.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Here we go, ma'am.
Thank you.
For the total for 2022, we were able to release 62 into the community. The total for 2023, 10. Currently, as of probably a week ago, we've been able to release 15 into the 6A program.
Thank you for those numbers.
Sure.
I'm going to pause for 1 second. One, we've been joined by Councilmember Powers, Hanks, I think Abreu, Brewer, Rustler, and now the class of Notre Dame High School from Staten Island. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate you being here. We're talking about closing Rikers. We're talking about the jail population on Rikers Island, so tune in. Heavy stuff. Thank you for those answers. I just have a few more questions, and then I'm going on the average daily population, and then I'm going to open it up for members who probably have busy Fridays. Commissioner, in response to a FOIL request, the Public Policy Journal, Vital City, published the internal memo that formed the basis of former Commissioner Molina's assertions about population growth. I think they dubbed it napkin math. They also reported that the memo had undergone multiple revisions to improve DOC's approach. Can you please describe the nature of the revisions to your jail population forecast and whether you now have a different conclusion regarding the expected jail population?
Good morning, ma'am. Our operations research team is actively working on that model. You know, the population projection forecast was used during the previous administration and continues to be used to determine, again, our next best steps with the borough-based jail program. That being said, it's just a tool in a toolbox, and so I know it was sort of flippant to call it napkin math, but it is a very serious matter, and again, our operations research team handles that, and they continuously work to improve that model to make sure that we're striving, again, and moving forward in the right direction.
Okay. So examining the memo that was released to the public, DOC's model produced predictions for the average jail population 2 years into the future, starting in September 2022. The model estimated between 4,400 and about 10,000 people in DOC custody in September 2024. That range of potential outcomes consists of nearly 6,000 people, which is just about the current size of the jail population. So why would the department use these numbers that your model concedes is extremely hard to predict with any certainty to cast doubt on the ability of the city to fulfill its legal mandate to close Rikers?
Thank you, ma'am. This department and this administration has an obligation to create a responsible plan for the future, and that population forecast, while it's not what everyone wants to hear, is a possibility, and we have to be prepared for the worst. Because what happens otherwise is that the borough-based jail program fails, and we have overcrowded facilities, or we'd be forced to keep Rikers Island open.
Right. So do you think, in your opinion, that the number of people jailed at Rikers is outside of the control of the city?
I think the administration is working, again, with all state and city agency partners to do what it can to reduce the incarcerated population.
Yeah. Okay. Why does the financial plan keep DOC's budget relatively flat if there is a projected population increase?
Thank you for the question, Chair Nurse. The department, as we are currently funded and as the plan describes, has the resources within it for us to move forward and accomplish our mission. We continue to have conversations with our oversights as things arise, and we hope to have our budget aligned if necessary.
So I have three other questions. We asked about in March the length of stay for sentenced people in custody awaiting transfer to upstate facilities. For the record, you followed up and you noted that the average length of stay has gone down from 44 days in 2022 to 38 in 2023. Can you describe any additional hurdles for reducing that length of stay even further?
So what we do in terms of the length of stay for people who are sentenced, we work closely with our partners in the state so that when individuals are sentenced, we have communication with them indicating when it's time for them to go upstate. That's something that's ongoing with our partners in the state.
So you don't see any hurdles in the way for reducing that time? If they're sentenced, they're waiting to go upstate, there's no additional hurdles in the way for reducing the amount of time that they're stuck on Rikers?
So you're asking the question in terms of how can we lessen that time?
How can you reduce the length of stay?
Well, we're working with our partners in the state, because if someone's sentenced, we ultimately need them to go upstate. And so as soon as we know that that person is going to be sentenced, we're communicating with the state in real time to let them know individuals are state ready and that they can be picked up to go upstate.
Okay, so I understand you're working with the state partners, but what are you asking them to do besides communicating they're ready and there's
Well,
this
we're
period of
asking
time?
them to pick them up as soon as possible.
That's fine. I was hoping you would illustrate a little bit more what the issues are, maybe even what the state is failing to do.
Well, I think for the state, and we're in communication with them, you know, sometimes they're having delays on their end, and so we're working closely with them. That's something that our custody management unit does on a frequent basis. Happy to talk with the deputy warden to see how we can sort of facilitate that process, but that's an ongoing conversation that they have with the state.
Okay, my last question is, you also provided follow-up on the length of stay for individuals who are found not competent to stand trial before going to a state mental hospital for treatment. You reported that in the calendar year 2023, the average wait time is between 61 and 66 days. So for that period of time, they're on Rikers, they're not competent to stand trial before they are being transferred to some form of state mental health hospital. What are the challenges to reducing that wait time?
Well, that's something that we would have to work with our partners at CHS, right? Because they're communicating with the state facility in terms of getting those people to those beds.
Okay, great. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Brandon.
Thank you, Chair Nurse. We've got questions first from Councilmember Caban, followed by Lewis.
Thank you, and bear with me because I'm going to be jumping around a little bit. I'd like to ask some follow-up questions on the questions asked by Chair Nurse earlier, but I did want to make a comment on the exchange around commissary. That was a bit disturbing to me, and I think, you know, knowing that the markups are up to 20%, and then you add that to the fact that we are paying incarcerated folks slave wages, pennies on the dollar, the number of hours of work it takes to buy a basic need in commissary. It is really the definition of exploitation at the expense of dignity, and it does not sound like y'all did due diligence in making sure that those prices were as low as they could be and should be. I wanted to follow up on a question around just the sick day questions. So from what I understood, the questions that were asked and answered were on daily sick numbers, and I want to move into a different category because the Nunez Federal Monitor reported that there were serious gaps and delays in processing staff as chronically absent, separate thing from your daily sick day numbers. So I want to know, so far in 2024, how many staff have been identified as chronically absent?
Chief, do you have that number?
One second. When you ask the question chronically absent, can can't necessarily answer that question like that. Indefinite sick is 30 or more sick days. So 227 members of service are indefinite sick, which would count up to 30 or more sick days. The definition of the medical and people that are medical and comp is that 40 or more sick work days, they utilize a sick day or 15 more occasions.
Okay, but then how many staff were identified as chronically absent? Because I mean, the Federal Monitor continues to report on this, right? There were staff that was identified as chronically absent under that category, but they were never processed as such because of the 6-month applicability of the designation expired before the processing occurred. So can you explain why that's happening?
One moment, let me see if I can get the information.
Okay, and then just, Chair, if I could have a little bit of extra time while they're looking up information.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
So the term chronic absent is for anyone who's out sick 12 days in a 12-month rolling period. I just want to be clear on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, I cannot answer that question as far as chronic. We do not break it down as such. It is, we have for total sick, we have daily sick, we have continued sick, and then we have indefinite sick. And a deficit is 30 or more sick days. So as the commissioner stated, when we talk about
I think so. Because again, I want to be mindful of my time. I am a little bit frustrated that you don't have those answers because they are specifically information that is being asked to be provided to the monitor. And so, if you're complying with the monitor, those numbers exist, and therefore you should be able to give them to us today. I just want to move on to just a couple of quick questions on staff management. I'll ask them all at once so that you can answer. The first are going to start with court staffing in the courthouses, and then the second will just have to do with the staffing questions that the chair had asked. So the executive budget documents show that the following number of officers are assigned to court pens: 333 in Manhattan, 226 in the Bronx, 187 in Queens, and 150 in Brooklyn. And so I'd like to know what's the explanation for these numbers and how many people are in custody are typical in the court pens at any given time. I spent a decade working those courtrooms. The staffing ratio is quite high, so a lot of people sitting around. And then the other is, the chair asked a really, really important question about what's the transition plan, because in theory, with a lower population, there would be a need for less COs, and there's evidence to support that there should be anyway, right? Because the executive budget documents are showing that a planned uniform headcount of over 7,000 through FY28 with no plans for those vacancy reductions. But research from the Vera Institute shows that the DOC's ratio of staff to people in custody is 4 times the national average, and also that the research shows that the greater number of corrections officers relative to incarcerated people correlate with higher rates of violence. And so there's 2 things to consider here that data, research, empirical evidence shows that transitioning, and I will close by saying that, and this is connected to it, the census on Rikers is a function of policy and politics, period. It does not correlate with crime rates, and so if we can't close Rikers by the deadline, to make it very, very clear, that is a conscious, deliberate decision by this mayor not to close Rikers, to continue investing in incarceration and not investing in the continuum of care that would reduce our incarcerated population. And I will leave it at that, but I'm looking forward to the answers to the questions.
Can you repeat your question as far as the staffing issue, the staffing?
Sure, so the staffing in the courts, right? You have 333 in Manhattan, 226 in the Bronx, 187 in Queens, 150 in Brooklyn. Can you give an explanation for those staffing numbers in those courthouses? And then alongside of that, for the proper context, how many people are in custody on a typical day in those pens so that we get an idea of how you're making these staffing decisions?
Yes, we start with Queens. We have 101 staff members, correctional officers in Queens, 7 captains and 1 executive officer. For Manhattan, we have correctional officers 199, captains are 13, 1 executive officer. For Bronx courses, 129 officers, captains is 14, and 1 assistant deputy warden. For Brooklyn Detention Complex, we have 116 officers, 10 captains, and 1 ADW. I'm uncertain as to the 399.
Okay, well, those were just what's listed in the mayor's executive budget documents, but I want to know, can you explain how you decide to have that number of folks in the courts on any given day?
The course on any given day, we use, we don't use the number of staff versus the number of persons in custody that's coming. That's not what we do. We're doing a staff analysis, and we have determined that 199 officers are needed to fulfill.
How do you determine it? Because you're saying it's not based on ratio, so how did you determine it?
I don't have that question, the answer for you, and I tell you why. Because at different times, because of our sick, we calculate our sick, we calculate post-analysis. We also calculate the need of people having days off, vacation coming up. We have to forecast, but 199, even for Manhattan House, is not even enough. As well as with Bronx Courts, that's not enough because we're Supreme and we do Supreme and Criminal. So there's 2 different areas.
Supreme and Criminal is the same building. The pens are just on different floors. But how many people are in custody on those days, on average, in each borough?
I don't have that.
Okay. And then the other one was about that the uniform staffer when Rikers is presumably closed, and the statistics around increased violence with the higher ratios. Can you guys address that?
I cannot answer that. I don't have that response at this time.
Good morning, ma'am. I can help a little bit. My name is Alex Maldonado, and I oversee, again, the borough-based jail program for the Department of Correction. And what we've established is a transition team, an internal transition team that is working on the staffing analysis, that is working on all of the logistical considerations for the program and the eventual move off of Rikers Island. And so everything that we've heard today will, of course, be considered as we move ahead.
Thank you, chairs. The DOC should not be a jobs program, but okay.
Okay, we have questions. Councilmember Lewis, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, chairs, and good morning, Commissioner, to you and your team. I have questions on capital, mental health, and one additional one. So I'll start on capital. Regarding the borough-based jails projects, as the administration proposes an expenditure of over $12 billion through FY30, is there a reason why the construction of these sites were not considered for a design-build process to save time and costs? Many employees, both uniformed and civilian, have reported to the City Council about the deplorable conditions of restrooms, locker rooms, and the DOC facilities. How much funding is included in the capital budget for maintenance and upkeep of facilities, and do you feel it's enough to address the needs? This is about staffing. Considering the inordinate amount of overtime budgeted in the FY25 executive budget, what steps is the agency taking to analyze and reduce the factors that are driving women out of the job at DOC? Has the department identified lack of support and harassment of women officers as a reason for the heightened attrition in the agency? And the last is on mental health. In 2022, Erin Murdy, a 30-year-old single mom from Coney Island, Brooklyn, was indicted in the drowning of her 3 children. Murdy had a history of mental illness. After Murdy was arraigned and placed in general population, she was stabbed and assaulted. So, I wanted to know if you all could share with us today how many people are admitted to the jails each year who have a serious mental illness? How many people are currently at Rikers who have serious mental illness? What is the average length of stay for people with serious mental illness? How many PACE and mental observation beds are currently open now for folks with mental illness? And if you could break that down by women and men. And what is the budget per year for mental health care for people with serious mental illness in jails? And if you could share also what's forecasted for FY25,
Sarah, we just have to swear you in.
State your name, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember, you asked a lot of questions.
I know.
All right, so let's start with the first one.
Let me know if you need me to review anything, but I am being
All right,
timed
I will
for 30 seconds.
answer them as quickly as I can. What was your first question?
Are you the representative for capital, mental health, or attrition?
Mental health and health affairs.
Okay, thank you. So if you could give, I don't know, we could talk about that at a later date, but just to break down, how many people at Rikers are admitted that have serious mental illness? If you could break it down by the
So a little more than
population.
50% of persons in custody have been identified as accessing mental health services. Around 20% have been diagnosed with serious mental illness.
Average stay?
Average length of stay, I don't have that data. We can get that to you later.
How many PACE and mental observation beds are currently open, and how many people are in each types of those units? If you could break that down by men and women.
So I don't have the gender breakdown, but I do have the total count. So at our the highest level of acuity, PACE and CAPS, we have currently a count of 276, and they're spread across 11 housing units. We currently have 87 vacant beds. Mental observation, we currently have 598 individuals, and that's spread across 15 different housing units, and we currently have 52 vacant cells or beds. With respect to substance abuse, we have a GATE program in STEP. There's 40 individuals in that, and that's located in one housing unit with 10 vacant beds.
And what is the budget per year for mental health care for people with serious mental illness? What's forecasted for FY25?
So with respect to the clinical aspect, I would defer to our colleagues at Correctional Health Service to speak to that issue.
That's all for mental health. If we want to talk quickly about attrition, reduction of female officers. I don't know if anybody wants to answer that.
Could you ask the question again, please?
You want to ask again? All right. Chair, how much time do I have?
You're good.
All right. Considering the inordinate amount of overtime budgeted for FY25, what steps is the agency taking to analyze and reduce the factors that are driving women out of the job of DOC? Has the department identified the lack of support of harassment of women officers as a reason for the heightened attrition in the agency?
So the department is undergoing an assessment throughout. I can tell you when I started at the beginning, I held a lot of focus groups to talk to staff and also persons in our care to find out sort of like what they were going through and how we could meet their needs. And one of the things that, people talked about was the fact that childcare and issues that are impacting them. So there are things that we're looking as a department to see how we can assist and provide them with the care that they need. We also have a care and wellness team that's comprises of fellow correction officers. They go out to support their peers. There's a lot of things we're sort of looking at internally, and in terms of the sexual harassment, we work with our internal unit, CIB. If there are any instances within our jails, they work to ensure the individuals in custody are held accountable. But this is an ongoing conversation, this is an ongoing issue, and we are committed to addressing it and to making sure our staff know that they are supported and they're safe.
Thank you for sharing that. I do want to share with you, specifically within my district, I have a female officer who's been sexually harassed by her superiors.
Okay.
And I'm hoping to have a hearing one day in regards to female officers that are not only being harassed by superiors, but also by detainees because of the conditions of the jails. But I don't have that much time.
Can I say something?
Yes,
with
sure.
respect to the officer who's being harassed by the supervisor, please encourage her to report it.
She has, and she's been ignored, and I've been working on this for over a year. This is before I was
by
chair of
our
Women and Gender.
EEO office?
Yes.
Okay.
She's been ignored both by your agency and the mayor's office. So if you want me to follow up with you on that, we can. And she's
Please
the daughter
do.
of a pastor in my district.
Please do.
And just if we could just go back on the design build process and how to save time and cost on capital for borough-based jails.
Good morning, ma'am. All four borough-based jail facilities are using that design-build model to hasten the time period that is allotted for design and construction.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking so much time.
Okay, we've been joined by Councilmember Stevens. Now we've got questions from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Brewer.
Great. Thank you so much to the chairs, and thank you to the DOC team for joining us. And I do want to say at the front end, Commissioner, I feel like there's been a positive shift in tone, both in your approach to the council and other stakeholders since your appointment, and I want to express gratitude for that. I'd like to focus my question today on the borough-based jail. And I think that somebody from the panel just testified that we're over 50% of the people have a mental health designation, a Brad H designation. Could you give us the exact number in DOC custody today? Percentage? Okay, I'm on the clock.
So I believe today's head count or census is about 6,300 persons in custody. So,
Brad H designation? 3,510, correct?
approximately, yeah.
55
Who have a Brad H designation.
55.6% of
Right,
the
who are known
DOC.
to mental health, correct?
Yes, so 55.6, 56% of the DOC population today, over 3,500 people have a Brad H designation, and the percentage of therapeutic beds in the Brooklyn-based jail in the plan today is?
Just over 20%.
So 20%. How is it possible that we are designing a jail system where just 40% of the need is met for people with mental health needs?
The number of therapeutic beds that will ultimately be included in the borough-based jail program also considers the outposted units, the 3 outposted units in the hospitals. And so what I will say,
But
sir,
excuse me,
Okay.
when the borough-based jail plan was initially proposed, until Mayor Adams made changes to it, what was the previous percentage of proposed therapeutic beds in the borough-based jails?
I believe it was just about 50%.
Just about 50%. So we had previously designed a system where we were essentially meeting the needs of people with mental health needs in our borough-based jails with enhanced services and support, and now we are not. That's an enormous reduction. That initial plan for the borough-based jails included the outposted units as well. So I don't understand how you could claim that the outposted units are solving for that.
I'm just saying, sir, that the decision to reduce the number of therapeutic beds was made in consideration of moving forward with all 3 outposted units.
That's not accurate, though. I mean, I'm sorry to say, the decision to reduce the number of therapeutic beds by half was made months before there was any commitment from this administration to move forward on the outposted therapeutic units. They were made totally separately, and to say that they were done together is inaccurate.
The determination to reduce the number of therapeutic beds was made in consultation and in collaboration with this administration, as well as Correctional Health Services and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. So I will say that every single borough-based jail, we anticipate to meet the needs of our population.
But how could you claim that you're meeting the needs of the population when we have 55% of the people have a mental health need and only 20% of the beds are designed to actually meet their needs? How could you explain that to me? And
Sure.
Give me any explanation that could make it make sense.
So every single floor in the borough-based jails has a clinical space that is designated for individuals on that floor. There are counseling rooms attached to every single housing area. There are multi-purpose rooms that are utilized for group therapy on every single housing area. The only distinction between the therapeutic housing is that there is clinical staff right on the unit. However, we plan to have clinical staff in collaboration with our partners at CHS throughout the building, providing services for individuals who are
But Ms.
assigned-
Maldonado, I don't understand if we acknowledge that these people have a notable mental health need, that these are individuals who are in need of real assistance, why would we not think it's appropriate to have clinical staff on hand available to them in real time? That is what the previous design was just a year ago. Why is that no longer a need for this population? Do they no longer have significant mental health needs? Did that change in the last year?
There are different levels of acuity, sir, and we are confident that with our partners at CHS, we will meet the needs of our population in the borough-based jail program.
Do you think it's safe to have therapeutic, do you think it's safe for staff for there to be therapeutic beds on 2-tiered housing units?
I believe that the department made the careful decision to include therapeutic housing areas that had double tiers, and we will ensure that
There are therapeutic units currently in double-tiered units?
currently on Rikers Island?
No, in
Oh,
the
in the
borough-based jail
borough-based-
plan. I'm just focused on the borough-based jail plan.
Yes, sir.
There are therapeutic units and two-tiered housing units in the borough-based jail plan.
Correct. And we are confident that we will be able to maintain the safety and security.
That is not what I've been briefed on previously, so there's a disconnect in the information that you're testifying to today.
No, I apologize, sir, if there's any, if I'm misstating, but there are single-tier and double-tier therapeutic units planned for the borough-based jail program.
So then why not expand and actually have an adequate number of therapeutic beds to meet the demand of the population? I don't understand why you wouldn't commit to having enough therapeutic beds to meet the needs of people with mental health needs.
Access to medical care and mental health care will be greatly enhanced in the borough-based jail program.
I've been a big champion and advocate for this plan over many years, and I believe in the urgency of closing Rikers Island and that there is a moral imperative to do so. We cannot create the absolute disaster and dumpster fire that Rikers Island is in our communities in the borough-based jail plan. And by failing to provide the mental health needs that the detainees at Rikers, that in the DOC system clearly have, is a disservice to them, and it's a disservice to the entirety of the borough-based jail plan. And so I am extremely agitated and concerned about the administration's lack of commitment to providing necessary mental health care to the people in the DOC system. If I may, on one final question, the other major concern I have about the borough-based jail plan is the lack of access to outdoor space. Could you confirm, will detainees in the Brooklyn borough-based jail have consistent daily access to outdoor space?
Absolutely, sir. Every single housing area has an outdoor space, an outdoor recreation
That outdoor space has is there a ceiling in that outdoor space?
There is a ceiling, sir, but
Is there-
the walls that contain it are a mesh, and so the individual
Meshed
has-
walls is your determination of outdoors. An indoor room with meshed walls is your definition of outdoors?
The individuals
right?
will have access to daylight and air
Daylight and air is not outdoors.
on every single housing area.
Daylight and airs is not outdoors. And outdoor space, and I don't believe there's going to be consistent access to the roof where there could be outdoor space. The extent of the outdoor space, and the average length of stay right now in DOC custody is? Average length of stay? 103 days. So somebody's spending over average, and we have far too many people spending 2 years in DOC custody, 3 years in DOC custody, waiting for trial. But average of going 3 months and 10 days without having any access to the outdoors. An indoor room with meshed walls is your definition of outdoor space. That undermines people's mental health. It limits their ability to exercise. It limits their ability to manage the challenges of incarceration. So I am greatly concerned about the failures of the design plan as it relates to access to the outdoors and provision of mental health care. And I really, really hope that the Department of Corrections will acknowledge that these issues need to be addressed and addressed now so that we can make improvements on the plan to close Rikers Island. Thank you.
Okay, we've been joined by Councilmember Narcisse. Now we've got questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Williams.
Thank you very much, and I'm really excited about CMOM, Children's Museum of Manhattan. They're in my district. I know them well, was there since they started, and also love the parenting room that I've visited a couple of times. And thank you, Commissioner, for being responsive to the requests of oversight and investigation. I appreciate that very much. So, childcare. I know you mentioned it. It's not listed in the new needs. I was wondering, many correction officers, women whom I know, are dying for childcare because it would, I think, reduce your absenteeism, et cetera. Where are we, if at all, thinking about childcare for your employees?
So we are exploring that option. We're actually reaching out to childcare centers close to the department to see if we can facilitate officers bringing their kids there. I believe the first deputy commissioner has a meeting with one of the providers next week, and we can provide updates on that.
Okay, because I think you probably need more than whatever that center can experience for their vacancies, but I do think it should be a real focus, maybe even building something from scratch, because you need 24-hour. I don't know that child care does 24-hour. You need shifts. Okay, well, you need to do more, with all due respect. You testified earlier today that there were 844 awarded posts. I think that was the number. And the Federal Monitor reported a month ago that the department did not have a reliable number for awarded posts. I just was wondering how you came up with that number.
By a table of organization, I budgeted, it's on the budget. We have 844 budgeted awarded posts.
Okay, so the federal monitor, I guess, didn't know that. The monitor also reported that multiple plans to reduce awarded posts did not go forward. So I just was wondering who is responsible for reducing awarded posts? Because I know this is a different way of doing things compared to other jails around the country. So that's what I'm asking.
So the Office of Administration is responsible for doing that, and that's something that should have been sort of looked at, but we're looking at it now.
Okay. We've done some studies of individuals going from Rikers to court, which of course is incredibly important. And I was just wondering, on that particular situation, what is the percentage? I think there are about 1,000 missed appointments because people are going to court dates. Again, how do you coordinate medical with court? It's not easy. So I wanted to know if the court dates are scheduled well in advance, why correctional health can't obviously schedule that medical appointments that are not conflicting. 1,000 medical appointments are missed. And there may be other reasons also, I'm aware.
So we work closely with our colleagues at CHS, and the evening before a scheduled court visit, we share that list of detainees who are going to court. So there is close coordination with our colleagues with respect to court and clinic visits.
Okay, but I'm just saying, when 1,000 missed medical appointments, that's not the only reason. So I would love to get follow-up as to why 1,000 are missed, because obviously medical is important. And I know some people don't want to go. I've been doing this work for a very long time. But I would like to understand how you end up with 1,000 medical missed. Okay, just finally, I want to understand about the food. I noticed in the new needs, you need more money for food because, of course, prices have increased. Do you use the scratch kitchen? Obviously, everybody complains about food. They complain about food in the schools. They complain about food at Rikers. So I just wanted to know if there are any improvements to the food that are in the mix.
Yes, as I think we testified earlier, that the mayor's fund received a grant from the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance to fund a 5-week plant-based culinary training program.
I hate plant-based food. Nobody's going to eat that food. I'm just saying.
So noted. So it does help DOC reduce its carbon footprint.
Oh, please.
So that's one issue.
So the grant is to have more plant-based food? Oh, God.
So we are going to be training over 100 cooks at DOC in addition to cooks at ACS as well. So the plan is to improve the menu and hopefully reduce food
Okay, if it's not fresh, it's not going to be eaten any more than what's eaten now.
We want to incorporate more fresh vegetables and healthier. And
I'd like to hear more about that, not at this moment. Are you working with Grow NYC? Where are they coming from, et cetera? And who's your distributor? The food is awful, and I don't know that this is going to make it any better. I'd like to understand that.
Thank you for that. But we do work closely with DCAS on purchasing the food.
That doesn't mean it's going to be good. I'm talking about Grow NYC, Farmers Upstate. You need to be, I could go on. I've been spending this many, many years on this. You need to be purchasing as a city from the New York State farmers. And I don't think that, I know it doesn't happen now. And I'd like to see exactly what DCAS and you are doing now. I have a bill that says, to the best of ability, the city of New York must purchase from the New York State farmers. And Rikers should be doing this on a regular basis. DOE tries, but you have a much smaller population, steady population, you should be able to do it, plant-based or not. And just finally, I want to understand, I know I am a big supporter of the psychiatric care at Bellevue, East Elmhurst, and wherever else you are planning for these beds in the future. I'm a big supporter. Can you just update us? Maybe you did it earlier. I'm sorry, I was on a Zoom. Exactly the time frame and the dollars associated with getting these beds up and running. I actually believe that they will be better, perhaps, than being in the borough-based jails, personally, because I think the psychiatric support there will be better. But what's the timing on that? Because it should be happening now, even before borough-based.
Sure, thank you, ma'am. We anticipate Bellevue will open close to the end of this year or hopefully at the start of...
And how many beds is that?
It's approximately 104 beds at the Bellevue facility, and we're actively working with our partners at CHS to make that happen. As far as the Woodhull and North Central Bronx, we are in active consultation and collaboration with CHS for the designs of those jail facilities. Also speaking with our partners at the State Commission of Correction to make sure we get it right, and so that we are on target. And I believe CHS made the announcement that those two facilities would be substantially complete sometime in 2027.
2027, not till then. Okay. That's a long time. Why does it take so long?
It's a lot of work, ma'am. And the details of the construction are better left to those experts, but I can tell you that we are working tirelessly to support both the Borough-Based Jail Program and the OTHU, or Outposted Unit Program.
And then just finally, Matt, I think, Commissioner, you said in the paper, thank you, that you're working with Stanley on the Fortune contract. Is that happening? I love Stanley.
So Fortune, they actually came back. They have a footprint on Rikers, but they came back and expanded their footprint. So we've been working closely with them. They are currently focused in our Eric M. Taylor Center and providing our sentence and detainee population with services there.
Right. Thank you.
Sorry, I just had a quick follow-up about that. Is Fortune, do they have a contract, or is this volunteer work?
It's a combination of both. Thank you. Fortune is one of the providers that has a contract with MOCJ. They've had a presence in listening to our request. They've added additional staff, and they have assumed the responsibility of providing services at one of our jails, EMTC.
Okay, and some of that involves volunteer work from them?
So it is more of them reshifting the allocation of staff and creating a balance between the staffing that they have assigned to the community to ensure that that same staffing is affording services combined with those that are also contracted through MOCJ.
Okay, so just for clarification and to put it plainly, none of the services that Fortune Society is providing are volunteer services. Is that correct? Would I be correct in saying that?
I wouldn't want to speak for Fortune because I know that they have different type of funding sources, the contracted services through MOCJ. To them, it might be defined as volunteering because they've taken and created a balance, but they have responded to our request.
Okay. And for the record, do you think that rehabilitative social work should be done on a voluntary basis at Rikers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's great to know, because the mayor had said otherwise publicly, so, okay. Was it Williams?
I wanted to just follow up on something that Councilmember Brewer brought up. I wrote an op-ed with Eric Adams back in 2018. And the quote from the op-ed is, to combat climate change, cities need to do more than just mandate cleaner fuels and buildings, et cetera, et cetera. Since cities are centers of consumption, government must also look at the foods it purchases for schools, jails, and hospitals. Can you tell me, as far as food purchasing, what are you doing, what is DOC doing to reduce the amount of meat that's purchased and focus more on plant-based foods?
Hi, Deputy Commissioner James Saunders. So we are working with our colleagues at DCAS and the Mayor's Office of Food Policy to incorporate more healthier vegetables and fruits into our menus. We are also attempting to reduce our carbon footprint by reducing purchasing of red meat and dairy. We're substituting, again, plant-based products for those meat and dairy items. I think DOC has a pretty good track record with respect to that reduction. So I think that's what we're doing. And also, by virtue of certain facilities being closed, there's less truck traffic for food deliveries around the boroughs. Now, when we go to the borough-based model, we'll have to look at that, carbon emissions. But okay.
Okay, thank you. Now we have questions from Councilmember Williams, followed by Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon/morning. I had a question about reentry. What proportion of the Rikers population receives reentry planning before discharge?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you allow me, I would like to do a follow-up with you. I would like to send you a response breaking it down specifically.
Okay, yeah, and then in the response, if you just include any plans to increase the percentage and how much would it cost to offer reentry planning to everyone leaving Rikers, and whether or not this calculation is reflected in the budget, that would be great. Thank you so much. The next question I have is around contraband. So about a month ago, several DOC staff and one detainee were caught bringing illicit drugs into one of the housing units in exchange for money and favors. The DOI report showed that these deals were made over Instagram and through text messages between detainees and involved DOC staff. Do the detainees have access to social media while in DOC custody? How, and if so, how is this possible?
So, thank you for that question. With respect to the report that you're referring to, I can tell you that the department takes every entrance of contraband is a very serious issue because it goes to the safety and security of everyone in our care. We work closely with our partners in our special investigation unit. We operate body scanners throughout 4 facilities. We have them at OBCC, EMTC, RNDC, and GRVC. We work closely with our security teams as people are coming in. You go through the body scanner, and it's randomized. You go through the magnometer, and if you are indicated as someone who needs to go through the scanner, you will go through the scanner. We take these issues very seriously. Our teams are on site looking, and we do tactical search operations, constantly going through on a daily basis to ensure that contraband does not enter our facilities. In the event that it does, we are, working with our partners at DOI. If there are investigations, we work collaboratively with them to ensure that that is meted out through our facilities.
I don't think I heard any. Did you answer the question around use of social media?
So the individuals in custody should not have access to social media.
DOI has several recommendations to avoid future incidents, such as moving staff lockers outside of the jail facilities and hiring outside contractors to be security at front entrances. Has the department begun to make any of these changes?
We are reviewing DOI's recommendations and will provide DOI with an update.
Okay. Just one more question. Thank you so much, chairs. This is about the use of chemical agents. So in the preliminary hearing, the department stated that they were still in the process of reviewing the use of chemical agents. And the report released by the Board of Corrections in February, where investigators found that chemical agents were used 2,972 times during the first 10 months of 2023. Now that I would hope you had time to review this report, what is the department's current budget for chemical agents? And is the department concerned that over-reliance on chemical agents is an inefficient use of agency resources?
Do we have the budget? Okay.
Sorry about that. Good morning. AC Pasquarelli, budget. Hello? As for a specific amount in our budget, we have a large security and I guess overall operational budget that we do fund the chemical agents from, but we do not have specific slot in our budget for that. But it is, we can purchase it as necessary.
Okay, I know the DOC responded to the report saying that they agree and recognize that spraying individuals who are already struggling to breathe is exceedingly problematic, and department officials agreed that the use of chemical agents was unnecessary and that other steps should have been taken to de-escalate situations. So if you could just explain to us if any changes have happened in the department or will happen moving forward to avoid unnecessary use of chemical agents?
So the department recently received a grant of $250,000 to provide training covering crisis intervention and de-escalation. So there's a concerted effort around that area, and I can turn it over to my colleague who's in charge of training and development to discuss other training that's provided.
Yeah, I apologize, Chair. It's just because you just mentioned the crisis intervention training. So while you're speaking about it, if you could just share with us how many current uniformed staff have already received the training, and how many of those staff are assigned on a steady basis to the facilities that a previous council member mentioned that house folks with serious mental illnesses.
So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we can get them to you at a later time. And what was your last question? I apologize.
Just wanted to know how many staff are assigned on a regular basis to any of the facilities where something like this probably would be most beneficial.
All right, so we'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to say that was like a little disingenuous to like throw out this training that you can't really sort of articulate what you're doing there, how many people have been trained as a way to kind of combat the question around the department's agreeance that using chemical agents instead of a de-escalation strategy is a better strategy, but you can't really articulate how you've actually implemented that strategy. So I just wanted to note that was like a little, it was like nice,
So-
something to say, but I think it was like a hint of like disingenuous there.
Well, I'm being very transparent and nothing but honest. And I
Okay.
would like to turn over some, more detail to my colleague who actually provides the training, but I can tell you that all of the individuals who graduate from the academy undergo, specialized training to reduce violence. Right.
Just need to swear you in.
State your name, please.
Jeremiah Johnson.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, council member. My name is Dr. Jeremiah Johnson. I'm the acting deputy commissioner of training and development. The training and development division is responsible for providing both initial and in-service trainings to our uniformed staff. We are taking and have taken a deep dive into the Board of Correction report that you referenced, and the Training and Development Division is working proactively to assess some of those recommendations that have been made that pertain particularly to training, both of correction officers and of supervisors. So we do have a curriculum review committee that meets monthly. It has both internal subject matter experts and external members that have agreed to serve on this committee, and we are taking very seriously these matters that have been raised by the report, and plan to make revisions of that curriculum so that we can improve our training to achieve the outcomes that need to happen to ensure that both our officers and persons in custody are safe, and to limit any unnecessary uses of chemical agents.
Thank you for your answers. I look forward to getting answers around reentry. Thank you so much, Chairs.
I just have a quick follow-up on that while you're here. In March, we asked about, what precautions you're taking to ensure that officers are following proper de-escalation protocols and proper protocols for use of chemical agents. We asked if you had read the BOC report around it. You said you were still going through it. It's about 7 or 8 pages, and that you were going to be presenting at a BOC hearing that would have been the following week some of your responses to that. I don't know if you have an update or what responses were provided at that hearing, if you could share some of that.
our memories.
Yeah,
in terms
I'm
of
just
which
going
of the
literally by the
reports.
transcripts from March's preliminary budget hearing. We had talked about the chemical agents piece. There was the BOC report. It was about 7 or 8 pages outlined, both incidents that had recently happened, including an individual who was sprayed with a chemical agent while handcuffed to a wheelchair, I think. And we had brought it up. You said you were still reading through it. You were going to present a report at a following BOC hearing that would be the next week from the March hearing. So I was just wondering if you had presented anything at that hearing, if you could provide an update on what you presented there.
We can share the update with them.
We'll be more than happy to share the update with you.
Okay, I know that you mentioned, so great, we're looking forward to that follow-up, but I know that you mentioned some training. Some of the other recommendations in that report were to use a less intense, I don't know the right word for the chemical, but less intense or less harsh version of the chemical agent. So in your current budget, are you planning to change the, I don't know the right terminology, degree or intensity of chemical agent that you are purchasing moving forward?
Not at this time.
Okay. Some of the other recommendations were around staffing protocols and having certain staff at the right time. Have you made any changes to your deployment around the issue of chemical agents, particularly in the area where there's the mental health observation units?
That's ongoing. I don't believe we've rolled that out just yet.
You did roll it out, or
No,
you will
we have not rolled that out just
Okay.
yet.
Okay, so it's been a couple months. Those were pretty egregious incidents where, I think one person was on suicide watch. Most of these incidents happened in the mental health observation units where people were sprayed. There wasn't proper staffing in line to follow any form of protocol. So I'm just curious, why that hasn't been implemented to create safety. I mean, especially for people on suicide watch.
So I'll be able to give you an update following this meeting.
Okay. Additionally, a lot of this was found, a lot of what actually happened was able to be kind of debunked because of body-worn cameras. Are officers currently wearing body-worn cameras?
So on approximately 2 weeks ago today, we had a captain on duty who suffered injuries as a result of the body-worn camera that she had on her person. As a result, at the time looking at the incident, my initial response was to probably take that particular model offline. Upon learning that's the only model in operation, out of an abundance of caution, we removed all of the body-worn cameras offline. And we are working with the manufacturer on, they're looking into what caused the body-worn camera to ignite. We anticipate hearing back from the manufacturer tomorrow. Upon learning the results, I'll make a determination on next steps with respect to the body-worn camera.
Okay.
So
if
in
folks
the
are-
absence of a body-worn camera, I just want to reiterate that we have over 12,000 cameras throughout department-wide, and we also have handheld cameras that we are utilizing
Okay.
To capture any of these incidents.
Okay, just one other question related to it while we're on topic. Prior to that incident, many officers were not wearing their body-worn cameras, and the department had attributed this to
The back ends.
the mounting plates. So, have you all purchased the mounting plates? Given this new information about the body-worn cameras, will you be moving forward with that same mounting plate model? Is there a budget line for that?
Yes, so we've identified the mounting plate that would be best used, and we're in the process of purchasing those plates.
Okay, great. I'm going to turn it back over. Chair.
Questions from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Narcisse.
Good morning, afternoon, or like brunch time.
Still morning.
It's definitely giving brunch. But I just have a couple of questions. And one, I just want to start off by saying this week I got a very frantic call from a mom who was very concerned about her son who was in custody. And one, to even start off, I think your team was super responsive. I reached out to I think it was John Carlos, and my team reached out to Intergov, and things were taken care of expeditiously. However, I'm always concerned when people have to call my office to get services. And I'm happy that the mother knew to reach out to my office so that we could help, but we had an incident where her son was in custody. He's a diabetic. He wasn't getting access to food, and she was very scared that he was gonna die. And she wasn't getting any response from anyone in the facility, and she couldn't get access to him, and she was getting no answers. And it literally took her calling my office for her to get answers. And so I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the protocol and what's the responsiveness around these issues when you have someone in your custody that is diabetic and sick and need access to medicine. And apparently no one was listening to him, and no one was being responsive to the mom until my office intervened. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what this process looks like. No one knows? No. Oh, you coming? Okay, hi.
James Saunders again. So with respect to access to care, the department makes sure that all detainees have access to care through CHS and sick call. Individuals who have high acuity needs are placed in the most appropriate setting.
And so I hear what you're saying, even having access and blah, blah, because access that's subjective. But the question is more around, like, no one was listening to him. He was telling them that he was diabetic. He needed food. His mom was calling. She wasn't getting answers. And so saying you have access, again, that's kind of subjective, because, yeah, it could be a facility there and the things could be there. But if he's not getting the care, then he's not getting it.
I understand. So I don't really want to get into the details
But I need you to get into details.
Out of respect for this person's
No, I'm not asking you
privacy.
to talk about him specifically. I'm asking you to get into the details of what is the protocol, because that's the question. I'm not asking about this individual. What I'm saying is we have people in custody, and their parents are saying that they're calling, they're not getting access, and you're saying they're getting access. They're not. So it's there, but they're not getting it. And so I need to get details on the protocol and what that looks like.
So we receive a lot of grievances and complaints from legal aid, other attorneys that are representing clients in our care and custody, from parents and loved ones about individuals who are in our care. All those complaints are routed through.
How long does that take? So if a lawyer or parent or someone complains, how long does that take?
The routing of it?
Yeah, how long does that take? I'm in custody right now. I'm in your custody. A parent calls and say that there's a complaint. How long does that process take? Because she called on Saturday. We reached out on Monday, and it took my office, it took a full day or two to get it done. So if it took my office 2 days, and she was saying he was in custody since the following week, how long does it take for a complaint to be go through the process? Because at that point, they could be dead. I just want to point that out.
I would have to defer to our colleagues who handle those types of grievances, but I can tell you that anytime we receive an urgent message about a loved one in our custody, we immediately transfer that information to our colleagues at CHS so that that individual can be produced to the clinic immediately. So we don't sit on any of these complaints or concerns.
Councilmember Stevens, if I may. As the former Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Programs, internally we've identified staff that can receive the phone calls, not just from your staff members, but from parents, advocates, and attorneys. I would like to send an internal contact information sheet for the members of council in order for us to better tackle that, because I cannot imagine the feeling of anyone having a family member seeking treatment or care. So if you allow me, I would like to send you key messages.
Absolutely, and again, I said, when my office reached out, you guys were super responsive. Like, you guys were giving us updates. The mother was then called, and it was a response. But that should not be the case.
Well, do you know what outreach the parent did?
Yes, they said that they were calling the facility. They were getting in contact with the lawyers. There was a number of things that they did before they got to me. And so that is my issue, that it should not take that long. Because if you're saying that a complaint comes in, what's the process? How long does that complaint take? Where does it go? I would love to hear what that looks like, and not just well, we take them all serious. Of course. Okay, well, what does that look like? What's the process? What's the timeline? If a complaint comes in today, how long does that take for it to actually be compliant? Because I know that there's different channels, it has to be transferred, all those things. On average, how long does that take?
Well, typically when someone reaches out to the facility, they are responsive in addressing the need. I can tell you personally, I get emails, calls daily from parents, just as you've described, and that outreach is done instantaneously. If it's something where I need our CHS partners to assist, I mean, DC Saunders is copied along with the CHS operations to ensure that people are seen right away. I think what it sounds like here too is we would possibly also need to let you know, like CHS's information, if there's, you know, if someone wants to reach out to them directly as well. But our offices of grievances, once they get a complaint in, that's something that's routed to the stakeholder right away. I can tell you, working in legal, if I got that came in on a legal intake email, that's something I would look into right away, especially if it as it pertains to medical care.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a bit concerned because it's if saying that it happens instantly, and I have this mother on the phone crying and very concerned that her child's going to die because she's not being responsive. There's clearly a glitch in the matrix, and so we got to figure that out to make sure that's not happening. Again, I have no problem reaching out, and I love when folks are reaching out to our office and understand and see us as a resource. But for me, it's always a spotlight, like, well, there's something must be going on. So now we have to dig. And so, one, I would definitely love to follow up to figure out what the protocol looks like. How does that make sure that people who are being detained, their family and lawyers and folks have access to make sure that they're getting the care that they're getting, because her biggest fear was that he was going to die. He was not getting the proper food. He had not had medical treatment, and she thought that he was going to die. And again, like I said, when we called and we intervened, things moved very quickly. But when she was reaching out, there was no movement, and she did not feel like there was any movement. But I know there is my time.
I'd like to just get a little bit more information as to who she contacted so we can look into it on our end so that this doesn't occur again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Questions from Councilmember Narcisse.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, chairs, and thank you for being here. My question, if a detainee is brought to Bellevue Hospital ward, they primarily reside on DOC's medical unit on the 19th floor. Is that true? What symptoms, please take note, I'm using my time wisely. What symptoms would be necessary for a detainee to be assigned to a private room in the ICU? Are there funds in the department's budget to account for hospital stays of such nature, to have private rooms with television and private phone lines? So if it's not, then what funds are used to pay such stays? My following question: missed medical appointments have been an issue. We know that. Can you share your data from last year to this year on missed appointment and why they missed their appointment? And let me tell you, I'm very much interested, especially for the mental health. So I'm let you answer those. If I have more time, then I'll come back.
Hi, thank you for the question. Again, James Saunders, Deputy Commissioner, Health Affairs, Compliance and Quality. So with respect to admission to the Bellevue Hospital prison ward, the decision to admit someone to the hospital is made by the clinical provider, the health authority, Correctional Health Service. When they indicate that a person is suffering from some acute medical issue, they are the ones who make that determination to transfer that individual from Rikers or from a court setting over into the hospital setting. And that person could be routed to the medical emergency room or to the CPEP, mental health emergency room. With respect to a private room with the TV and those other things, if an individual needs to be outposted outside of 19 in Bellevue Hospital, again, that's a clinical determination based on the individual's symptoms and clinical needs. And so, for example, if a person has to be put on the 10th floor of Bellevue, which is the intensive care unit, that is a clinical decision made by the providers in the hospital. With respect to clinic production, give me a moment to pull up some data from last year, but I think we're doing pretty well with respect to non-production.
The thing is, I understand the medical, because I'm a nurse. I understand the medical have to make the medical decision. But now, if they have to be to the floor, I got that. Are there funds in the department budget on the account to have in the private room, if they have to be in the private room?
So I'm not sure how that billing occurs. I know that it is a hospital stay. It's not they're not in the jail setting. And so I believe that, not speaking for the H&H FISCAL folks, but if you're in the hospital will be able to bill for those services. That person should qualify for an insurance product, either Medicaid or.
So anything, because don't they, like to have a telephone, to have those kind of things, television and phone line, usually it's a family, but now family is not paying. So do you have that into budget? Because I'm sure the hospital is not paying for those. I used to be in the hospital too. They don't pay for those private things.
Correct. I don't think that those amenities are provided.
They're not provided.
I don't believe they are. But I can certainly check and just confirm.
Okay. So now we're going back to the missed appointment. Who's answering that for me?
So with respect to missed appointments, in 2022, there were approximately 6,000 instances of missed clinic encounters due to a lack of escort, out of over 575,000 scheduled clinic encounters. So no escort accounted for about 5.2% of all non-production in calendar year 2022. Moving to calendar year 2023, that number dropped significantly to approximately 3,900 out of over 600.
3,900?
3,900 out of over approximately 620 scheduled clinic encounters. That means that a lack of escort occurred in less than 1% of all scheduled clinic encounters. So that's approximately 3.4% of all non-productions in calendar year 2023. So I can tell you that in the last 2 months, February and March, I think our numbers have been pretty good in that it's approximately only 1% of non-productions are related to no escorts. But no escorts, lockdowns, and other matters could prevent the individual from being produced to the clinic. So, but we can tell you that right now it's only about 1% of non-production.
Yeah. I can say in the real world, because I understand we're in a challenging time, but what are the steps are you taking to make sure that we have enough escort? Because we're talking about medical, things that cannot wait. And then I'm interested in the mental health part, because the mental health part that I have appointment, I cannot see that missing, because the fact is people are not functional when you have mental problem.
So based on your level of mental acuity, you would be placed in a PACE, CAPS, or an MO unit. Clinical services are provided directly on those units. Those individuals do not need to be brought to the clinic for mental health services.
So most of those mental, they don't need to go outside for checkup, or they have a psychiatrist outside? All the psychiatrists is within?
So the mental health providers are on that unit with respect to, if it's a PACE unit, they have offices on that unit. And I think with respect to PACE, there are 2 encounters a day on the PACE units and CAPS units. In MO housing, I think it's a lower level of acuity. Again, the mental health providers are on those units. They go there directly. So this idea, and I just want to make sure that we remove any concept of people missing mental health appointments for people who are in acute or have high acuity needs with respect to mental health. Those services are brought to them.
Okay. So they're not missing any appointment when it comes to mental health. They are being seen on 100%.
Correct. So if you're on a MO, mental observation house, the services are brought there. Now, if they have a non-mental health or a medical issue, let's say they need some wound care follow-up, that service would require transport and production to the clinic, from the unit to the clinic for follow-up care.
So within those that are missing the medical part, anyone that have acute, why they're missing the appointment, why we don't have, is there some of them that they are, that's the decision not going, what's that percentage? I didn't get that percentage on that one.
So we produce a report pursuant to Local Law 132 of 2019 that actually discusses, that monitors the percentage of non-production. And I can tell you that the overwhelming majority of non-production relates to individuals refusing to attend their appointments. And so, of the data that we measure. It could be because I don't want to go, I'll go later, or other reasons.
All right, I'm going to leave it as that. Thank you, Chairs.
Chair Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few other questions, and then that's it from me. I did want to go back to, just quickly, on the 6A program. You mentioned in 2022 you released 62 people, and in 2023, 10. And I was just curious what accounts for such a drastic difference.
Thank you, Chair. I know that for 2022, we had an internal switch of staff that impacted how quickly we were doing the assessments. We have since addressed the matter, and in fact are training an additional staff member to broaden our scope and to ensure that assessments are done quicker.
So at sometime in 2022, you had a change in staff in order to make it faster, but then in the next year, you'd only released 10 people. So in 2022,
I meant 2023.
Okay,
yes.
I'm
sorry.
Okay, so in 2023, you had a staff change that jammed up the process, and now you've addressed that. So how many staff are working on the 6A program, or doing the assessments?
Okay, so the assessment was being done by one person. Right now, we have transitioned into two.
Okay, and so what's their caseload? Like, what is their day like in terms of, how many people they're looking at?
The process is ongoing because any sentenced person's case or scenario could change. It can also be as a number of days left in the sentence. Presently, I have 2 staff members looking at approximately 152.
Do you think you could benefit from additional staff?
We always welcome additional staff.
Okay. Will you be seeking additional resources for additional staff?
We are currently evaluating. We'll see how having the second staff member is able to speed up the process.
Okay.
We'll be more than happy to discuss after we've done that analysis.
Do you think you'll be able to achieve more than 62 releases this year? What are you projecting?
So we've projected 30 so far. There's always room for improvement, but as I mentioned, we always adhere to our internal assessment, but it's contingent on the number of sentenced individuals.
Okay.
So we're on an ongoing basis. We're always looking at what is happening to that specific population.
Okay. I'm going to move now. On April 18th, the Federal Monitor's report described a new unit, the General Population Max. This unit was to address gaps in the department's options for managing people with, quote, a propensity for violence in the department's custody. Can you give us an update on this program? We asked about it in March. Yes, can we get a status update?
Thank you, Chair Nurse Nancy Savasta, Acting General Counsel. We are finalizing, working on those plans with the monitor, and they're currently under review, and we'll be happy to provide them to the council as soon as they are finalized.
Okay, do you anticipate that that unit opening up in the next 3 months, this year?
We are hoping to see that unit open within this fiscal year.
Within this fiscal year, thank you. Okay, I just had a question about the Renewable Rikers Act. I asked this at the last March hearing. Every 6 months, under the law, every 6 months, you're supposed to be transferring land or buildings over to DCAS. As of yet, this administration has not transferred a single parcel of land over. So what are the plans to be in compliance with the law?
Every 6 months, we do an evaluation of any land that is available for possible transfer, and up to date, we have not found any land that is not in active use.
You have not found land that is not in active use?
For possible transfer.
For possible
that's correct.
transfer. So last summer, we went, myself, Councilmember Gutierrez, Gennaro, we did a whole tour outside the facilities and stood outside giant, felt like football fields of underutilized land that was not currently transitioned to DCAS. Some of this was around adjacent to RDNC. I mean, what is your criteria for determining whether land is underutilized or not being used? Because what I saw was just open grass fields.
Sure. We take into account whether or not the land is may be utilized in the immediate future, or whether it's part of our secure perimeter. But we can follow up with more details.
These weren't part of the secure perimeter because some of them were in interior of the island. This wasn't the shoreline. So my understanding is we're closing the facilities. We're not building new facilities. So what does it mean to have future use of a completely open field?
We'll get back to you with more information about
Yeah, I mean, we've asked
evaluation
about
criteria.
this multiple times. I've asked about this over the last 2 years at every single DOC hearing I've been to. So I'm just not understanding the rationale. It would be really helpful to get in writing, what is your criteria for future use, underutilization, and why can't these parcels that are just sitting there empty be transferred over? I mean, this is now moving into 5 times of noncompliance. This administration says they are willing to follow the law as they're obligated to, but yet they are not. So I don't understand what's happening.
The law requires us to evaluate and determine whether or not the land is in active use, and we will follow up certainly.
But the land is not in active use.
Ma'am, I don't know exactly which parcel you're referring to, so we can follow up.
We can walk it together.
I would love to.
I mean, you can look on a Google map, most of it is empty. A lot of it is empty, just sitting there. Okay. We also had, in March, we asked about the cost of operating the energy generators on Rikers Island that continue to burn gas and diesel fuel. DOC has filed an application to remove the pollution limits. In the follow-up, you said DOC is paying a consultant $680,000 to do the permit paperwork. What exactly is the consultant doing for $680,000?
So this really refers to our cogeneration plant on the island. So they do all studies, surveys, air sampling, monitoring, and they come in with a team of people and basically sample everything, get all of our fuels and air qualities tested, sent off, and then certified. That's all part of the permit process. We have to provide a ton of documents.
Okay, how long is the contract period for the consultant?
It's through DCAS, and I believe it's an ongoing 5-year contract.
Okay, thank you.
And again, this is in partnership with DCAS and the renewable.
Yeah, the follow-up we got didn't really have much detail. So, it said that DOC hired a consultant to renew its Title V air permit, which is just pretty vague, so with a large number. So I was asking, what are the details of that? A few more questions. So this is kind of follow-up to our hearing in April on the grievances system. When we spoke, we spent several hours going through some of the concerns and issues with the grievance process. You all testified that you were currently in the process of reviewing your system and that you would be able to give us some kind of assessment or outcomes or plan. What's the status of your review?
Good afternoon. We did conduct a review as stated. We went back to, and one of the reviews is redefining the definition that you requested. A teletype went out for that. We also is continuing to review it, and we should have something very, very soon to give you an update.
So you said you did do a review.
We did conduct
the review is completed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any recommendations or changes that you can share with us today?
No, I do not have any recommendations. I will update you.
Okay, I think it's pretty urgent that we see some of those changes, given, you know, the volume of sexual assault allegations, abuse allegations that have come out. We discussed at the hearing that many of these were known about and simply unaddressed, so it would be really, really important to see some of those changes soon. When do you think you'd be able to give something to the council, since the review is completed?
So we should be able to give something to the council in the coming weeks.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. Lastly, we also spoke at the hearing about some of the reporting that you all provide to us. You committed to us to provide reporting in machine-readable format, and we got PDFs. So just trying to understand what's up with that. You guys said you would help us out.
We did commit to provide you the Excel sheet. We would take care of that.
Okay, that would be
And I
very, very
apologize.
helpful. It's
I
a charter
apologize.
mandate. It's not, you know,
Yes,
we're not
ma'am.
asking for a favor.
You're absolutely right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair.
I just have two final things on with regard to staffing. I know we talked a little bit before about the uniform positions versus civilian positions. Has the department analyzed how many uniform positions could be safely performed by civilians? And if you did that analysis, what did it find?
Hey, Chair Brennan. So the department does actively review what we like to call civilianization. We, in our attempt to comply with the mayor's office reduction for overtime this year, we put that analysis together and been working with them. So we identified approximately 200 roles that we were trying to civilianize, which is, as you noted, roles or posts that uniformed staff are undertaking that civilians can do. We are actively trying to do that, and we are recruiting in the same form.
Is any of that reflected in the executive budget?
From a budget standpoint, it is not.
Is there a reason why?
We are working to utilize the resources that we currently have in the budget to fulfill those. There are plenty of heads, and the 13% vacancy rate you noted earlier today is we're attempting to utilize that.
Okay, a final question from me. I know the department had previously testified that new staff scheduling software had been under development. Has that been completed?
Yes, the department did procure electronic scheduling software system.
Okay, and how's it going?
It's going pretty good. It gives us a broader aspect of the number of staff members we have in each facility at any given time, so we could deploy efficiently.
Okay, Commissioner and your team, thank you very much for your testimony today. We look forward to working with you to pass this budget.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear from the Department of Probation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please find your seats. Once again, please find your seats. Please ensure that all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. We shall reconvene momentarily. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we're good. Good? Thank you, Sarge. Okay. Is it afternoon yet? Yep. It is. Good afternoon. We're now ready to begin the second executive budget hearing of the day, where we focus on the Department of Probation. Councilmember Justin Brannon, I chair the Finance Committee, and I'm still joined by Councilmember Nurse, who chairs the Committee on Criminal Justice. In addition to those that joined us previously, we've been joined by Councilmember Hudson. Welcome, Commissioner Holmes and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. As I mentioned previously, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. Department of Probation's proposed FY25 budget of $110.6 million represents less than 1% of the administration's total FY25 budget. This is an increase of $4.9 million or 4.7% from the $105.7 million that was originally budgeted in the FY25 preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions, mostly $3.2 million in federal funds for the NYCHA Work Readiness Program. And as of March 2024, DOP had 209 vacancies relative to their FY24 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary response, we called on the Mayor to add $9.2 million for new investments to youth alternative to incarceration and detention programs, as well as to undo the pegs to the Next Steps and Arch's youth intervention and safety programs. The administration instead chose to continue these cuts and reject the Council's call for new investment in our at-risk youth. This is an example of the Mayor's restorations in the executive plan touching just a fraction of the cuts made to key programs, which we found were never necessary to begin with. After setting aside nearly $3 billion to protect against economic risks and under budgeting, and $500 million for the rainy day fund, the Council's analysis still identified $1.63 billion in resources unaccounted for in the Mayor's preliminary budget for programs and restorations and investments, just like we called for here. Never mind being the better financial choice, it's morally better to intervene to prevent at-risk youth from falling into the justice system in the first place, rather than to increase incarceration. My questions today will largely focus on the Local Conditional Release Commission and the ATIs. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Nurse, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Good afternoon. Good to see you again, Commissioner Holmes, and the rest of your leadership team. I'm not going to give a whole statement, but just want to say that, I think probation has such a critical role to play moving forward so we can achieve the legal mandate of closing Rikers. I mean, this is the strongest pillar we have in an institution, and so the scrutiny and focus on this that I suspect we'll get into today is because we care about it so much, and we see it as the pathway, especially taking care of our younger folks. So I'm looking forward to hearing updates and some follow-ups from the questions we had, particularly around Next Steps, Arches, the NEON program. So we are going to dive into all of that today. But just thank you for being here, and we look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Now I'll turn it over to Committee Counsel to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to councilmember questions? Juanita Holmes? Sharon Goodwin? Joan Gardner? Andrea McGill? Bridget Hamblin? Matthew Lynch? Thank you. You may begin.
Just make sure your mic's on.
Good afternoon. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, Chair Nurse, and members of the Council. I am Juanita Ann Holmes, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Probation. Accompanying me today are Deputy Commissioners Bridget Hamlin and Andrea McGill, as well as other members of our executive team. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the important undertaking by the Department of Probation and our executive budget for the fiscal year 2025. The New York City Department of Probation stands in the forefront of community corrections, committed to a transformative mission. We are dedicated to integrating accountability with a robust support system that enhances community and family ties for those under probation supervision by providing tailored education and employment opportunities. We aim to improve our clients' life skills. Our probation officers craft personalized interventions and supervision plans, deeply informed by an understanding of each client's unique circumstances and support networks. While cultivating trust and fostering positive relationships, it is the Department of Probation's responsibility to ensure effective supervision that significantly contributes to the safety and well-being of our city. For fiscal year 2025, the Department of Probation has an executive budget of $110.6 million as compared to our fiscal year 2024 adopted budget of $119.9 million. This is an 8.4% or $9.3 million reduction. Of the executive budget, $72.6 million is for personal services and $37.9 million is for other than personal services. $86.2 million are city tax levy funds, $14.9 million are state funds, $6.3 million are intra-city funds, and $3.15 million are grant funds. The Department of Probation has a total budgeted headcount of 1,081 individuals, of which 611 are in the title of probation officers and 183 are in the title of supervising probation officers. However, the Department of Probation's total actual headcount is at 832, down 23% or 249 members. In the title of probation officer, our actual headcount is 389, down 36%, or 222. And in the title of supervising probation officers, our actual headcount is 169, down 8%, or 14. As it stands, workforce attrition presents a challenge to the department. However, we are steadfastly prepared to overcome it. In contrast with fiscal year to date 2024, the Department of Probation has provided supervision to it should say an additional 3,378 adult clients, which is a 17% increase from the 2,828 in fiscal year to date 2023. Fiscal year to date 2024, Department of Probation has provided supervision to 955 juveniles, which is a 28% increase from 688 in fiscal year to date 2023. Despite these hurdles, we continue to prioritize our mission and our clients through effective case management and programming. Our probation officers oversee adult clients, typically handled around 50 cases on average. Each of these cases are unique, requiring different court mandate conditions and supervision levels. Consequently, our probation officers are required to continually evaluate and prioritize their cases. For this reason, the Department of Probation has placed an emphasis on strengthening case management within our agency. We have created branches within our operations division specifically for individuals who were sentenced to probation as a result of a firearm or sex offense charges and require intent engagement supervision. Additionally, we have integrated our ICM program across every borough, expanding our ability to handle more cases. Assigning cases to specific branches and highlighting their priority level assist in streamlining the management of our caseload. Department of Probation is also intent on upgrading our case management system to reflect the information and data that is helpful in determining resource allocation, compliance, and outcomes. These efforts aid DOP in managing internal efficiencies and promote effective supervision. Notably, the Department of Probation has secured approval to hire an additional 100 probation officers and has recently submitted a PAR for an additional 150 more. To enhance probation officers' recruitment, the Department of Probation is engaging in ongoing discussions with DCAS to increase the frequency of the probation officer exam. Additionally, the Department of Probation plans to refine the notice of exam to reflect clearer job requirements. Our recruitment strategy has also become more focused, with efforts including attendance to hiring halls, schools, and career fairs. We are also modernizing recruitment methods by integrating approaches such as the use of QR codes and tablets, allowing for the Department of Probation to assist individuals wanting to apply on-site. We are also strengthening the skills of our probation officers by revolutionizing the training probation officers receive in our academy. The new curriculum, crafted from feedback of Department of Probation employees focus groups, emphasizes case management, compliance with code of conduct, and technologically proficiencies, along with other state-required peace officers courses. Each recruit is now provided with a laptop to facilitate access to the department's Caseload Explorer training site, where they gain insight into case management protocols and are receiving firsthand experience of an officer's daily operations, all while still learning and training at our academy. By integrating laptops into the training curriculum, we now have the ability to replicate every technical function and standard of an officer's task and are strengthening recruits with the tools and resources necessary to excel in their future roles. Recruits are also learning chain of command, accountability, integrity, and structure, all of which are essential to our department's mission. Our new training curriculum will produce a more well-rounded probation officer by enhancing their technical skills and character traits vital to supporting our clients and the department. We recently swore in a class of probation officers who are the first to receive the enhanced 5-month training. Department of Probation is also focusing on professional development of our current workforce. Particularly, we have created promotional opportunities that have not been presented to our current employees in over a decade. This month, our probation officers will be able to, supervising probation officers, will be able to take the administrative probation officer's exam, which creates a highly sought-after path to promotion. This is in addition to adding in-service training for our existing probation officers. This training will be offered through the academy and will present a strong correlation to the job duties and functions of a probation officer. Department of Probation is committed to ensuring that the best services are provided to our clients. 2 months ago, we discussed our role in NEON expansion. Our live RFP went unanswered, and after many discussions with our approved list of vendors, unfortunately, the RFP remains unanswered. However, the Department of Probation has and continues to provide assistance and support in obtaining any and all governmental services. Department of Probation also the Department of Probation also offers and is exploring many of the vocational programs for our clients, such as CDL license courses, welding courses, drone operations, and specialty certifications. We have also developed a yearly schedule where we will be able to offer various programming at multiple locations several times throughout the year. Increased programming and services ensure our allocated budget will be used to support our clients through programming and the offering of educational and employment opportunities, thereby improving public safety. Department of Probation is pleased to announce that we have soft-launched our new program locator, which can be found in our Department of Probation website. This locator will allow clients and community members to locate programs and resources in and around their neighborhood or current location. This function also provides users with the opportunity to sign up for programs as well. Our program locator offers individuals anywhere in the city the opportunity to find services or discover programs in their area with the click of a button. Our program and evaluation team continues to engage in communication and collaboration with our program partners, which in turn has elevated performance and increased community engagement. Over the last fiscal year, our Arches program has seen an increase in new enrollees from 221 in fiscal year 2023 to 281 in fiscal year 2024. We have also seen an increase in the total number of individuals served by Arches from 299 in fiscal year 2023 to 343 in fiscal year 2024, placing the program at a 75% of its max capacity. Through innovative partnerships with individuals and organizations across the city, the Department of Probation is committed to revolutionizing the support system for those on probation, providing not just services, but transformative support that positively impacts their lives. Credible messengers are at the heart of this revolutionary approach, forming unique relationships with individuals under probation supervision and inspiring them to change their thinking, attitudes, and actions. Since the preliminary budget hearing, the Department of Probation has taken a groundbreaking step by hiring 2 credible messengers as community coordinators. This title reflects the essential qualifications and skills needed to elevate their roles within our agency. Our credible messengers are drafting and delivering powerful, scripted messages to our clients about the services, programs, and support available under the Department of Probation supervision. They also collaborate closely with our probation officers and violence interrupters to foster lasting positive change within our communities. This collaborative effort is a testament to our belief that working together makes stronger and more effective relationships. We recognize that the importance of focusing our efforts on education, employment, and restorative programs as they play a pivotal role in reducing recidivism and promoting long-term success. Therefore, creating programs, experiences, and using innovations that will generate enthusiasm and capture the interests of our youth plays an important role in their engagement with the Department of Probation programs, while further reducing recidivism and leading to a safer city. This is one of the many reasons why we will be introducing virtual reality into our array of resources. We anticipate that virtual reality will offer multifaceted benefits as we further our mission. Virtual reality will serve as an interactive tool to assist our clients in developing communication, anger management, and conflict resolution skills by incorporating themes of personal responsibility, teamwork, and resilience. The virtual reality experience aims to work to develop their decision-making skills by presenting them with an opportunity to explore options in real-time scenarios and equipping them with essential life skills, making our clients less vulnerable to circumstances when faced with similar situations throughout their daily lives. Virtual reality will help promote positive values for our clients and help them build stronger community relations in a way we are all excited about. In addition, we are excited to report that our neon photography program will be expanding as well. Neon photography offers vocational training in classes modeled after college-level courses. Participants receive work readiness training, technical photography skills, and access to professional photography equipment in preparation to work as professional photographers. Some of our graduates have been hired for events such as the Met Gala, Tribeca Film Festival, New York Fashion Week, John McEnroe Tennis Tournaments, and Carnegie Hall. We have just hired a new videographer to join our team, and we are eager to expand the program from 6 locations with 100 participants to 10 locations servicing 200 participants across all boroughs this summer. We would like to thank Councilmember Powers and Councilmember Holden for your continued support of this for this initiative, as well as invite you to our Neon Photography's latest solo exposition opening at the Kente Royal Gallery in Harlem this July. With summers right around the corner, I would be remiss if I did not highlight the impressive work being done by the Department of Probation for the Summer Youth Employment Program. Our probation officers are extremely active in supporting every young person who is eligible for summer youth employment by assisting them in gathering documents, applying for the program, and guiding them throughout the process. This calendar year, Department of Probation has helped submit 1,008 emerging leader summer youth employment applications. This is over 200 more than the 798 we helped submit in calendar year 2023. Our probation officers' involvement does not end once the application is submitted. We are in constant communication with DYCD throughout the summer youth about each of our youth and use the information gathered to build on conversations with young people under supervision to ensure they are meeting program expectations as well as goals of their own. Our probation officers are dedicated to building trust and creating connections with our clients and the community. Our unwavering commitment to enhance the quality of services and support provided to our clients are a testament towards positive change within the department. Speaking of positive change, the department has recently eliminated the process that caused clients to change probation officers every time their risk level changes. This protocol was not beneficial to the client or the probation officer establishing a meaningful relationship. The Department of Probation will always be guided by our mission to divert individuals away from the criminal justice system and towards the path of positive change. We are fostering individual growth while simultaneously promoting public safety throughout our city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I want to jump right into it. So the mayor's preliminary management report describes Department of Probation as the largest and most robust alternative to incarceration in New York City. In addition, the DOP has long provided innovative and multi-pronged services to communities around the city, as well as New Yorkers on probation. However, many of the city's ATIs, reentry and other criminal justice programs are not budgeted in DOP, but are part of the miscellaneous budget administered through the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, among other agencies. Would DOP be able to take more responsibility for managing, administering, and overseeing the city's criminal justice and public safety programs?
DOP, as it stands now, naturally, we spoke about our headcount reduction and our efforts as far as recruitment and hiring and the additional academy classes that are going in the near future. So with the right amount of individuals serving as probation officers and supervising probation officers, we're able to handle any additional challenges, program services that we are met with.
So basically, if you were able to fill all your vacancies, you feel you'd be able to handle all that?
Yes.
Okay. And what additional resources would DOP need to effectively expand your ATI programming?
People. People. I mean, that's where we're down, and we have...
What's your current vacancy rate?
My current vacancy rate now is 249 head count, which 222 are probation officers.
And what's your total staff?
Total staff, actual staff is 832 as it stands. Total budgeted head count is 1,081.
Okay. Talk about the Local Conditional Release Commission. Could you update the committee on the work of this commission? How much funding is allocated in the executive plan for the commission? How many people are employed under it?
So I'll defer to my Deputy Commissioner of Legal.
Good afternoon. There is no line budget for the conditional release. The operations of the department will support what's needed for the conditional release. Currently, we have 2 members who are signed to support the commission, a director and a coordinator, and the supervision functions of the conditional release will be handled by our operations bureau.
So you're confident you can absorb this new task with what you have, with the budget you've got?
As the commissioner stated, that is the anticipated hope, but as she stated, we do need people.
Okay, have probation officers received any special training? Are you actively trying to hire more probation officers specifically for this new responsibility?
So all probation officers will be trained for the responsibility. It's not going to be, the supervision is not going to be different than any supervision that we're met with now. It's just a matter of having more probation officers be handling the increase in cases that we're anticipating as a result of the commission.
What is the eligibility criteria currently to be considered for release?
For release as it stands now, you have to be sentenced to a year. So you do have to be sentenced and have served 3 months of that year. There are some other eligibilities that the DC of legal can go over.
How many individuals who've been incarcerated have been then released by this commission?
The commission has not begun yet. We just had the final confirmation on April 24th. The council has confirmed the final 2 members. So we are scheduled to meet. We're just getting times and dates from the members of the commission. Some have vacations, weddings, et cetera. We're going into summer months, but we're scheduled to meet with corrections Tuesday on the 21st. So we anticipate next week to be meeting also with the commission. Just going over some of the trainings and protocols. Most members are familiar with it. They have the criteria, the statute that's related to that. Also, we have forwarded the application to the Department of Corrections. Naturally, they have 6A. I think this corresponds somewhat with that. But with that, we want to make sure that the applications are getting to the members. So logistically, we'll be ironing that out on the 21st, I believe it is, of May. We have a meeting pertaining to that.
And once the commission is up and running, how long will those release remain under your supervision?
How long will the release remain under?
They will be a period of 1 year. That's what's required.
1 year?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to turn over to Chair Nurse for some questions, and we've been joined by Councilmember Banks on Zoom. Chair Nurse.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Okay, I also want to talk a little bit about agency staffing. According to the New York State Comptroller's 2024 update on New York City staffing trends, the department has experienced on average 67 separations from payroll from July through January of each year prior to the pandemic. In FY24, the number of separations from payroll totaled 152 employees. Additionally, the department currently has over 200 vacancies when compared to its budgeted headcount. So can you speak to a little bit of what's driving this separation for so many people in comparison to previous years?
And we have the number. The attrition is, the number one reason is retirement. And I think that's followed by relocation or leaving the state. I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner of Administration. She has the exact breakdown.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. The attrition rate continues to rise, as you stated. The number one reason that we are seeing is within retirement, and also we looked at also individuals leaving for better paying jobs as well.
Okay, and in your recruitment processes, I mean, from my understanding, what the average starting salary is $50,000. Is that accurate?
The average salary,
not including all the benefits
the
and
average
everything.
salary for a probation officer is $55,000. However, the starting salary is $45,000.
Has there been any effort to try to push this up or negotiate for higher?
I know that the negotiation is currently ongoing with the union as well as OLR. I am in support of it. They deserve
Yeah.
more money, for sure. They do a lot of work, and a lot is expected of them.
I mean, given that this agency is going to carry so much of the casework for diverting people from Rikers, it would seem like that should be a clear call to action from the administration to meet that demand.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You testified that the average caseload is about 50. What about in high-risk units where you're supervising gun offenders? Is that of the same average caseload?
Right, it's of the same average caseload. That's the average for adults caseloads. That's why we parsed out those that need that intense supervision that we want to keep out of the system. So we created a separate branch just to oversee firearm offense individuals, sex offenses, because that requires special training, being able to peel back the onion when it comes to their social media platforms, which is a lot of times where victims are tempted to be located.
And what's the caseload for officers in that particular unit? How many people are they normally working with?
I'll turn it over to DC of Adult Service.
Yes. Good afternoon. Their caseload ranges between 25 and 30.
25 and 30. Okay. You mentioned you had, maybe you mentioned, trying to keep up, some community coordinators. Can you explain the role of the community coordinator and how their responsibilities differ from a probation officer?
Right, so community coordinators they pretty much deliver the program. So we have what we call a RAW program, which are our clients under supervision for robbery, assaults, and weapons. What we wanted to do was kind of revolutionize the community coordinators. Instead of just having someone up there kind of freelancing, we wanted more structured, right? Scriptive as far as the opening, but naturally the dialogue would be very diverse. So as a result of such, we found that they weren't being paid much. You know, I mean, somewhere as low as 30-something thousand, 40-something. So by converting over to community coordinator, we can afford to pay them a higher range of salary, and therefore be attractive to a different, selection of individuals applying for that particular job. But they will also be working with some of our violence interrupters, especially in RAW programs. But we want to see a more robust delivery, thought-provoking, facilitated, where they're actually engaging our clients to participate. So we were fortunate enough to hire at least 2 we were able to hire since the last time we were here.
Okay. And do you have a sense of what the average age of your POs are in the field?
I guess adults, you can speak to yours, DC of adults, and then DC of juvenile, you can speak to your average age.
Is it the average age of POs you're asking?
Yes.
Right.
The officers who are out in the field, folks who are doing house visits, things like that.
She doesn't have the data, but
I don't have that available, but I will follow up with you.
So,
in general, would you say this is a particular group of folks that are closer to retirement, or?
I would say that.
Okay, that would be.
I was going to say that based on what I'm experiencing and seeing them. Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. We noticed that at the city jobs website, there are, pretty serious vacancies for very senior leadership. I could read off a ton of roles, but, there's a lot of them. And then, of course, high turnover in your general counsel, deputy commissioners, executive agency, counsel for family court,
right,
director of HR. So can you speak to what's fueling this turnover?
Yes, so it's not really a turnover. So I like to think succession, right? And because we have people that are close to the age of retirement, I like to keep a pool of individuals. I don't want it last minute. We can't afford to have a position vacant in probation. And, from what I'm seeing, experiencing that with the probation officers, we have to function. So we actually put those positions were posted as a result of being able to forecast and think succession with interviewing several people. We just currently experience 2 vacancies for assistant commissioners, which we have pretty much already filled. It's just now the onboarding process.
Okay. I have some questions regarding recent changes to probation officer shifts, which my understanding now incorporates 2 shifts. There's a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and a 1 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is that
Right,
correct?
no, that's probably just rumors. You know, we've been exploring what works for them, because when I first walked in the door, I got numerous complaints about the tour as it exists. They want family, work-life balance. So people were complaining that they do currently now, I think in adult services, there's 3 tours of early tours, and then there's these 2 late tours during the week, 1 to 10, I believe it is. So based on that, we were exploring and asked supervisors, kind of put it out to the officers to see if having a steady tour may work for them, because they already encompass part of the weekend. And then with the steady tour, whichever one they prefer, if they have to do an earlier tour or a later tour to meet the curfew, check needs, or they can't reach a client because a client's working during the day or work during the evening, then they can do what we call a tour change, you know, on a particular day to meet with those requirements. But there's nothing, that's all exploratory. It's nothing that's been
So this
put in
is an
place.
exploratory, I mean, would you call it a pilot? I mean, how did this?
No, there's no
Okay.
pilot, there's no hours that's
So
been
was there any
changed.
communication?
There was
to
communication
employees
to
that there would be a shift change?
No, there was communication to management to speak with their employees to see would they prefer an early tour shift or a late tour shift. I think it was probably not communicated correctly.
Okay. So as of this moment, there is not a shift change?
No.
Okay. Okay. The rest of my questions have to deal with program restoration, and then I'll pass it on. I was going to talk about neon, next steps, and arches. So in March, when we asked about neons, you said it didn't launch. You testified that you didn't get any responses back to the RFP, that you were kind of targeting vendors that you thought would be able to provide the right service. You're testifying again that it remains unanswered. So just for clarity, are you saying that no entities have responded to the RFP at all?
Even speaking with them. So this particular RFP, just to make clear what it's designed to do is what we're already doing. It's designed to be able to access government funds or services. And as a result of such, we do that already in the NEONs. And in addition to that, I believe it was HRA during some of the meetings who stated that not only are we providing those services, but they have in close proximity to the NEONs their own office that does the same. And that could be the reason why we can't get a vendor to pick up this particular service. This particular service was a discussion with the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force. I was not part of probation then. I think I would go a different route. We're currently in discussions now to think about reappropriating this money to more programs and services. So I'm just waiting for some feedback to see if that's, you know, if we can do that.
Okay, that's fine. Just for clarity, so no one has picked this up. No one has even attempted.
No.
Okay. And what is the value of the RFP?
So I believe it's 800 and something thousand. Do you have the exact value?
$855,000.
But that's for three.
That's for 3 locations. Sorry,
For
Commissioner.
3 locations. Okay. And what is the current status of the Neon Plus Navigators program?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The Neon Plus Navigators program?
It's the same. Oh, it's the same thing.
Okay. What is the current status of the Made in New York animation project?
Matt.
Thank you, Councilmember. The Made in Animation project has served as one of our summer program providers for several years now. Typically, we received funding outside of department's budget to cover the animation project. This year, we didn't receive and aren't planning to receive any of that money. We know how important animation has been and how supportive they've been to our mission, how they've delivered really great services. And so we've been innovative in ways to find money to support the program. They are going to launch a summer session. We're really excited about it. We're providing upwards of $200,000 to them to provide that. So it's a portion of what they would have received previously, but they're going to be delivering summer services for nearly 200 young people that way.
200 young people. Did you? My understanding is this project typically serves 1,800 youth per year. So what is your projection for the coming fiscal year for serving?
So I can speak to what we're doing this summer. We are in conversations with animation and other city partners who have helped support this in the past to identify ways that we can continue this for the remainder of the 25 fiscal year. But as of right now, we only have summer
Only have
planning
enough for
built in.
200
Correct.
participants. Okay. What about the East Harlem satellite in partnership with Exodus and West Harlem satellite? Are those currently operational?
Yeah, outside of the neons, they're operational.
Okay. And how many people are these programs serving?
Oh, we're at 75% capacity now, are we? Matt, you can give the numbers, which are great. We did have an increase in participants.
I just want to clarify your question. The neons themselves are physical locations where we co-locate with community partners and deliver services. The neon programming portion is something that's quite different. So I could speak to the programs that live in and around and support those, but the operational locations, the commissioner just spoke directly to.
And the programs that are running out of those are operational? Those are up and running?
Yes. We currently, there is one program that is not running out of the Harlem location. That is our Neon Works, which we are trying to identify a vendor for currently. But the remainders of where our officers are present are delivering those services directly.
And you are able to give me or not give me participant numbers or impact numbers?
Not specifically broken down by borough at this time.
Okay. I'll request that in the follow-up. And the citywide neon director, is that position currently filled?
I'm sorry?
The citywide neon director, is that position currently filled?
I didn't even know.
It was filled?
Yes. That's
Okay,
filled.
it was listed on the website.
Oh, no, that's filled.
Okay.
That was filled right after the other person left.
Okay.
Immediately, it was backfilled.
Okay. So can you give us an update on next steps? I know that we talked about it at length in March. You had testified that Next Steps participants were going to be successfully connected to other programs, including Arches, Girls Talk, and Blue Chips. So can you update us on if all of those participants or how many were successfully connected to the program?
They all participants were connected to the program with the exception, I think it was maybe about 35 individuals that because of personal reasons, school, work, things of that nature, didn't accept the program. I believe the original number was 210.
And what are those 35 folks
210.
doing now?
I'm sorry?
What was put in place for those 35 folks?
So they are part of the programs that we were making mention of, Arches. I can turn it over to Matt. He can speak. He's our program evaluator.
Okay.
So there were 210 people that were connected to Next Steps at the time of non-renewal. Over 50% of them, or just about 50% of them, were connected to Arches. Nearly 25% were connected to, or had graduated, so they completed the program in real time. And the remainder are between our team and the Next Steps provider agencies and the other city agency partners that we've worked with. Reached out to them, the remaining folks, to find out what they were interested in, if they wanted to be connected to other programming. And the 30 or so that the commissioner mentioned at the time of the non-renewal had yet to be, the outreach had been made, but they had yet to be connected or contacted directly. So the phone calls had gone unanswered. But we are confident that our providers, because we've had conversations around since, continued that outreach to engage that population.
Okay. So 50% of folks who were Next Steps went into Arches, is what you're saying. My understanding is that one of the key differences between Arches and Next Steps is the way the cases are managed. In Arches, the PO serves as the case manager, but in next steps, the case management is provided by the program. And so when we're folding one into the other, plus having pegs to arches, how are you able to absorb that effectively? Are there any impacts to your program?
You said that the probation officers serve? I apologize.
I mean, it's not really a sticking point. The question is that Arches also is not fully restored, and so there were pegs to it. Yet you're folding in a pre-existing program that you shut down into it, 50% of the participants. So I'm just wondering the impact. How is Arches, which already had impacts with a peg,
right?
Now it's adding more.
Right.
How is that impacting the program?
Well, what we do with programs, we always over-forecast. So Arches was one of those programs where we saw where, I never say extra money, I don't even like to say that, but we saw where what was being used, and we saw that we had some overfunding, I like to say, because we forecast. And we always over-forecast when it comes to programs to make sure everybody has programs and services. So when you look at that cut that we had, which might have been 1.6 million, I believe, as a result of such, we still had several other million related, to the program. So there was no cuts to services or anything of that sort. As a matter of fact, we were under our head count as far as capacity in Arches. And as we testified to today, we now have an increase. And we're almost at 75% capacity when it comes to those particular programs served under the Arches umbrella.
Great. So you're saying you overestimated, so you will not be seeking additional funding for Arches?
I'm always seeking additional.
But I'm asking because you're telling me.
I'm always seeking additional funding, but being that we were met with all hands on deck peg, and we had to give up something because we over forecast, and with that projection, we were able to give up in that particular area without affecting the program and services, whether we onboarded new clients or not. Okay. So we have plenty of room there.
Okay. I just have one more question around the program and evaluation team, and then I'll open it up. The follow-up letter that we got after the preliminary hearing, you referenced the programs and evaluation team, which was created to review and evaluate programs run by DOP to ensure they are effective and leading to successful outcomes. I know also Councilmember Stevens had asked very plainly, are we engaging the participants to understand what kinds of programs that they want, that they would actively participate in. So I'm wondering if you could give us an update on the work that this team has done since implementation.
Yes, no, absolutely. Matt, do you want to speak to that? Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the program and evaluation team has formally been in place since early this year. We've transitioned many of our traditional program managers to take on an evaluation mechanism in their work, so that we're no longer just being the supporters for the program, the managers of the program, the fiscal reviewers of the program, but enhancing that to fully understand kind of what it takes to assess outcomes effectively. We have 2 new program evaluators that have come on deck in the last week, which we're really excited about. But your question specifically around how the program and evaluation team, and I would say even broadly across the Department of Probation, has incorporated feedback from clients, from program participants on the services that they want and need. We have, across many of our programs, you mentioned Animation Project, at the end of every single one of their program sessions would deliver a program evaluation survey. That was before the program and evaluation team took part and implemented. The NEON teams, the NEON stakeholder teams, as a part of their mandate, regularly built in focus groups and surveys to get a sense not just on how we participatory budget, but how we would develop the next version of our NEON services, whether it's small versions or expanded contracts for multiple years. The program evaluation team recently worked with 2 of our seasonal programs, one specifically our Youth Wrap program, where we provide services on Saturday, work readiness and work experience services for young people. That not only do we have an increase because of the program and evaluations team's involvement in the overall engagement and support, but we were also able to collect surveys from nearly 70 young people on their overall experience within the program and their wants for follow-up program. This is really a part of the vision of the commissioner to really enhance educational and employment growth. And what we found was that they loved the program. They loved the stipends that they received. They wish they could be a little bit more. And they thought that creating different kinds of sectors that these kind of supports could be, these kind of employment-based experiences could be based in would be one of their recommendations. So we're going to take that to heart, and in our fall service session, we're going to look for providers that not only live in those sectors, but are willing to hire our young people afterwards.
It's great to hear that you were surveying the young people as part of this project. What's the budget for the team? How many people are on the team?
For the evaluation team?
For the program and evaluations team.
How many people do you have, Matt? We just onboarded 12.
12 people in total?
I think it's been working phenomenally. It's, we want to be good partners. I don't want to cut programs. I don't want to cut services. I know what we were met with earlier because, I'm a metric person. I need information to support what's going right, like everybody else, right? We want to see what's going right. And we want to make sure that our clients have exactly what they need. That's done with our individual action plan. It's done the minute a client sits down with us, that assessment is made. But still, it should be done throughout their time with us because circumstances change. So I'm very happy to see the outcomes. I know Matt spoke about it, but if you actually see on paper certifications now, people graduate, like there are key performance indicators I think should have always been part of it. I know attendance, getting them in the room is important, but I believe equally keeping them there, and especially keeping them in the space or identifying their needs and them being able to leave, it puts them on a great path.
I think this is a great step from the last conversation we had, the first conversation we had together. And like I said, it's great to hear that you're actively surveying the program participants. I guess just to follow along that, and one of the things that you really talked about was the lack of indicators to evaluate these programs in March. So what are the new indicators that are helping you continue doing ongoing evaluation and assessment?
Right, so that was always just whether they received employment, whether they are up to par in school if they weren't attending school or part of a high school equivalency program. And so Matt, when he speaks about the UFRAP program, which is headed by an employee, Deldrina, she's very good at it. She's passionate about it. And I look at her reports that she sends me on a monthly basis, and you see that it's definitely improved as far as the outcomes. And I like to publicly thank our vendors for being receptive of it because we meet with them on a regular, and we pretty much, they have meetings, and Matt has meeting with them, and whatever program evaluators meets with them on a regular basis. And I think we all want what's best for the client.
Absolutely. How often is this programs and evaluation team meeting with providers to discuss expectations?
It really depends on the program that we're talking about. We have 13 contracts that have 26 total CBOs servicing those contracts, and the non-seasonal, just our contracted sites, nearly 80. So currently, it's based upon a model where we assess the needs of that program and the scope of work of that program and define a schedule, but minimally, one time a month, our program evaluation team is on site conducting administrative and full observational site visits so we can better assess and understand how the program is being delivered and make recommendations. And ultimately, that's not much different than what the program management team did prior to this, but it's the enhancements on the outcomes. It's the focused messaging towards those programs that really has taken it a step further. And Chairperson, you had mentioned the next steps taking on the case management as being the unique difference between that and Arches. One of the things that Arches has taken on community now, so has been able to be a pathway for folks who would have maybe previously gone to next steps. In 2023, the Arches program did not facilitate direct goal plans. They did. It was informal, but not formally. Since then, this calendar year, we've already had 204 completed at initial and have been followed up on. So the program vendors, the program providers have been working diligently with our teams to enhance their work and to take on these challenges and to deliver really, really well.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I just want to touch on 2 more questions, and that's it for me for a little bit. According to the PMMR data, the monthly rearrest rate for adults on probation increased 23% from last year to this year. What do you attribute to?
Deputy Commissioner of Adults.
I contribute that to the majority of that is for arrest for violent felony offense.
On the rearrest part?
Yes.
Okay, and this increased recidivism, you're supposed to be bringing this down through these programs. You've got this special unit that deals with gun offenders, yes. And harm of a sexual nature. Are you fully staffed for that work?
So for that work, we definitely are fully staffed in those particular branches, which were implemented probably about, a month ago, 2 months ago?
Since January.
Since January.
And what are the types of programs for those particular individuals? Because if you're saying that the rearrests are mostly happening for violent felonies, what particular programs are connected to this unit that can help bring down that recidivism?
So that's where our mentor coordinators come in. So right now, when you hear the commissioner talk about RAW, that's robbery, assault, and weapons. So anyone who's been reoffended for any of those offenses, they attend group on a weekly basis. So we attached a group session to their supervision. Plus, we also have increased our visits to their home, and we're making sure that they are setting their goals in terms of their individual action plans and making sure that they're connected to employment, connected to schools. So we're really working very hard, and we see them, I guess, at least twice a week.
Okay, thank you for that. The PMMR also shows the rate of adults completing their probation terms during the reporting period decreased by 8 percentage points to 75%. What do you attribute this decline to?
The rearrest. It's probably related to the rearrest.
Okay. Okay. Chair, opening it up for others.
Thank you, Chair Nurse. I want to give a shout out to the DOP Works Plus program in Coney Island. It's run through the JCC. Amani and her team there do an amazing job. And it's been rewarding for me as a local elected official to go there and speak with the youth. And programs like that, I think we should really be trying to double down on our investment. So any way that we can be helpful, we want to work together with you on programs like that. I think they're really making a difference. And obviously, if you have they've got a great leader out there. If you have a good leader, I think it could be really something we should look to expand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, we have questions from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Williams.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions, and I see in your testimony you noted the partnership around SYEP with DOP, and in the executive plan reflects a $489,000 transfer to the Department of Probation from the Department of Community Development for the summer youth employment. What is this?
I don't have any.
It's in your executive plan, and it was transferred over. So what is this?
I'll have my DC of Administration speak to you.
No problem.
So,
Oh, You know what it may be? It may be a program that they were using our budget, I think, for a particular program, and it's sent back. Matt can speak.
It says transfer SYEP.
Okay, so speak.
I can provide context there, and thank you for the question. DYCD over the last 2 years has provided us with a little over $1.2 million to provide what we ended up calling Neon Summer. It's the enhancement on SYEP for DYCD's mandate to get over 100,000 young people served in SYEP. So DYCD reached out to many of their collaborative colleague agencies that worked with them already in the SYEP world to identify ways through some of the programs that we provide where those.
So are you guys considered a provider? Like, I'm trying to understand, like, what exactly, like, so then how many students are you serving?
We serve as a pass-through for the money directly to our Neon Arts, our Neon Works, and in the past, just like Chairwoman Nurse said, to Animation Project. So the money for Animation Project is not transferred this year. The money for Works and Arts has been, and we're going to deliver summer services, summer programs directly for that, for I think 500 young people. And then animation, where we found other money in our budget.
So, and let me take a step back, because I'm trying to understand, like, specifically, because I understand you're saying you're pass through and those things, but you're saying you're also going to deliver services. And so this money is going to the Neon, because maybe I'm just, like, not understanding. So you're saying the money is going to be used for the Neon Summer to provide services to them, and this is through SYEP. Like, I feel like it feels disconnected. So if you can just, I'm sorry, connect it a little bit more for me. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. So for DYCD to make sure that they can fill their 100,000 spots for.
So I'm the chair, so I understand
Sure.
that's why I'm confused.
So they next year we won't get this money because DYCD is capable of doing it on their own. But 2 years ago, they asked us to support them to get to those extra spots by giving us money to fulfill 1,000 spots through our internal programs.
So you guys have a program already, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So you guys have a program already, and so these young people are considered SYEP students so that they can get to their numbers and not necessarily through the program. Because
the Neon Works and Neon Arts and Animation historically have provided their own services.
Yes, I know.
This is an enhancement on that. So the people that are a part of these programs will be recruited to receive both program services.
So they'll get paid for both programs through SYEP and the Neon Summer.
They will be receiving and delivering on both scopes of work to be able to receive money.
So we're cooking the numbers so that we can get to the 100,000. Because that's what it sounds like.
DYCD currently is capable of managing this.
Are they, though?
And so DOP has been brought on to be supportive of that through 3 of our strongest Neon programs to make sure that
Because if they were capable of doing it, this doesn't make sense. Because again, if you're transferring money over to duplicate numbers to say that we can get to the numbers, because something I'm pushing for is they should have done a new RFP so that they can have additional providers so that they can actually properly serve the students and not just say that we're getting to 100,000 by doing things like this. Exactly is what I'm always pushing for. So that's why I'm pushing back in the way that I am, because I think I do understand what you're saying, which is a problem for me around, like, the whole system, because that doesn't mean that we're getting to 100,000. That means we're cooking the numbers so we can get there instead of actually doing the work. And, like, we only have, right now, it's only 60 providers through the city that does SYEP, 66 providers that does SYEP, and that's a little number when we've tripled the amount of slots that we had. And so I do think I understand what's happening, but that's a problem.
I want to clarify because our animation, our works, our arts programs have been so successful for so long.
I'm going to have the finance person come up and speak to that because
it's not a hit on the program.
Right.
This has nothing to do with the program. It is about getting to the numbers so that we can say we got to 100,000, which is a problem.
I don't think DOP can say that that is what they're doing.
I didn't say that you said it, I said it. You didn't say it, I did.
Just clarifying.
I didn't say y'all said it, I said it. Althea, the chair of Children and Youth, said it. I will go on record for saying it.
I'm going to look into that. Because, yeah, I definitely will take a deeper dive into that because I didn't see it that way. You know, Well, I'll take a look at it. I'll definitely take a look at it.
And again, this is not an attack on the program, because actually Neon is one of the programs that I love and I support, and I know the work that they're doing, especially with Renaissance and all the things that's happening, and I love it. It's a great program. And so I think that if it is a way for us to enhance it, to figure out to expand it or whatever, that is fine.
Right.
But we should not be saying we're doing this so we can get to 100,000, because there are young people that we could be reaching in other ways, and how do we make sure all these things are happening? And I'm not gonna support something where I've been saying to DY we need to have another RFP because we need to have more providers so that we can reach the actual number. So, but that's it. Thank you so much, and I'll follow up with you afterwards to get more information.
I will definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My first question is on the Credible Messenger Justice Center. Can you provide an update on the Credible Messenger Justice Center partnership with CUNY? What services are currently offered under this program, and how many CMJC CUNY scholarships have been awarded?
Matt, do you want to speak to them?
Hi, yes, CMJC is, we still have a partnership with CUNY that facilitates the Credible Messenger Justice Center Scholarship Program. We are currently in the process of identifying our next cohort. Our program team has been out recruiting credible messengers at our community-based organization that have credible messengers connected to them. And we expect to have a fall cohort of up to 12 credible messengers. We have a little bit of flexibility in that, so there's the ability to go above. We have two different types of scholarships, which is why I'm describing that flexibility. We have the graduate scholarship and the undergraduate scholarship, so it depends on the combination of that.
Thank you. The next question I have is on the impact program. So at the last hearing, you testified that there were alternative programs providing services to young folks because the contract was canceled. Can you describe these programs and how many young folks they are serving?
Matt, do you want to describe the program for the mobile?
We have our mobile adolescent therapy program that is currently up and running. The work is being conducted through cases where we have a very similar mandate and scope to that of what Impact had proposed. We serve young people that are justice involved that flow in any way through family court and youth part to juvenile operations. Currently, we can serve a maximum of, or we have a capacity of up to 36 young people that we can serve annually. But the reality is that, similar to a lot of our other programs, it depends on overall engagement, and so that number may actually exceed that. Currently, our intake is open, but we are servicing 12 young people at various levels of engagement in those connections.
Right, it's never really exceeded capacity. They are very responsive. They're always available at any moment's notice, not just to a person's home. If we need them and the person's at one of our facilities and we feel the need to intervene immediately, they will respond to that particular location. But they provide the same services that would have been provided by the Impact contract.
Thank you. Chair, may I ask a few more questions? Thank you so much. The next line of questions has to do with firearm use. So there was a 2013 memo that the council had a chance to look at that pretty much authorized any probation officer hired prior to June 30th, 2013 was not required to possess a firearm. An officer hired after June 30th, 2013 was assigned, this is very long, in which the commissioner has determined that the firearm possession is mandatory. So they're not authorized unless it is deemed mandatory. And so just wanted to know, because we heard reports that the policy was changed. So just wanted to know if it is still current policy that probation officers are not authorized or don't have to use firearms, or if they are now required to use firearms, and if the policy was changed, are you able to share with the council the new policy?
So I don't, that sounds like a commissioner's memo, their perspective. I can't think for them. I don't know why they implemented it. But with that being said, firearms are part of probation officers being hired. You have to attend academy. You have to be able to get certified for your firearm at the firearms range. And as it stands now, I believe it was from 2000, early 2000, that mandate was put into place, where that is part of a probation officer's eligibility to even graduate from their academy. So the only thing that I wasn't aware of that, and that would be that commissioner's prerogative. My thing was I'm in compliance with what the state certification states, their graduation requirements, but more importantly, especially individuals that are supervising our probation officers, going out into precarious situations, not to mention the number of firearms and drugs that are confiscated with arrests annually, that yes, you're supposed to be certified to carry a firearm. That is part of your uniform of the day, and that's what probation officers do.
Okay, so if I was hired 20 years ago, maybe I went through the training, was trained on a firearm, didn't use my firearm, maybe previous commissioners didn't require probation officers to carry firearms. Do they have to do regular trainings in usage of the firearms?
Absolutely. They have to requalify annually.
Okay. Would it be possible to send the council like any firearm guidance policy? I think there might be some, I'll say, misunderstandings, or we're receiving information from one entity. We don't necessarily have like the accurate information from your department, so it would be helpful to
Absolutely. There is a policy and procedure written for that.
Okay, and then the last question has to do with searches, the requirement for monthly searches, and some probation officers feeling like it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Searches of a probation officer?
No, I think probation officers are required to conduct monthly searches.
That's a mandate by the court. That's a judge's order. It's part of a judge's order. It's called consent to search. It's a very powerful thing to be able to go into someone's residence and be able to search it without a search warrant, but that's a judge's mandate.
Okay, I think, again, as council members, we have these hearings. It's our opportunity to talk and ask questions. I'm not an expert, but then we get information from other people, and so this is an opportunity to sort of like cross-reference that.
Understood.
And so the information that we're getting is that there is a new requirement, and some officers don't feel like they have the proper training, the legal guidance around these monthly required searches.
So no, there's no new process. This process has been in place, I guess, since probation, way before my time in city government. But with that, the training is important. I walked into an agency that had 12 weeks of training. Impossible to properly train a probation officer for what they do every day in 12 weeks. Their training now has been expanded to 5 months. And it really was, crafted, like I testified to, by speaking with, various levels of probation employees and kind of getting the gist of what it is that they do. And building out this scope of work, it's my belief, I don't know if it will, but it would really support probation officers making more money. Because if you really look at the scope of work that they do, and I don't think that was spelled out, the training is surrounding that now, it really supports probation officers getting a pay raise. That's my belief. They have the ultimate power to do exactly what you described, to go out and search someone's residence. No one can do that without a search warrant. They also make arrests. They confiscated guns. They confiscated drugs. They needed the training on how to even secure a firearm that they find during these conditional searches. That training wasn't really provided, and that may be what you're hearing. So as a result of such, the Academy now encompasses that particular type of training. We also are currently building out supervision training. There was no leadership training. You get promoted to another level, and yet there's no real training. We're building out how to secure a firearm, how to secure drugs, why you should wear gloves because of fentanyl, and we know what can happen if you accidentally touch fentanyl by, conducting your searches. All of these changes have been implemented for the betterment of our biggest asset, which is the men and women that do this work, and they work. But unfortunately, sometimes they're met with these unforeseen circumstances, and that's why this training was really strategically built out to address these little gaps.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Chairs.
Chair Nurse.
Just had a follow-up. It's great to hear about the trainings, particularly with arrests and handling guns, because we were hearing that people felt they weren't properly trained to handle with some of that stuff. How long has that training been operational?
So we operationalized it with this last class that went in, April 8th.
April
they
8th.
began the training,
Okay.
yes. Mhm.
Okay.
But we've been going around to my DC of Adult Services can speak to that. So people.
Yes, so with that, all the officers have been trained in firearms, consent to search, what to look for. They've also had cyber training, so we are making sure that the officers are getting the training.
Okay, and so the 5-month program is with the new class. Do you do any refreshers?
So yes, so that's called in-service training, and that's what the DC was referencing.
Got it.
So we also have a team of people that come out to make sure that the employees, probation officers that are currently in those positions have what they need, because, we had people managing cases, sex offender cases, that didn't have the proper skill sets to actually look through social media websites. So after identifying that, that was immediately addressed and put into place. So anything identified, listen, we leave no stone unturned here, especially me coming into probation the way I did. I want to make sure everybody's properly prepared to do what we say we're going to do, and that's keeping people out of the criminal justice system while also protecting, the men and women doing that job.
Thank you for that. And I just, to back up real quick, and then I know we have one other person on the stack. For your ATI programs, my understanding from what we just discussed, you're at 75% capacity, which means you have a 25% availability for when people are referred to you all for programs. Is that correct?
I think we were speaking about, no, that's the ARCHES overall umbrella for
So what
ARCHES.
is your current capacity for absorbing referrals for ATIs?
Okay, so are we speaking, and maybe I just want a little clarity, are we speaking, it's probably more so to our juveniles, because naturally adults, they're sentenced and we don't see them before then. So when we speak about our juveniles, when they're coming through intake, right, if they're not deferred for adjustment, and then if they're not remanded, we have in place, we have ECHOs, we have AIMS, which are two of our particular programs. You want to speak to those, Matt? He's more intimate with
I just want to clarify quickly, because alternative to incarceration is for it's adults. It's coming from Rikers. What the commissioner is talking about is an alternative to placement. So the equivalent of that for younger people that are in placement. DOP represents and serves as the largest ATI as a probation department. And you should think about all of our programs as enhancements on that probation ATI model. Okay. So whether you're talking ARCHES or CEO or other things, it's those.
So under no circumstances are you turning anyone away from when they're referred? Okay, I'm gonna kick it over to Councilmember Stevens.
Yeah, so I just wanted to intervene because I know that everyone's not familiar with what it is, but we are an alternative to incarceration, probation as a whole, and I know you're familiar with that. And then naturally we work very well with ACS. We have ICM cases that are assigned to us by judges. I just recently spoke, that was like a small group, maybe 90 cases we were taking, 20 each borough with the exception of Staten Island, may have been 10 because it's a smaller, population. But with that, I actually broaden that. By now, everyone can handle an ICM case. So once we get fully staffed we may be able to go back to the drawing board and speak about being able to take on more of those cases, which keeps children out of remand or whatever we call it, detention with ACS. And that's our intentions when it comes to those particular cases. You know, we work very closely. I speak with the commissioner over there. He makes me aware of what's going on. Naturally, anyone that is assigned to detention, that's done by a judge, usually. But, you know, we still communicate where if it's a particular child that they have and he feels maybe they'll be better off managed by us with ICM. And he's able to have those discussions with me, and we're able to take individuals on as a result of us expanding.
No, thank you, and thank you for your clarification around it. But some of the stuff that I'm hearing, because as you know, I just got ACS under my tutelage, and I'm big on like why are we not working on a decarceration plan for young people? And one of the things, especially talking to folks in the legal community, what they are experiencing is that when a judge isn't able to refer them, because when they do, they are being told that you guys are at capacity. And so that's what I'm trying to get a better understanding of, because that's what they're being told. So their clients don't have an option other than going to secure detention, because they're saying that DOP is telling them that they're at capacity and it can't take any more young people.
Right, so I'll tell you where that came from. So ICM originally was designed to take 20 cases only from each borough. So with Brooklyn and the Bronx, they were over capacity. The services for family, anyone that's in family court, 120 days, I believe, correct me someone if I'm wrong, and with 60 days, and with youth part, 120 days. So as a result of such, they were over capacity. So the associate commissioner in juvenile was saying, we can't take on anymore because we can't manage them. We only have 2 people there. What was happening, what we discovered, when the 120 days were up or the 60 days were up, they thought they had to go back to court and get before the judge and say, okay, they're now finished the program. That's not the case. The agreement is 120 days and 60 days. So when their time is up, they're automatically released out of the program. So that was corrected. There was a brief, maybe, what was it, a week, month, for them to clear out the particular cases. But once they reduced the caseload, they were able to take in more cases. But think about it. They were still only allowed to do 20 in every borough, and Staten only 10. So I said, why is it that when cases are managed based on risk, every probation officer knows how to manage every level of cases? As a result of such, why aren't we allowing everyone to take on an ICM case just like they have a robbery case or a weapon case? That way we're able to take in more children once we get more individuals hired, more probation officers hired. So that's why we changed it, because I said, why are we limited to 90 people? And then we had 9 probation officers over it. And when we could simply just take on more ICM cases and manage those particular cases throughout our juvenile probation officer staffing. So it's with the hopes of being able, once we get up to full staff, we have 100 people, that's 2 academy classes, 50 each going in back to back. We put in for another 150 with the hopes of that being approved, and those classes every 5 months, we'll just keep them in. We're doing recruitment, we're scheduling another exam. We had one last year in June. We want to do the exams twice a year. So as a result of that, hopefully, we can take on more cases and keep more kids out of detention.
Absolutely. I'll leave it there because I know.
No, I just want to clarify, just yes or no. Does DOP have the staffing capacity to accept any young person into the ICM program with a criminal case pending today?
Yes, because I expanded it and got rid of the old way that business was done.
Okay, that will be helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, question from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I have the Oversight and Investigation Committee, and one of the parts of Department of Investigation is just dealing with the folks who need background checks. Is it a backlog, or are your folks able to get through that? I know when you mentioned the onboarding program earlier, and I was just trying to see from your perspective, Does the onboarding, I assume, includes investigation? Does it go smoothly? Is there a backlog? Because you need to get your people on as soon as possible.
Right. No, that with the people that I'm hiring, unless it's at a high level, executive level, where it has to go through the mayor's office of appointments, we get them through.
Okay.
We get them through.
Quickly, okay. And then the second question is just on mental health, because it seems to me, not you, but generally there's a lot of sort of disconnected in terms of mental health. So my question to you is, how many folks are working on it in the agency, and maybe how many folks who you think in your portfolio of your clients have mental health issues? And you have your in-house, and then do you have enough referral places that can be of assistance to the people you're trying to serve? Because that's a big challenge.
It is a big challenge, and when I came in, I recommended that everybody gets referred for a checkup, right? As a result of just being arrested, period, is traumatizing.
Very.
So that's in place now. We do not have an internal process. When I was appointed, there was no internal process because it was communicated that the individuals hired for that particular position could not do their job based on some stature that never made sense to me. But we do have a lot of referrals. I can pivot to my DC of adults. She can tell you exactly how many people we have that are under that particular care.
And then juveniles also. Go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We have identified 710 probation clients who are receiving mental health services. That's 7% of our population. Yes, we have a lot of programs that we have. We've made up actually a list for the staff so they know who to go to. So we do have a list of different resources for them.
Do you think it's satisfactory? Because you can have resources, but do you do an evaluation of whether they're any good?
That's a good question.
I hate to say it,
So,
but they're
so
not all
exactly.
equal.
It's something I've been preaching since I walked in the door. It's one thing to check a box and refer something, but
Yes.
where's the follow-up? And you're
Exactly.
absolutely right. So that's something we're committed to, and I think that's why DC of Adult Services parsed out this particular list, identifying the individuals that have been responsive or have been very resourceful to us in treating our clients.
Because 710 is a lot of folks to be able to get support
That's
for.
right.
And how about on juvenile?
Good afternoon, Councilwoman. My name is Joan Gardner, Acting Deputy Commissioner of Juvenile Operations. So approximately 48 young people were
48.
identified. Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you. Can you just move the, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
48.
Approximately 48 of our youths, that's a 5%, basically a 5% population, were identified as in need of mental health treatment. However, I want to preface this by saying that some of the youths that come in, they come in with court-ordered services, so their services are already in place. Then we also look to providing a service provider list for our young people and their family, and there is follow-up from the supervising probation officer with the program. But in order to do a follow-up, we need to have parental consent. So because of HIPAA laws, we have to communicate with the parent the importance of follow-ups.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with young people and families, if the family's not involved, then it's never going to
That's
work.
right. Yes.
So I guess my question generally is, it seems to me that I teach at Hunter College, you got to give a grade, not you, but I think just generally, the mental health needs help. And I appreciate hearing what you have to say, that there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Chair Nurse.
I was going to ask a question, but I think I'm going to pause for now, so I'll kick it back to you.
Commissioner, your team, thank you very much for your testimony today. We look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear from the Department for the Aging.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, please find seats. Once again, at this time, please find seats. Please ensure that all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. We shall resume momentarily. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the final executive budget hearing for the day. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannon. I chair the Committee on Finance, joined this afternoon by Councilmember Crystal Hudson, chair of the Aging Committee. Been joined this afternoon by Councilmembers Brewer, Lee, Schulman, and Zwang. Welcome, Commissioner Vasquez and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. I always like to set the table before we start. On April 24th, 2024, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. DFTA's proposed FY25 budget of $494 million represents less than half of 1% of the administration's proposed FY25 executive plan. This is an increase of $8.9 million, or 1.8%, from the $485.1 million originally budgeted in the FY25 preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions, but mostly from the COLA, the cost of living adjustment for non-profit human service workers contracted with the city. As of March 2024, DFTA has 37 vacancies relative to their FY24 budgeted headcount. In the council's preliminary response, we called on the mayor to add $78.2 million to DFTA's budget to invest in capital improvements at our older adult centers, along with funding home care, case management, and increasing reimbursement rates for home-delivered meals. Council is especially troubled in this case that the administration once again put precisely $0 in response to our proposals, even though we identified over $1 billion that the mayor's preliminary budget left off the table, which could keep key resources like our older adult centers open and fully operational while still insuring us against economic hazards. My district is home to 2 NORCs, and I assure you the city's older adult population is not only growing, but it's as diverse as New York itself. And the city needs its older adult centers in top shape to serve a wide range of needs for the people who quite literally helped build this city. I look forward to hearing from you, Commissioner, on how the department will help our seniors through these challenges now and in the years to come. My questions today will largely focus on capital funding and food reimbursement rates of the Council's preliminary budget response, along with expiring pandemic-related federal funding. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Hudson, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon, and good afternoon. My name is Crystal Hudson, and I serve as chair of the Committee on Aging. Welcome to the committee's hearing on the fiscal 2025 executive budget for the New York City Department for the Aging, known as NYC Aging. Thank you to Commissioner Cortez Vasquez for joining us. Older adults and the older adult provider network have faced unprecedented challenges in the past few years, and providers continue to raise their growing concerns about the city's reimbursement rates, contracts, infrastructure, and services for older adults. I look forward to working collaboratively with providers and the administration to help the city's 1.8 million older adults overcome these challenges. NYC Aging plays a critical role in assessing and meeting the needs of older adults and in collaborating with the provider network and the council to harness best practices and scale innovative approaches that best fit the needs of our city's older adult population. NYC Aging's fiscal 2025 executive budget is $494 million, $27.8 million less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budget. Since the preliminary plan, the fiscal 2025 budget has grown by $8.9 million, largely due to funding added for the citywide human services COLA for contracted nonprofit providers, which I was very happy to see. Despite serving almost a fifth of the city's population, the department's budget continues to account for less than 0.5% of the city's overall budget. In our budget response, the council called on the administration to increase funding for case management, home care, home-delivered meal reimbursement rates, and older adult center capital needs, but no funding was added to the executive plan for these proposals. While the executive plan includes no new needs and additional PEGs, I was disappointed to see that there was no restoration of PEGs from the previous two plans. In the November and preliminary plans, NYC Aging had a cumulative $35.3 million PEG in fiscal 2024 and a baselined PEG of $17.2 million starting in fiscal 2025. Additionally, I'm concerned that NYC Aging's budget decreases significantly in the out years of the executive plan. The fiscal 2026 budget is $72.9 million less than the fiscal 2025 budget. This is a 15% decrease for an already underfunded agency. This is especially concerning at a time when NYC Aging needs greater resources to serve a growing aging population. Critical investments are needed throughout its kitchen, transportation, and nonprofit provider networks that serve on the front lines to address the needs of our older adults. NYC Aging's capital commitment plan, the smallest in the city amongst all agencies with capital plans, totals $74.9 million over fiscals 2024 through 2028. The council funds nearly 30% of these projects. With over 300 OACs and NORCs now in the NYC Aging network, this funding is insufficient to properly address all needs. Many providers continue to raise concerns regarding non-functional kitchens and deteriorating infrastructure. In today's hearing, we would like to get a deeper understanding of NYC Aging's expense budget, its capital plan, the impact of previous PEGs, how the agency determines utilization for programs, and how its key services and programs will be able to meet the needs of older adults in the coming years. I'd like to thank the committee staff who've helped prepare this hearing: Samuel Hamid, financial analyst; Julia Haramis, unit head; Christopher Pepe, senior legislative counsel; Chloe Rivera, senior policy analyst; and my chief of staff, Casey Addison, and senior director of policy and budget initiatives, Andrew Wright. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get started, I also want to take a quick moment just to thank the entire finance division behind the scenes who's been working super hard over the past 9 days and all throughout this season, especially Julia Haramis and Samuel Hamid for today's hearing. My committee counsel, of course, Mike Toomey. As a reminder, for this year's executive budget hearings, we're going to take public testimony today as opposed to doing the big long day at the end. So if you want to, member of the public, and you want to give testimony on the budgets for correction, probation, or Department for the Aging, make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms, and we'll take your testimony after we're finished with the agency witnesses from DFTA. Now going to turn it over to Mike Toomey, our committee counsel, to swear in our witnesses, but I want to mention we've been joined by council members Carr and Brooks Powers on Zoom.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Lorraine Cortez Vasquez?
I do.
Jose Mercado?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Well, first of all, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the Sergeant of Arms who took care of my throat a few minutes ago. Good afternoon, Chair Hudson, Chair Brennan, the members of the Aging, as well as the Finance Committees. As you heard, I am Lorraine Cortez Vasquez. I'm the Commissioner of New York City Department for the Aging. I'm joined today by Jose Mercado, our Chief Financial Officer. We want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss NYC's Aging Executive Budget for fiscal year 2025. We are proud to be talking to you today in May, which is Older Americans Month, an opportunity to celebrate the contributions of older adults and the dynamic role that they play in our society, something that I know that we have common cause around. In addition to working to eliminate ageism and ensuring the dignity and quality of life for older New Yorkers, providing high-quality services and resources are among our top priorities at NYC Aging. We have common cause in our commitment to serving this rapidly growing population of older adults through services such as the Older Adult Centers, which you've mentioned, home-delivered meals, case management, the NORCs, which was also mentioned, home care services, transportation, caregiver services, mental health, workforce development programs, an array of other programs. Uplifting and supporting our city's growing older population is a key priority of this administration. To support this important work, our FY25 executive budget, as you mentioned, projects $494 million in funding, of which $356 million is city funds, including allocations of $223 million to support the older adult centers, $59.6 million for home-delivered meals, $44.4 million for case management, $39.5 million to support home care for homebound older adults who are not Medicaid eligible, $14.7 for the NORC programs, which are the naturally occurring retirement communities. They could either be geographic or they could be buildings. Also, $8.2 million for our caregiving services and $5.1 million for transportation services. As I mentioned during our preliminary budget hearing, the past fiscal year has been challenging for the city financially, and New York City Aging has worked to ensure that we prioritize the needs of older adults and our core aging services while limiting the impacts of these challenges, like the various programs to eliminate the gap. In FY25, there were no cuts in services or future closures of older adult centers serving our population. We are pleased to see that there are no mandatory saving exercises for NYC Aging under this executive budget, and the FY25 PEGs prior to the release of the executive budget were implemented without negatively affecting services for older adults. Nonetheless, we are still keenly aware of the need for aging services, particularly in the core services that are aligned with the community care approach, which is the approach that most older New Yorkers prefer, to be in their community rather than institutionalized. Because of this growth, we are working to ensure our state and federal partners share this financial responsibility to aging services in New York. We are pleased to acknowledge that the budget for FY25 provides funding for 3 years of 3% COLA increases for the existing provider network. That is key to our services because most of our services are done through the provider network. Despite these past challenges, including insufficient state and federal funding, we are proud of our work done along with our nonprofit partners in addressing some of the notable recent successes and items. I really want to talk to you a little bit about those because, you know, usually we're talking about the challenges. I want to talk about the opportunities that we've seized. In mid-April, we are proud to launch the Service Need Assessment Survey. I think, Chair Hudson, you saw that in action this morning. For older adults to better understand their needs and also to ask what is the quality of life that they are interested in, deserving, and how can we get there. Collecting data sets good policy. The data we collect from this service need assessment will better inform the policies of the future and how our current program and services can best serve the future needs of the city's older population, which we've all know is subject to grow, and by 2030, there will be more older adults than there will be young people under the age of 18 in New York City. This is a great opportunity for New York City's older adults, as well as their caregivers, to have their voices heard, to have programs designed around needs that they've identified. When older adults complete the survey, it ensures that our city's diverse communities are also being heard. I would like to ask each one of you to partner with us in promoting the needs assessment through your networks and potentially even hosting events in your communities or district offices where older adults can complete those surveys. As I've asked you in the past, I've presented the challenge to join us in the conversation against ageism. I'm asking you to join us in the needs assessment challenge. I was pleased to join Chair Hudson for one of her spring senior series, Learn to Bike. It was an event where older adults could either retool their biking skills, relearn them, or learn to bike after 60. I have long promoted the inclusion of tricycles for older adults and want to thank the chair for her continued commitment to micromobility options for older adults. Our community needs to be age inclusive. If we're going to talk about micromobility, it has to include services for the aged and also for the disability community. It is not enough to be age-friendly. We must design our neighborhoods and services around physical infrastructures that benefit people of all ages. Bicycles and tricycles should be included in that discussion for older adults. Well, I was proud to have attempted to bike that day at Commodore Barry Park. I can see where tricycles would have been useful and continue the work, including the viable option in New York City. Just this week, I attended an AARP United Nations briefing series on global agency, where the panel discussion was on the global longevity economy. It was an incredible discussion around the longevity economy and the immense positive economic impact that to our cities when we leverage the expertise and talents of older adults in the workforce. Similar to our efforts with the special needs assessment, we are continuously looking for innovative approaches to meet the needs of older New Yorkers, while we're also addressing the overall challenges of this city. The baby boomers will soon be past the retirement age, which will need greater need for meaningful and impactful workforce opportunities for older adults. People either need to continue to work or want to continue to work so that they can be socially productive in their retirement years. We're looking forward to upcoming opportunities to showcase our work, which includes the dynamic talents of older New Yorkers. On May 29th, we will host the Intergenerational Groove, which is in recognition of the 31st Older Adult Health and Fitness Day, and that will take place at Foley Square. I expect to see all of you there grooving with us. We expect about 1,000 older adults from across the 5 boroughs come to learn new dance moves and showcase their own. We're also invited New York City Public Schools, so that this is all part of the larger Healthy NYC plan. I would like to invite you all and your constituents to get the groove on with us. As Madonna says, get into the groove. Additionally, New York City Aging has been convening a series of age-inclusive workshops, meetings that sprung from part of our conference, our work with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Area agencies across the U.S. have been joining these discussions to come up with a definitive way of making sure that cities are age inclusive. We're developing a workshop so that we can help other cities, including our own, as another example how New York aging, really New York City, is leading the United States in policy development and social service work, particularly around older adults. Finally, we are proud of the strides made since the establishment of the Older Americans Act surrounding food and nutrition, which created the area agencies on aging, the AAAs as they're commonly known, New York City being one of them, New York City Aging being one of them, to combat older adult hunger, which has now evolved to meet the future needs of all older adults. We are constantly innovating, and that is especially true in the area of food provision. We have opened 5 commissary kitchens, which allow programs to cook healthier and culturally appropriate foods while providing meals for other programs within the provider network. We've been trying to move away from commercial catering. Additionally, we have piloted the opening of pop-up cafes to serve meals to older adults outside the Older Adult Club, in an effort to look at food insecurity from a broad and innovative perspective, meeting people where they are. We are incredibly grateful for the ongoing support of the City Council, which in FY24 awarded NYC Aging with over $41.3 million in discretionary fund, allowing us to make greater investment in orphaned, underserved, and unserved communities. Home delivered meals is a program that is of central component for all our services. Not only does it provide meals to the homebound older New Yorker, the interaction, as many of you know, with a delivery person, which for many people might be the only interaction they receive for that day. Support for our ongoing efforts to combat social isolation, again, is a critical aspect of our community care approach. This program is a very important program in that constellation of combating social isolation. But it's also important to know that this program has strict guidelines set by the state and is open only to those who meet that criteria. Because financial security remains among the most critical needs of older adults, it is highly correlated to food insecurity. NYC Aging is continuously evaluating our efforts and exploring areas for innovation. This includes enhancing meal options for recipients, embracing the diversity of our city by increasing the availability of culturally aligned meals, and promoting uniformly highly quality and nutritious meal. The current RFP included requirements for halal meals. In the past, we have only had a requirement for culturally relevant meals and for kosher meals, and now we've included halal meals. And it is our way of expanding our commitment to cultural competency. In FY23, our network of HDM providers delivered over 4 million meals to 27,000 clients, 27,574 to be exact. I would also like to raise an ongoing issue that we've spoken about in our preliminary budget hearing in March. In 2023, we were informed by NYSOFR, which is the oversight agency at the state, that managed long-term care clients would receive meals through their managed long-term care provider rather than HDM. This was surprising, as NYC Aging had been providing home-delivered meals to Medicaid-eligible clients in the past more than a decade. And as Medicaid is a means-tested program, MLTC clients should be receiving meals through those rather than the HDM. It was news to us. Since we learned of this issue, we identified the number of MLTC clients which were enrolled in the HDM program, and they totaled 7,000. We were very clear with NYSOFA that we were not going to remove those 7,000 from the home-delivered meal service, but rather grandfather them in and ask for their guidance moving forward for HDM clients who were under MLTC providers. Currently, NYC Aging has identified 2,523 older adults in the MLTC programs. I hate these acronyms. It's managed long-term care, who were deemed ineligible for the home-delivered meals. This is a continuing problem for us. Again, we are still waiting for state guidance from NYSOFA on how to proceed with these cases. NYSOFA did respond regarding our request. However, their letter was unclear as how we should be addressing this. We implore your partnership as we seek clarity and guidance from the state on this issue. Your voice amplifies the need of older adults in all items, especially food provision for some of the most vulnerable older adults. For home care and caregiving services, as you know, caregiving is one of those things that affects over 1.3 million New Yorkers. As a caregiver myself, I know, and the aging chair also had this experience. It is one of the most daunting yet essential services, and it's only expected to grow. As the number of older adults in New York City continues to grow, it is imperative that we continue to grow the community care support systems which allow older adults to stay in the communities that they build and to truly age in place. We do this through home care and caregiving services, which are greatly serve those who are homebound or in need of additional supports so that they can remain active in the community. Home care services are provided through Medicaid reimbursements for those who do not qualify for Medicaid programs, and that is the expanded in-home services for elderly people, which is commonly known as ISEP, where case management hours are reimbursed to providers. Currently, we are advocating to New York State for the inclusion of $1.15 per hour wage to match ISEP workers with those of Medicare home care workers who have already received these raises. This leaves ISEP clients at a disadvantage where Medicaid home care workers are incentivized to take on those clients because the pay is higher. There's no distinction between the ISEP and the Medicare home care workers. They're primarily women of color, primarily from the community, come from the communities that they're serving. This exacerbates inequity because of salary. Currently, the home care program in NYC is funded at the tune of $38,774,000 for FY25. But if this does not include the wage increases to match the wage of the Medicaid workers. This occurred in previous years, and we were able to resolve it, in part primarily with the help of the advocates and also with the council workers to ensure that aging services work. We have no idea how it could happen again. So we're asking you again to join us to raise our voices to make sure that we can get that salary differential between ISEP workers and home care workers. These are women of color who do not need to be left out of this pay wage. It's critical to our aging services. As you know, the pandemic is behind us, but it was challenging for all of us, and the strain on unpaid caregivers has been significant. The Caregiver Support Program offers groups counseling, training, outreach, and information services to unpaid caregivers, most which are family members. Many older adults are caretakers caring for their aging parents. That's where I come in. I'm a 73-year-old woman taking care of a 94-year-old woman. Many caregivers also have full-time jobs. The Caregiver program offers options for respite care through home care as well as participation in social adult daycare. In 2017, we estimated that there were 1.3 million. I'm sure that number has gone higher since then, who function as caregiver. Without the support for care of daily living activities and respite care, many of these caregivers would not have the financial means or ability to leave their care recipient in someone else's care while they get a needed break from their caregiving responsibilities. I could not do it without the support of my mother's home care worker. In FY25, funding for the Caregiver program is currently projected to be $8.2 million. Caregiver supports positively impact the health and well-being of older adults while aligning with the cultural background of that individual. These integrated services for home care assistance, which is care for daily living such as bathing, cleaning, food prep, shopping, transportation, meal provision, can keep an older adult in their community independent, which is their desire and a shared goal between this administration and the council. As I've stated before, I have personal experience with this. I'm not going to belabor that. This is why I believe that community care is important, not because of my own personal experience, but I am no different than the 1.3 million other New Yorkers who find themselves in this situation. I continue to be proud of the great work that NYC Aging and the network providers accomplish with our resources. We're continually implementing new approaches through our provider network and testing innovative ideas to best serve the growing population of older adults who are central and core to everything that we do. Once again, the service needs assessment will inform better policy in the future, help us get as many older adults enrolled and responding. This year has shown that NYC Aging as a whole can look to inefficiencies and improve our programs that truly meet the needs of older New Yorkers. This mindset has allowed us to weather cost-saving exercise, which each agency has had to complete. While the financial outlook is improving, we are continuing to be good stewards of public dollars. While the needs of older adults often outpaces the availability of resources to aging services, I look forward to explore ways to match our programs to meet the increasing needs. As always, I'm grateful to you, and I am willing to listen to your questions and answer them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to jump right in. Just note we've been joined by Councilmember Mealy and Councilmember Banks joining us on Zoom. the fiscal funding cliff starting in FY26, and the executive plan, New York City's aging FY25 budget is $494 million. It's decreasing by $72.9 million to $421.1 million in FY26. So this decrease is largely the result of the expiration of federal COVID funds, which totals $44.4 million in FY24 and $68.2 in FY25. So could you tell us, how is DFTA planning to utilize the budgeted federal COVID dollars in FY24 and 25? What programs and services will be supported by those dollars?
Go ahead, Jose.
So for 24, the COVID funds were used for HTM as well as congregate. For 25, those
Sorry, you said as well as what?
for congregate meals.
OACs.
OACs. For 25, there is no COVID funding.
For 25, there's what?
There is no COVID funding, or stimulus funding.
Okay, so what's the plan to backfill this funding starting in FY26?
We're working with OMB on that.
Okay, do we have an idea of what programs might hang in the balance there until we figure that out?
We've been in close conversations with OMB about that. We're all aware, and when I say all, council, OMB, and us are aware that we cannot do that without service cuts, but we're working very closely with them to address that.
Okay, so it's our understanding that all of the COVID-related federal stimulus funds must be exhausted by December of this year, 2024, calendar year. Is that true for New York City's, for the Department of the Aging's pandemic funding?
So our pandemic funding, there is no pandemic funding for 25.
No, I'm talking about
Currently, we have to exhaust it.
Again, for 24, there is no pandemic funding. The money was offset with city funds.
Okay, we have here that you have 44 million in FY24, 68.2 million in FY25.
Once again, that money was shifted with city funds.
Okay, I don't think we're clear on this. So
yeah.
So 24, we had in 24 we had COVID funding, right? Sorry. In 25 there is no COVID funding. In 24 the COVID funding was shifted with city funds. The majority of the funding that was left over was shifted with city funds. If you look at the November plan, there are those changes.
Okay, so, because it's our understanding that all the COVID money across the board for every agency has to be used by December of 2024. Do you have money that's still being used right now?
We have all the money that we had was expended for 24. There was a funding shift of any money that was left over with city funds.
The city supplanted the COVID.
Yeah, so all COVID funds were removed from the budget, and basically we were offset with city funds.
Okay, because what we have here from the same paper you have from OMB, there's funding codes here that reflect COVID money.
In the very beginning of the fiscal year, we had COVID funds, which we spent.
How much did you have?
I cannot tell you right now. I don't have it off the top of my head.
How can you not tell me that at a budget hearing?
I was not prepared for that.
You're not prepared to tell me how much money you have at a budget hearing?
I can tell you large pictures. I can give you that. I don't have it right now.
Okay. There's $68.2 million in ARPA codes for FY25.
For 25, again, we don't have any COVID funding for 25.
So then why is it coded accordingly?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't see what you're seeing. But
we don't have. This isn't like a secret document. It's
I understand this. I understand this, sir. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying as of now, DFTA has completely exhausted all of your COVID. You don't have a dime that is currently
for fiscal year 24. All COVID funding was spent. The remaining funding that was left over was shifted with city funds.
Okay, so starting July 1st, you will not be using a dime of COVID funding.
No.
And if there's codes that say that it's COVID money, it's wrong?
I would have to see exactly what you're saying, but right now, based on what I look at, yes.
Okay, I think we're going to follow up on this later today.
Sure.
Yeah, I would appreciate.
I mean, if they coded it wrong, they coded it wrong. But it's pretty clear. It says it's COVID money.
Yeah, so what happened was that we expended the COVID dollars, and whatever was there was replaced with city tax levy dollars.
Got it, but why wouldn't they fix that then, if that's the case?
We can get back to you on that.
Right, so you see, for example, in '24, there was COVID funding, which we exhausted, we spent it all, and then there was money left over, which then was shifted to city funds for '24.
Yeah, that just, I hear you saying those words right now, but it doesn't reflect on what we've got.
Doesn't reflect, right. We'll get back to you on that.
Yeah,
and
we have no
clarify.
problem sitting down and reconciling with you guys.
Okay. Because there's also, it's not just for FY25, right? I'm also seeing 4.3 million in pandemic-related budget codes for FY27 and 28. So you're saying that's an error as well?
Those, like what you mentioned earlier, all federal funds have to be exhausted by the 25, correct? So those numbers, 26 and 27, have to be fixed, because there is no extension beyond the fiscal year 20 of September.
Okay. For the food reimbursement rates, I've heard a number of concerns from advocates and trusted CBOs regarding the food reimbursements rates. They've all brought to our attention that they're not receiving the full reimbursement for their costs of providing meals at centers through the home delivery, the HDMs. The current reimbursement rate for HDMs is $12.78 per meal. The provider's cost per meal is about $15.30 on average. Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to add $12.7 million for home-delivered meals to close this gap, but we didn't get a dime. We didn't get a dime of that. So, is there any consideration here for an increase in the meal reimbursement rates?
At this point, there is no ability to increase the meal rate. What we are able to do is to meet the 12.5. It's something that we look at individually with programs, so that if there is some room, if there's some room within the bottom line, we can make those adjustments. But as a policy and as a strategy of changing meal costs the way we've had in the past, we do not have that ability to do.
Why is that? Because you don't have the money?
I beg your pardon?
Because you don't have the money to do it?
Because the funding that we have is at the $12.58. 78 cents.
Okay, but how was that rate determined? How the $12.78 meal rate? How was for the HDMs? How was that determined?
That rate, God, it was about 2 years ago, right? A year and a half ago.
Almost 3 years ago.
Almost 3 years ago. We were at $9.78, and we kept looking at cost and looking at the average of providers, and that is how we arrived over time. It went from $9 to $11, and then it went to $12.78.
So it's been at the $12.78 for the past 3 years?
Yes.
No, it's been $12.78 for the last 2 years.
2 years.
So it went from $9.58 to $10 to $11. So every year we basically do an assessment of costs. We go back to OMB, work with them, try to get rate.
But I'm assuming if you did that assessment now, you'd see it would need to go up again, right?
Well, right now, for example, we haven't closed the fiscal year. What we tend to do is basically look at the next quarter, which is fiscal year 25, look at all the costs, and then do an assessment, and then discuss the costs.
And then discuss it with OMB.
Okay. Are all providers required to provide any type of meal that an older adult may request? And what are the main types of culturally and diet-specific meals that DFTA offers?
DFTA offers a variety of cultural meals. Latino meals, Asian American meals, halal, and it really depends on the provider, and the provider has the requirement to serve the cultural needs of the community that they represent.
So aren't the cultural meals, the kosher halal meals, aren't they more expensive to make?
Yes.
But the providers still have to just deal with the $12?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Are you considering issuing any standalone contracts for specialized meals to sort of carve that out?
No. that has not been a consideration. Halal meals are provided under the contractors that we currently have.
And none of the providers have raised concerns about the pricing for that?
About the pricing?
That they can't, that it's very hard for them
I
to...
would not, I think everyone has concerns about the pricing given inflation, which is why we will look at that in the first quarter of the coming year to see what adjustments are necessary.
Okay, I have just a few more, and I want to turn it to the chair. Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to increase capital funding for older adult centers by $50 million to the DIPTA's capital plan, with $10 million of this funding dedicated for centers that predominantly serve older adults who are immigrants. This funding was not included in the executive plan, and we're concerned that this leaves the infrastructure of DIPTA's network of providers vulnerable and it's a real challenge for them. So approximately $23 million, or 30% of DIPTA's current capital plan, is allocated for capital reconstruction projects for a network of hundreds of service providers. So have you been speaking with OMB or negotiating with OMB to increase your capital budget?
Yes, we have. But we're in a unique position that we do not directly manage a capital plan. All right, we're one of the few agencies. We're dependent on partner agencies like DDC, NYCHA, DYCD, or DCAS to implement capital improvements for our agency. We were very, very fortunate this year, and we have a pilot. And I was talking to Chairwoman Hudson about this, that Antonio Reynoso, the borough president of Brooklyn, has given us $6 million dedicated for our older adult sites, and so that we can have improvements throughout Brooklyn. We're asking each borough president to match that. But with that approach, we will probably identify we will identify a subcontractor so we can take care of some of those capital needs, particularly those at the older adult clubs. The last hearing, in the preliminary budget hearing, one of the issues that came up was what is our plan for addressing kitchen improvements? Yep. I don't know if you remember that, but that was the discussion. And we had always looked at kitchen improvements or kitchen needs on a one-on-one basis, and usually those were funded under existing contracts. With this approach, and because of the hearing, we are now looking at a plan and looking at how is it that we could come up with what are the critical needs, who are the kitchens that need the most, and start serving those and using Brooklyn as a model, and hopefully we can do that moving forward.
Okay, do you have an idea of how many kitchens in the network are currently closed due to repair issues?
Yes, 5.
And how many providers requested kitchen capital improvement?
Oh, can get back to you on that, but there's different at different stages of need.
Sure.
All right.
Sort of in that same line, how many older adult centers have requested capital projects that were not approved?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I don't have that number in front of me. I'm sorry.
And what's the status of your headquarters relocation?
From your lips to God's ears, it'll happen before the end of this calendar year.
By the end of the calendar year?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay, I'm going to give it to Chair Hudson. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you for your advocacy.
Great questions from the Chair. The November plan included a $13.5 million PEG for older adult centers in fiscal 2027. The preliminary plan included an additional PEG for OACs of $18.9 million in fiscal 2024 and $2.2 million in fiscal 2025 to 2028. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called for the restoration of the baseline's $2.2 million PEG. Unfortunately, these funds were not included in the executive plan. During the preliminary budget hearing, you indicated that you were concerned about the potential impact of this PEG to OAC programs in fiscal 2026 to 2027. Has NYC Aging determined which centers will be impacted by this reduction? And if not, when will that be determined?
Well, we're in constant conversations with OMB about this, this budget estimate for 2026. We are working closely with them and are looking, even amongst ourselves, is how we would implement that budget projection should it be realized. I believe that we will work, and they are very attentive to this, and so we're hoping that we do not have to get to that point, but right now we are looking at what would that look like in terms of older adult centers as well as home-delivered meals and case management.
And so how are you determining which centers would be impacted as you look at those plans?
We would not do an across-the-board 10%. That just, to me, from a public management perspective, that does not usually fare well. We have to look at community needs. We have to look at utilization. And we would have to look at underspending, see what we could realize through through our reallocation of underspending. But we would not do an across-the-board cut.
Okay. So have you identified, based on those determining factors, have you identified a few centers that would be first on the chopping block?
No.
Okay. What metrics does NYC Aging plan on using? Okay, we just went through that. Did NYC Aging advocate for the restoration of these pegs in the executive plan?
We work hand in hand with OMB on all of these issues. I don't know that we have a strong advocate in our deputy mayor, Ann Williams-Holt Isom also. So this is not a conversation that does not include the entire administration.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you are not pushing for restoration in the adopted plan?
That would not be fair to say, because that wouldn't be accurate. I'm working alongside with OMB to make sure that they are well aware of the implications of should this be realized, and we have a strong partnership.
Okay. Many providers continue to worry about the impact the OAC pegs may have on future RFPs. When was the last OAC RFP, and how many providers were included?
We have 106 contractors, and the last RFP was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah. Yes.
And we will probably anticipate a new RFP, which will be in FY25, some point in FY25, 26, 25. And we'll look at the situation then. Obviously, the RFP will be reflective of this budget projection or estimate. It's not a projection, it's an estimate, and we'll work accordingly.
Are you planning to make any adjustments to scope parameters or funding levels as compared to the prior RFP from 2.5 years ago?
We're always looking for, assuming everything stays the same, right?
Well, nothing has stayed the same.
Right, but assuming, that there's a recognition of what some of the issues are, right? We will always look for innovation. We will look for, there's some state-of-the-art programs, and we will look to those to serve as models, and that will be reflected in the RFP.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to make the point that if the last RFP was issued 2.5 years ago, many things have changed within those 2.5 years, and so we would want to make sure that
Thank you for the clarification. I misunderstood your question.
Right.
So all of the learnings that we've experienced in the last 2.5 years will be incorporated in the RFP, including cost and including service delivery, including catchment areas, including outreach, including diversity and equity.
Okay, and do you know how the pegs might impact future RFPs?
I think we've had that discussion. We're looking at right now what the impact of that, that fiscal estimate will be. We don't have that picture right now.
Okay. And I want to just follow up on Chair Brannon's questions around HDM. Are you considering issuing under the HDM RFP awards specifically for culturally tailored meal providers like kosher halal foods?
Yes, that was part of the RFP.
Okay.
That was included for the first time.
Okay, great. We're hearing concerns from nonprofit providers regarding a recent RFP for home-delivered meal providers and wanted to get some insight into the process and where things stand with new contracts. When was the HDM RFP issued, and when were responses due?
The RFP was issued in, what was the date? September. The responses came in about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. They're in the evaluation process now, and we're just in the final stages of awards and provisions. I mean, award granting stage. But what I wanted in the RFP, thank you for asking the question about the RFP process. One of the things that we did, as you just alluded, was we looked at the experience of the last 3 years and build on that. And we really wanted to open it for MWBEs and looking at other food delivery provisions because it's something that we have seen improvements in the past. Anyone who competed for the process, it was open to our entire network, and for all who competed, we did not skip anyone who won directly unless there were multiple providers in that particular catchment areas. So just for your information, we have 4 new contractors based on the current stage that we're on. Many who have competitive and were innovative contractors, and we also have 13 incumbents who've received the contracts. And that is what I can share at this point because we're still in that final selection and determination process.
Of the 4 new contractors, are any of them for-profit entities?
Yes. Of the 4 new contractors, 3 are for-profit. And by way of background, these were agencies, providers who have had experience with home-delivered meals and meal provision for older adults, either as a subcontractor to existing providers and or people who provided meals during the pandemic process.
Okay, so just to be clear, how many contracts were in the previous RFP total?
17? Oh, 22.
22, and so we're going down to 17.
Because of the catchment areas, we wanted to align the catchment areas to the case management areas so that they could be more direct relationship. The other thing I wanted to say is that with these 3 new contractors, we have made a decision.
4 new. Well, 3 for-profit.
Right. The 4 new, the 3 for-profit.
Mm-hmm.
We have made the decision administratively to give them 1-year contracts. Even though they have experience in home-delivered meals provision and meal preparation, we've decided that it is prudent to have a 1-year process so that we can help make sure that they're providing the services as required.
Okay, so did the 3 for-profits take away slots for nonprofits who already had contracts?
It's a competitive process. If we're issuing 17, there were some incumbents that did not receive contracts, although most incumbents received 1 contract. they might not have received 2 catchment areas that they have had in the past. And I don't think they're
Okay.
telling me.
Are there any nonprofit providers that you know of that didn't receive a contract at all that were previous?
2.
2. Okay. And when did you say the new contracts will begin?
The new contracts will begin in October. We're giving ourselves enough time for the transition.
And apologies if you said this already, but what criteria were used in determining the awarding of contracts to providers?
It's a competitive process that's read by a multitude of staff familiar with aging services, as all of our RFPs are done.
Can you list any specific criteria?
You have to have, they're our staff, so they have to know the program. They have to be well-versed in food services. We train them particularly around the RFP and what we're looking for. And they're the skilled staff that we use all the time. So they're the staff that we depend on to evaluate programs, existing
Yeah,
programs.
sorry, not the staff, but the criteria for identifying the contractors. I guess, you know, one of my concerns is that we have a number of nonprofit providers that have been doing this work for many years. And if we're losing 2 of them, you know, I'm trying to understand why we would replace nonprofit providers who've been doing the work for so many years with for-profit providers who haven't been doing the work, presumably.
It's an excellent and fair point. I want to go back to, we look for the best possible service for the older adult. And we look at the strength of the proposal and what they're offering, right? And so the strength of that proposal is what will determine whether someone gets an, you know, and the scoring of that proposal is what determines if someone is competitively meets all of the competition and wins out. All right, so that's how we do this, right? And then in that process, we consider other factors in awarding the contracts, such as capacity, experience, the ability to have more than one geographic area. And we look at some of that, you know, as we start looking at the scores. Oh, yeah, I already said that. And we just do it on a competitive process.
Is there a transition plan for nonprofit HDM providers who are not awarded new contracts, and will any extensions be granted to their existing contracts?
We are looking right now at, which is why we're starting at October 1st rather than July 1st, which would be the normal time that we're doing. We're giving ourselves and the contractors enough time to make sure that there is no disruption of service for the older adult. That is the core. The older adult is the center of all of these services.
So, as you know, the HDM program is more than just food delivery. There's also a human component to the program, and providers get to know the older adults they serve and interact with them regularly. And I would say for most nonprofits, you know, that are mission-driven, they invest in those types of human interactions and the people who are providing those services. Do for-profit providers have this type of experience interacting with older adults? And is the past experience a provider has with similar clients part of the consideration for determining the awards of contracts?
The competitive process asks exactly those questions in the proposal. So it's to the bidder, whomever they are, profit or nonprofit, to describe how they will not only provide food and deliver the food and make sure that it meets standards, but also what are the other surrounding services for the older adult. So we go by what the contractor says, that they will meet those needs that satisfy the older adult, home-delivered, vulnerable older adult in their homes needs.
Understood. And I guess just a general concern of mine, you know, across any area is that a for-profit entity is going to say and can say anything in a, you know, in a proposal. but compared to, again, like mission-driven nonprofit organizations who have the proven experience of providing these services and specifically home-delivered meals, you know, my concern is that, and I recognize that they're just going to be one-year contracts, so hopefully that allows some time for, you know, correction if needed. Yeah, but my concern is that lots of people say lots of things, you know, in proposals, and, you know, that may not actually be the case. And so I'm wondering also, how are you planning to ensure the for-profit providers are able to make the same connection as the existing providers with regards to, you know, human connection, delivering meals, looking out for the clients, reporting back on other needs? I know that happens a lot with folks currently.
Excellent points and concerns. Two things. I come from the nonprofit world, so I have a strong commitment to nonprofit service. That being said, I also know that proposals, we have to always put our best foot forward in terms of describing our services and also delivering against our commitment to those services. That being said, we, profit or nonprofit, will go through the same assessment and evaluation processes that all of our contractors go to. We will have no distinction in the way we assess, monitor, and evaluate profit providers from nonprofit providers, so that they would have to meet all of the requirements that the nonprofit has met for the, you know, in the past.
And do you feel that some of these for-profit, I can guess your answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Do you feel that some of these for-profit companies will be able to meet the needs with regards to quality and cultural competence of the food?
They have to.
Okay.
They have to, because it was part of the RFP, and that's probably what gave them points in the bidding process.
Okay. And has NYC Aging, you have not worked with for-profit providers on HDMs previously, is that correct? I don't know if you have the full historical,
no,
you know, context.
not as direct providers, but as subcontractors. Yes.
Okay. Okay. One second. Okay. I want to just pause here for a second and go to some colleagues and then come back to my line of questions, if you don't mind. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Chair Brannon.
Thanks, Chair Hudson. We have a question. Okay, I just want to point out that we have the printout here, and I've got all sorts of ARPA money that I think we shared this. So you're saying all these codes are wrong?
No. So I apologize, and you were right. Because this is ARPA money.
Say that a little louder.
I apologize to just.
I'm kidding.
I do.
We're trying to. We were on the same team.
The reason why is because this money is supposed to be shifted out during 25. So from my perspective, it's going to be taken out and replaced with city funds. But to your point, and I would say you're right. I look at this and I'm like, oh yes, he was right. I forgot about this. So yes, there is ARPA money. There's basically all this money has been here.
What's ARPA for my edification?
For the people playing at home.
Stimulus money. Okay.
Stimulus money. Sorry, and I apologize for my mistake again.
Okay, so you still have COVID money
for 25 as part of the executive plan. Yes, it is there. This money is supposed to be shifted. This money is for the one that you're looking at right now is for the seniors, for the older adult centers. And that is basically to continue the current contracts that we have.
And it's supposed to be fungible with city tax levy.
Right. Eventually the goal is to this to be swiped. But again, that's
sure.
Sorry about that.
But now
I moved ahead. Sorry.
But isn't there money also the same codes, federal pandemic-related budget codes for 27 and 28?
Correct. Your point. Yes, your point. Again, that is basically the money expires. All of it's supposed to expire in 25. So.
That's 2 points for Chair Brannon.
That's two.
He gets 2.5 points. But then again, I come back and dump.
I'm going to suit up tonight with the Knicks. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarity. We got questions from Councilmember Schulman, followed by Carr.
Thank you. Thank you to the chairs today. Hello, Commissioner.
Hi.
So a question for you on the ML2C programs. One is, you said 2,523 older adults are not deemed eligible for HDM.
Yes.
Do we know where they are? I mean, are they in a particular borough? Do we have a breakdown?
We know exactly where they are, and I can get that.
Can you get us that information? And the other question I have around that is that, while I realize that you've gone to the state and asking them about it, have you asked legal counsel if there's any legal recourse here? Corp counsel?
I don't believe that's a corp counsel issue, but.
But it's worth bringing up, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure we could. I'll make sure that our legal counsel, we brought it up with the state controller, which is where the issue emerged, and we've also asked him to look at the very unclear statement that we received from NYSOFR to see what his understanding is of that.
You know, we're trying to look at all avenues. You're asking us for help, so I'm saying to you, it might be, the worst thing that'll happen is they'll say they don't, but they may be able to look at some language. There may be some things that we don't know about that they may be able to be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. But the issue is that the same issue emerged last year. It was addressed by them last year, and yet it reoccurred this year.
I mean, because even one person that's not able to be, you know, obviously it's a problem. You know, in terms of some of the questions that we've been asking about the PEGs and everything else, you know, the Independent Budget Office, and we estimate there are more tax revenues, that there is more money available, so we're hoping that you will, I know you said you're working with OMB, we're asking if you would push to encourage them, how's that? Encourage them to see the needs for our older adults, because it's just so important. I mean, particularly my district, I have a significant number of older adults. So on that note, and we've had this conversation before, Richmond Hill, which I've now taken over since January 1st, and the redistricting does not have one senior center. So I want to know if there's been any thinking about how to deal with that.
Well, when we start looking at the OACs, we look at population shifts, we look at needs, and that is sort of how we determine what the geographic area is for an OAC. And we'll look at that point and stay in conversation with you about it.
Yeah, because there are a number of small organizations that have come to me that are actually doing their own thing for older adults in those neighborhoods. And so it would be nice if we had some kind of program or something there. So I'd like to continue with that conversation offline. Thank you very much, chairs. I appreciate the time.
Okay, Councilmember Carr, followed by Brewer.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. Always good to see you. I want to focus in a little bit on transportation to our older adult centers. So, you know, New York Friendship Club in my district was one of several, I think, around the city where seniors depended on transportation to get to their home away from home, so to speak. And as you know, depending on what part of the city you're in, some places are well served by transit, others not so much, and certainly my district qualifies in that.
Your district is not one.
Yeah, so I was wondering what we could talk and get into. What exactly are the savings that DFTA thinks it's getting from the suspension of these programs, and can we kind of move more in the direction of restoring them because they're so critical?
We have not suspended transportation programs.
My seniors tell me otherwise at New York Friendship Club. So at least one center that I know of is.
Yeah, no. I'll get back to you on that, but we have not suspended transportation programs. The way transportation has worked always has been that any OAC who chooses to have transportation portal to portal for their members to their homes, and I would imagine that would be a situation in Staten Island, particularly in the New Dorp area, that particular program still has the opportunity to do that. And council was very helpful to us to get us 44 vehicles last year, and we're constantly shipping. We're hoping that they can help us this year again so we can get more vehicles. So that still happens at the local level. The distinction was that we provided transportation programs, one for each borough, that would be beyond the portal-to-portal transportation. So if people wanted to go shopping, to go to medical appointments, and also for people who were not part of the OAC, so all other older adults in that community. That's what those transportation programs were designed to do for that particular borough. And then we had one that was a citywide one.
Okay, well, let's talk offline and get to the bottom of that.
Absolutely.
And then my last question is about neighborhood NORCs. I think it's something that a lot of us in my area would love to see. We've always...
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Neighborhood
For
NORCs.
transportation, to give you an answer.
No, it's okay, neighborhood NORCs. I think that it's something that would be a really good idea for Staten Island. District 50 is always ranked high on the aging census, and I'd love to have a conversation with you about how we can make that possible.
Right, and we do have some precedent. We did the same thing in Brooklyn a year or two ago, where we worked for a while to consider an area, a NORC, and that was realized. That was about 2 years ago.
Let's definitely talk about that as we move
Absolutely.
forward. I appreciate it, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Mealy.
Thank you. In terms of the HVAC and elevators, I know you spoke about it a little bit, just the needs, the capital needs. A lot of the centers are just barely hanging on for the cooling centers, which we all need, I assume, when it gets warm. And of course, elevators breaking down. So how do we reconcile you're a cooling center, but you don't have a working HVAC, and your elevator is barely working? What's the funding allocated for these? I guess you have a list probably of where the challenges are.
So thank you for that question, but we have a challenge, right? Because the council gave us $4 million that has been baseline to deal with HVAC issues and cooling centers. Excuse me. There's something in this room, but besides the hearing, but there is
Unknown substance.
there's something that's good, but that was targeted to NYCHA sites.
Okay.
So if it was not a NYCHA site, then we'd start looking.
I'm talking about, in my case, it's not a NYCHA site, I know.
Yeah. So
there's no money.
There is no particular funding for that, but we look at that, and we look at that one by one to see how we can address that, because each one of those sites has to become a cooling center.
Right.
And so it's a priority for us.
But when do we start looking at it, because it's getting warm? In other words,
So currently, for example, we had a cooling center training for last month, and we've been asking all providers to basically tell us what issues they're having with HVACs.
Yeah, what's the state of the cooling
Right.
system right now?
okay, and then you're going to find money to fix it if it's a cooling center in particular?
We will work very closely with them, and that is the goal.
Okay, how about elevators, broken elevators?
If you have a cell phone, please mute it.
I'm not aware of any elevator situation other than the Carter Burden one, which has been long-standing. So if there's a particular area or an issue, let's take that offline so that we can look at that.
I will get you the list.
Okay, great.
Okay. In terms of social day, I know Margaret Chin and I hate social day. So what's the status? I mean, I don't know why these things even exist. How many are registered with the department? What about investigations? What are the top concerns? I mean, I don't know why I hate them. The bad ones. I didn't know there were any good ones. Oh, okay.
There are some good ones.
Okay.
And there are 9
know the bad
excellent
ones.
ones that are run directly by the New York City Aging.
Yeah, but these are the for-profits I'm talking about. So go ahead.
The SADs, not all of them are for-profit, but the SADs that exist, you know, as you stated, former chair Margaret Chin,
right,
created an ombudsman office at the Department for the Aging. Currently, we have 4 staff in the ombudsman's office. We have a director, we have 2 investigators, and then we have an administrator. I believe there are 328 SADCs.
Okay.
And they all have to be registered.
Right.
No, I can't find it. They all have to be registered at the Department for the Aging. We get revenue for that, which then lets us fuel more staff and more investigations. We then turn our findings based on complaints or things that we identify to the state and work to get resolutions. But each one of them have to be registered, and right now we're working with OATH, the Department of Administrative Trials and Tribunals, so that we can have the authority to impose greater fines on them if we find major
Are you
infractions.
finding that there are challenges in terms of fines needing to be allocated because there are problems, or?
That level of investigation is not as widespread as we had anticipated that it would be.
Okay.
But all situations are then reviewed, and then we try to mitigate them, and definitely any of those that are egregious, we take to the state.
Okay, I mean, I think they steal our members, but that's okay.
Right.
You're watching them, I guess. I
Yeah.
still worry about them. And then just finally, two things.
So are we.
I know.
So we are worried about them, and we also worry about particularly those that are offering services to people who are not eligible.
Correct.
And we hear a lot of concerns from OACs.
Exactly, you know, you come in for services and you're getting a blood test and you're getting this and that, and Medicaid's getting charged, and we're all paying for it for nothing.
The
And
new
we're all
Medicaid
off to
bill.
Atlantic City. Very nice. Nothing to do with
I
good
didn't say
services.
that out loud, did I?
That's my experience. The other question finally is, thank you for the Stanley Isaacs for remaining as a nonprofit in terms of food. There's a lot of concern about COVID long-term. I'm saying because it's not just seniors, I'm sorry, older adults. I'm a senior, so I can say whatever the hell I am. But the issue is,
So am I.
what, is that something that, because I'm getting complaints from the general public, not just for older adults, about long-term COVID issues, and we're not kind of aware, and we're not doing any, is that something that you're hearing or not? In other words, there's concern that it might come back, there's just concern about whether we're having enough of an investigation about what happened in the past, et cetera. I didn't know if that's something that's on your radar.
That it's something that we're always concerned about, you know, especially all of the health issues.
And the
You know, it's
the nursing home.
we have a close relationship, a very close relationship with the Department of Health.
Okay.
And those kind of findings, I mean, I know that they're constantly looking at issues like that, so I would defer to them. I don't want to speak on their behalf.
Okay.
But it is, you know, they're part of the cabinet, and we're always looking at joint issues that affect not only older New Yorkers in terms of COVID, but all other situations. The same thing with H&H,
Right.
Health and Hospital. Is that what it's called now?
Yeah,
Health
Mitch
and
Katz.
Hospital.
H&H, yeah.
Okay, so I would suggest that issue perhaps be elevated a bit in terms of what it is that happened in the past, making sure it doesn't happen in the future, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Questions from Councilmember Mealy, followed by Lee.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I was just, could you
Darlene, just
explain to me?
Darlene, just hit your mic button.
Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about the utilization of the terms and conditions in regards to centers underutilized?
What happened to this?
And let me see what kind
You
of
don't-
adjustments you put in regards to that.
It's no longer here. I didn't hear you.
I'm getting my time back, right?
No, yeah, you're gonna get your time back. I'm gonna give you your time back.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to find exactly my data on terms and conditions, so that I don't have to say I'll get back to you. All right? Where is it?
Yes. It's in
Why
here.
did you take it out?
Okay. No, it was in regards to
Okay.
if a senior center that was more than 50 or 70 people, that's a utilized senior center, right?
No, what the terms and condition report does is that we give you data on the utilization of every facility. And we also give you the rate of of utilization for every. So we give you actual numbers and then we give you percentages.
So if we had one that was really above board, more than enough people, it should never have been closed down. Is that true to say? If it's all about making sure that our senior centers, our older adult centers are fully utilized?
That's not the purpose of the terms and condition report is to give you data on existing services. It is not a determinant factor or criteria about closing or not closing older adult clubs.
All right, so I had spoke to you about the RFP. I believe we found out that a RFP to open up a senior center has not been done. And how long?
It was almost 3 years ago. It's about 2.5 years. And it will be reissued sometime in '25. We were just talking about that they're due, and we're going to take all of the learnings that we've had for the last 2.5 years and build that into the RFP. And in that, and I think I'm trying to assume where we're going with this, is looking at the services in a particular community, the growing needs in a particular community, and that will also determine, just as Councilmember Schuman asked, how can her particular Ridgewood, be considered for an older adult club? It is all depending on the demographics of that area.
So the demographics, that's another thing I want to speak to you in regards to. So you and I had spoke about another Mount Ararat.
Right.
Will there be any way that Fort Greene Council can take, remember you said you was going to speak to the director.
Right.
And when I speak to her, she acts like she don't know what I'm speaking about. So
and I think the confusion is that we have not received the discretionary funds for Mount Ararat. And
well, the speaker gave $150,000 last year. So we get much more this year. So can we do this before this budget is clear? Because the speaker has no problem with it. But we need this center open. This is a 400 unit of all seniors, could come right downstairs and eat and go right back. The socialization of our seniors are lost. Some of them are perishing because they have no food, socialization, and it's almost a 15-mile radius in that area. That was a cooling center. So what is your contingency plan on that for this summer coming up?
Let me try to parse out a little bit of this. Many of the programs participants, or many of the people from Mount Ararat do go to Fort
in which they hear.
All right.
I told them they could go, but they stayed.
I'm glad that they're here so that they can hear it. Fort Greene is available to them. When we get this discretionary issue resolved, all right, and I will make sure that we do that, Fort Greene is able to provide the services at Mount Ararat. But until that discretionary dollar situation gets clarified, that's not possible. And I've had this discussion, we've had this discussion now for a year and a half. Mm-hmm. And what we need to do is to make sure that the money's there so that Fort Greene can have the
money is there. We had to pull it back. The money is there. It's just that someone has to give Fort Greene Council the okay to receive the money and then do the services. That's all we need. This is not that hard.
No, it's not that hard at all. The compensation.
And you said it depends on the discretionary funding. We put the discretionary funding there. We did that already. But they were not ready to receive.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything of that nature. I'm just telling you what it is. I mean, you guys, every month, basically, you appropriate money and you move money back and forth. So your resolutions that you do that, we haven't seen that. So as soon as we see that, we can then...
We'll be able to address that. Because we've had a plan with Fort Greene for a while now.
This was from the speaker.
I understand.
No, we
she
understand
did
that.
this.
Right, but...
And now she's going to do it again.
There's a
so
process.
Now I just want to make sure it's no miscommunication or no hang-ups.
Because if the money is there, it should not be a problem. So therefore, by next month, or before the budget closed, that money should be there. So I just hope that we can do that. Could you tell me about the contingency plan about, that's a cooling center, Mount Ararat, that is closed. It's no senior centers near there. All those seniors that used to come to that senior center, and the 400 young adults that live upstairs, where are they going to go for a cooling center this summer?
I'll get back to you on the cooling center to see if they're a designated cooling center, and if not, we will work closely with Fort Greene on that.
So do you have approximately when a new RFP will be coming out for opening up new senior centers? As we are building in the city, I believe we're going to have to open up new centers for all these new aging seniors. So when do you think a new RFP will be coming out?
The new RFP, once this RFP is completed, once these contracts are completed, it is projected to come out in 2025, and it will be for 3 years. And as I've said earlier, we look at population shifts, we look at demographics to identify the areas where older adult clubs are and where older adult clubs should be. So that's all part of the overall plan.
Okay, could you just give me later on the areas where you sent, when we got all these new vehicles? Do you know Pacific?
I will give you.
How many did Brooklyn get?
I can't give you that right now. I know that the city council paid for 44.
I know. But I didn't see any in my district. I just wanted to know where they are.
Exactly where those were, because that money was designated by program. And so
And it was based on, I think, specific needs.
Right.
That had been
It was
identified.
vehicles, agencies that had vehicles, I think, that were more than 10 years.
Okay.
And then the money was given directly to the program. And what we did was we looked at it from a scale perspective so that the program could get the benefit of New York City Aging's negotiation and staying with the vehicle, what do you call those, car dealerships, to make sure that they delivered on time and with the specifications that were required.
I really need that list. And I would love to see what my colleague here just said about Ms. Gail Brewer in regards to.
I just want for the record to say that we are as committed as you are about Mount Ararat. You know that. We are committed to help Fort Greene make sure that that happens. You know that too. What we need to do is figure out where is this glitch between our finance office so that we can make sure that the money is designated and it can be then given to Fort Greene.
Okay. And I just, for the record, I would like to say for-profits with these senior centers, I believe it should have been more profits getting these contracts. They have been in the mix. They have been when seniors needed everything, and now for-profit, sometimes our seniors get lost in the sauce with that. So I really want that on the record. I felt if it should have been 2 for-profits and 2 for not-for-profits. So I hope we look into that more. Thank you, Chair.
So it was 17 contracts, 3 for-profit, and the balance were whatever the difference is between 3 and 17. 14 were non-for-profit. Higher math. Sorry, Brendan.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Lee, followed by Nurse.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
Good.
So really quick, I just wanted to know if you could go over the numbers a little bit, because so you're saying that ISEP home care workers is part of New York City's aging program. So the CDPAP and all the other ones, that's through the state Medicaid, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So and then I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So in order for the ISEP home care workers to be at the same level, you're saying raise it about $1.15.
$1.15. If it continues, we'll be even $1.65 behind, because there was another 50 cents given you know, it's going to come down the pipe. If the longer we wait on getting this resolved, the higher the disparity
Right,
is.
it's going to be a bigger disparity, right? So, so how much more do you project on top of the 38.774509 for FY25? How much more on top of that do you think that would be, including the wage increase? And then also, is any of the state COLA funding trickling down for this program, or no? It's not in any of the, okay.
No, it's not.
It's not a pass-through at all?
The number to reach the parity for $1.15, it's about $3 million. If it goes on any longer, it'll be the extra 50 cents, then we have to calculate that.
Okay.
But the issue is that the disincentive for the home care worker, most of our programs have dual ISEP and managed long-term care, and it becomes a challenge as to how you deploy workers.
Okay. And if you could get back to me on the total amount of how much additional funding that would be great too.
Yes.
And then just to go back, sorry, because I was trying to respond to something. When Chair Hudson was asking about the HDM for-profit providers, because I know that HDM homebound meals are usually tied to case management work. So was there some sort of linkage agreement with a nonprofit organization if they were providing the meals, was in terms of the case management aspect, or how was that handled?
Case management agencies are the feeder.
Right.
You know this better than I do, right?
Yeah.
You ran one. But what we've tried to do is make them contiguous with the case management area, in terms geographically contiguous, so that we would not have, you know, like two case management agencies for one HDM. So that was one of the issues. As part of the RFP, it's required what the recruitment and the assessment process is. So it's no distinction between for the for-profit or the non-for-profit.
I see. So the for-profit providers that were chosen still have to comply with all the case management requirements and intake and all of that?
The for-profit providers are for-profit in the fact of their state designation, all right, or their federal designation. In terms of service delivery for home delivered meals, they have to do everything that home delivered meals has done according to our standards and okay.
Okay. I think that's it for now, because and I just wanted to, sorry, just one final thing, echo what Councilmember Brewer was saying about the social adult days, because I know that there are good players and bad players, and unfortunately, we've seen a lot of fraud happening for more than a decade. Like this has been an ongoing conversation for so long. So whatever you can do to really urge the state for oversight on this would be great, because it's Medicaid dollars that are just being wasted at this point. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner, I have a question from the Majority Whip, Sylvina Brooks Powers. DFTA supported a company from Flushing to provide transportation for seniors in Southeast Queens, and they beat, I guess, in the bidding process, they beat out a locally known provider that had capacity. The company that DFTA selected ran out of money, and now they've upped the contract. So folks in Southeast Queens they want to know the status and how much of an increase did the company receive. And what was the difference from the nearest lowest bidder, who was I guess it was a locally known transportation provider?
Well, for the record, the local bidder was not the lowest cost contract. It was a very high cost of transportation, and they were also the previous transportation provider for the area. They provide excellent older adult clubs. We help grow them, so it's not about that, but it's about the purpose of this transportation program. The local, as I said earlier, and I don't remember who asked the question, the way the transportation programs are designed, I think it was Councilmember Clark. The way the transportation programs are designed is that the local program will have transportation services, which are portal to portal. For older adult clubs, the transportation provider, the borough-wide transportation provider, then provides additional services and also to services for older adults that are not part of the older adult club. So it's to expand transportation services for all older adults, whether they go to an older adult club or not. So that's the situation, and that's how the program is designed. What happened in the case of Southeast Queens, because so much of the demand for portal to portal was required rather than being done by the local older adult club, it exhausted some of the transportation units for this borough-wide transportation provider. And that happened for 2 days. We addressed the situation and have really remedied it to make sure that we have transportation services. But portal to portal is the issue that is usually handled and should be handled by the local OAC.
Okay, thank you. Now we have questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nurse, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, Chairs. Just wanting to build on that, I think the Southeast Queens example is one, but you know, there is need. There's more people who are older who need transportation. I'm seeing that the transportation budget is $5.2 million. How much additional funding do you need to cover the actual need for transportation services?
I'm going to get back to you on that because it's something that we always look at, and how do we supplement Access-a-Ride? How would we be able to, to meet some of those demands? I will get back to you on that, but it is something that we are carefully looking at. We know that the $5.5 million for 5 borough-wide and 1 city-wide is not adequate,
Right.
but which is why we're comfortable that local OACs can still provide local transportation.
Have you raised the need for an increase directly with OMB at all?
I didn't hear.
Have you raised the need for more funding to cover the true need with OMB directly at all?
Yeah, and I know that this sounds like a pat answer that I keep saying this, that the needs outpace the resources, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is that we do have a very robust, ongoing partnership and conversation with OMB. I can't express that enough. And it is something which is why sometimes I feel confident that we could address some of these gaps.
Okay, and how many transportation contracts are you managing right now?
With the OACs, I'll have to get back to you on that number, but with the broader ones, for the transportation, it's 5, it's 1 per borough, and then there's 1 citywide one.
Okay, it would be great in the follow-up if you could.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, if you could bring that down.
I just was corrected, it's more than what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's 2 per borough and 1 citywide.
Okay, and in the follow-up, will you provide the breakdown of the contracts?
Yes,
Per
we can
borough?
get that.
Thank you. Just a couple other questions. One is related to the kind of the high cost, inflationary cost of everything. In particular, the cost of raw food is something we've heard from providers, and it's forced them to decrease the amount and quality of food that they're providing. So how are you assessing these inflationary costs to provide the best quality of services possible?
So what we've done, we have not had a food cost increase, particularly home-delivered meals, as we mentioned earlier, for 2 years. And what we're doing in the first quarter of this year is looking at just that. What are the actual food costs? Hopefully, I keep hearing that food costs is coming down. But we're looking at that to see what should be the cost per meal. And we're doing that in the first quarter of '25.
Okay, and so will any of your contracts be adjusted for that, for inflation?
The goal is that we would do that. Then we would present to OMB what that new food cost is, and then we will negotiate from there.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairs.
Thank you. Councilmember Stevens?
Yes, and good afternoon. And it's kind of associated with Councilmember Nurse was just talking about, just even in regards to like the home delivery meals program, and just kind of thinking about some of the complaints that I've gotten from seniors around the quality of food and how, it's like frozen meals and these different things. And so just trying to think about, and I think RFP came out or RFP is coming out or something, I'm not sure, but even thinking.
Council member, as a Bronxite, the RFP came out and the decision, we're in the final negotiations of the
So
decision.
I'm not crazy, so I do know some stuff sometimes. But even with that, how are you looking at it with the awardees, with the new contracts that'll be giving out around quality of food? Because even before, I know the last round, some providers were changed, and some of it was because of quality of food. But then the new providers just did the same food, like they had the frozen food, although that in their proposal they said that they weren't going to be doing that. So I'm just trying to understand what the checks and balance looks like. Is there something in the RFP that you're pushing for more for, especially if they said that they were going to do more prepared meals? What does that process look like? That would love to hear more about that.
You know, and I think you hit the issue straight on. One of the things that we did have 3 years of experience, and looking at what was said in the RFP, what we wanted, what people were requesting, you know, particularly around culturally competent foods, and that is why that was a big part of the RFP. Again, you know, a good learning is to make sure that the provider is providing what they said and why they were awarded that contract.
So
and that's part of our monitoring process.
Yeah, and could you talk a little bit about what that monitoring process will look like moving forward? Because I think that was one of the big issues I had, where I had a lot of seniors being like, well, this is the same food. And I'm like, this is a different provider. And so what does the monitoring process look like? How will you be evaluating that? And how will you get feedback from our older adults who will be receiving these services?
Two different questions, and I'll try to answer them separately. The way we monitor is we monitor 3 things with programs: time of delivery, the nutritional value, and then we also do, you know, the irregular assessment, you know, client satisfaction and things of that nature. What we've done, so it's a regular monitoring process. I remember at one of the hearings, I can't remember which hearing, we talked about our concern. So many providers were getting poor, and it was because they had these commercial caterers that you can't really look into what they're doing, so you get the poor rating, and we were saying, let's really look at that and monitor that closely. You get the poor rating, that means you have to monitor your subcontractor more. So that's another area that we've built into the assessment process with a little more deliberate focus. And then the other...
So that piece is new?
That is relatively new, right? It started maybe last year. So,
okay.
The other was when we saw all these poor ratings that we said, wait a minute, you know, everybody can't be poor. And then we realized what was the causal. The other thing now I forgot the other part of the question.
I was asking about, like, what are we doing differently and how are we going to monitor it? Because
we will monitor, you know, and every time we look at new issues, one of the things we're looking at is a cultural competency. One of the things that the chair has asked is that be built into the RFP, and she asked it, but it was a commitment that we've always had. So we're looking at all of those factors that were key to us in the RFP, and also that we've learned with these last 3 years, and those are the things that we monitor.
Okay, I definitely want we can talk offline more, but I have a couple more questions, because like I said, that was one of the bigger issues that we had with a lot of our older adults who were complaining about it, and like I said, I knew the RFP was coming out, and some of them were
that was what I was going to answer.
Yeah.
The client feedback. And we're looking at right now, we're building in a new data system so that we can get some client feedback on a regular basis.
Thank you. Like I said, I'll keep in conversation with you, because that's been one of the
and then
things that
because I
we've
would
been
also
facing.
talk to you about the Bronx RFP, because I want you to have a full understanding of what happened in one area of the Bronx, all right?
Thank you so much, because it was in my district, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Stevens. I'm going to jump back to a few questions. During the preliminary budget hearing, the committee was informed that NYC Aging conducts assessments of meal contracts every 6 months to determine the demand throughout the network. In addition, we were told that OACs can come directly to NYC Aging if an increased number of meals are needed in a contract. Per your testimony, these discussions were to occur in April. What were NYC Aging's findings during these assessments, and how many OACs requested more meals in their contracts? How many of these requests were granted, and how will they be funded? And I'm happy to repeat the questions.
Great. We're still in that process, and I'm not avoiding the question at all, because you know I won't do that with you. But what we're doing is, we're looking at not only where the meals could be and should be and where the meals are not being utilized. And it was part of our budgetary review process to shift dollars, because you remember I was telling you that we leave about $46 million, sometimes, $46 million on the table of unused money. And that's the process that we're in right now. And we can tell you, I will share with you who will be impacted, and who will be impacted either way, all right?
Okay, do you know how many OACs requested more meals in their contracts?
I don't know how many.
No, okay. So what I've been getting is actually increase in costs, not meal increase.
Okay.
Not additional units, but increase in costs, and we've been actually working with them to look within their budgets to move money around to assist on that.
Okay. And how long does the reimbursement process typically take for OAC and HDM providers?
You mean, what, from the time that they?
Yeah,
The minute, we have a stellar record, I'll say on the record, that the city has a 30-year time frame, a 30-day
30 day,
time
yeah.
frame, a 30-day time frame, and we are, when we're bad, we're 15 days.
Yeah.
Our average is 7 to 10 days reimbursement.
That's great. We have heard that, so good to know. That's a point of pride. How many meals has NYC Aging reimbursed providers for in fiscal 2024?
I know those questions were asked, and we're still getting that data since the invoices are not all in.
Okay.
We can send it, we can actually give it to you by the end of the month when all the invoices are in for April.
Okay.
The good thing that I would say, which is correlated to that, related, is that participation at OACs has been leveling off, and we see that we're up above 80% now, which is a good sign of participation, and that it keeps trending up, but we're very pleased to see it at that rate.
Okay, I'm going to come back to utilization in a second, but regarding case management, the PMMR indicated there was a pause on the intake of new case management clients due to budgetary constraints. The council's preliminary budget response called for the addition of $6.3 million to address the wait list and increase demand, but no additional funding was included in the executive plan. What's the budget for case management for fiscal 2024, for fiscal 25, and the out years, and how much has been spent to date?
I can't give you what was spent today. Oh, you want to do this? Okay. It's 44.4 million.
Right, so the commissioner mentioned it's 44.4. We actually spent $30 million so far.
Sorry, 44.4, and you've spent 39?
$30 million.
30 million so far, okay. That's the budget for 24?
24 and 25 as
24,
well.
25 case management.
24 and 25?
Yeah, $44.5 million.
Okay, thank you. And then is there a current wait list for case management services?
There is. It's small. Well, it's not that small if you're the one waiting. It's about 776 clients, but the thing that I want to be clear about is it's usually centered around the full assessment for case management, right? So everybody gets the initial assessment, it's the full assessment for case management, and that's where we have the 776. And anyone who's been deemed food insecure, unless you're an MLTC client, you
Right.
immediately get a meal.
Okay. During the preliminary budget hearing, we were informed that $6.3 million would be needed to address budgetary constraints with case management services. What's the status of this new needs request?
We are in constant communication with OMB about our new needs request. We were at the last hearing, we gave you chapter and verse, and each one of those is we're in conversation with OMB about.
Okay, and do you know the current case management ratio or the caseload of clients a case manager works with?
I believe it's 1 to 58.
That can't be, that cannot be optimal.
No,
What is like the optimal ratio? Ideally, what would the ratio be?
Ideally, it ranges from 54 to 70. So we would say, right now it's about 58 optimum. It should never be more than 1.1 to 65. So anything.
1 to 65.
Yeah, it should never be more than that. And then even that's pushing it. So the 1 to 58, which is our average now, it's an area that we feel comfortable with.
Okay, but in an ideal world, what is that number? Is it 54, is it 58, or is it lower than that?
It would probably range, it'll probably be 55.
55, okay. Thank you. I want to just go back to the utilization and just follow up on some of Councilmember Mealy's questions. You said utilization at OACs now is at or around 80%?
81% is the average for all OACs.
Do you know the lowest and the highest?
I can get you that.
Okay. And do you know which borough is?
I can get
You can get a set? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you planning to reallocate resources from centers with low utilization to those where utilization is high?
Yes,
And then are you going to notify providers about that?
of course. Can't do this without
When-
them.
when
'Cause
would
we
you
have
do-
to look at the implication of that. We're finishing the study now, and we will
Okay.
know
When will the study
exactly-
be finished or completed?
When do you think it'll be completed?
Sometime by the end of this month.
End of this month?
Yeah.
We're almost at the end of this
I know,
month.
I know.
Yeah.
It's soon.
But we have a lot of things going on, so, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you feel comfortable saying that on the record, or maybe June?
Yeah, we'll go for June.
Okay. Trying to help help you out here.
The thing is that now I'm gonna push Jose a little bit. The thing is that the window of opportunity to do the shift is also narrow. So
Right.
we have to consider that also.
So you also got to remember, and I'm kind of, I know you haven't brought this up, but we're also dealing with the COLA issues, we're doing ICR issues. So all these things are impacting.
Passport is.
Passport issues. So we're actually dealing with all these amendments that we're trying to do to the contracts. So we want to make sure all that gets done, as well as ensuring that the contractors start in fiscal year 25, get their advances, so they have enough cash to start spending. When we have that evaluation, again, to your point, we will then have those conversations, because again, we want to make sure that all this gets done before the fiscal year.
And we have, right.
Okay. And then beyond the sort of reallocation, will the findings from this report be used to determine which centers might close?
I don't think utilization is the only determining factor. It might be part of a criteria should we ever have to cross that bridge, but I don't think it's the only determinant.
Okay, and is there a plan, or are you working with providers with low utilization to increase that utilization, and what does that plan look like?
Well, we inform them of the utilization, and they have to give us a corrective action plan as to what they're doing.
Okay.
Remember that each one of them has an outreach budget, and so it's like, what are you doing in terms of increasing outreach against that?
Okay. I'm going to move on to home care and then try to wrap it up here. NYC Aging provides funding for home care services to help functionally impaired older adults live safely in the comfort of their own homes. NYC Aging's home care services support older adults who are not eligible for Medicaid. In recent years, the demand for home care has grown steadily. The Council's preliminary budget response called on the administration to add $7 million in baseline funding to support the increased demand. Unfortunately, this was not included in the executive plan. How many older adults currently receive home care services administered through NYC Aging?
I have that for you right here, and I'm trying to find it. Where's my home care? I can't find the tab for that. I will get back to you.
I'm here. I've got you. I'll give you another minute if you need a minute.
Yeah.
If the tab is there, I want you to find the tab. If it's not there, that's a different story.
Where is it? Under. Oh, additional questions from council. Okay, here it goes.
Thank you.
In home care, we have 2,427 individuals enrolled. Those are unique individuals.
2,427?
2,427.
Thank you.
And in home care, we have a wait list of 322.
Thank you. You preempted my next question. What's the current budget for home care and actual spending in fiscal '24 so far?
I believe that home care budget is 39 million and 27.
Sorry, 39 million, was it?
39 million, yeah.
Yes, so it's, yeah.
44.4.
Yeah, and so it's actually, yeah, that's,
Oh, CMA, sorry, I was getting my programs confused. It's 39 million, of which 27 million has been spent so far.
Okay. Do you expect the demand for home care services to meet or exceed the budget this fiscal year?
We anticipate that the demand for home care will always be an increasing demand.
And did you advocate for an increase in the home care services budget in the executive plan? I know you're in constant communication with OMB.
We have, and it's part of our conversation in terms of the larger issue.
Okay. Are you pushing for an increase in the adopted plan?
And the other thing that I for the record, is that the state has not, we're advocating also for state funding. The state has not given us any increases in this area, and they're the primary funder of our ISEP program.
and so earlier mentioned the COLA issue, this is also part of that.
This is all part of that.
Okay. You mentioned this earlier. I just wanted to follow up and see if you had anything you wanted to add, but with regards to the capital funding provided by the Brooklyn Borough President, and
Yes.
$7 million?
It's 6 million.
6 million, okay.
Yes.
And you have not received similar funding from other borough presidents, is that correct?
No, we have not. This is a unique opportunity for us to be able to respond to the conversation we had at the preliminary, which is bringing up our kitchens, some of them just to standard and others to state-of-the-art.
And what do you plan to use those funds for?
Primarily, with the borough president's agreement, we will use those for improving kitchens in Brooklyn. And then we'll look at some of the other capital needs, centered around HVAC.
Okay, great. Give me 1 second, please.
Sure. We would appreciate if you could talk to your other borough presidents and see if they would follow this model. It'll give us a great
I will indeed.
opportunity.
I will indeed. I also wanted to correct the record. I believe you said in your testimony earlier that you attempted to bike at my event. You were definitely riding that bike.
Oh, well, yeah, but there were two people right next to me.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. That you got to give yourself credit. You
Yeah,
were
no,
on the
I
bike
do,
and you
I
were
do.
pedaling and you were moving. So
But I need to
without the trike wheels.
Oh, yes, what do you want to ask me about the trikes?
No. You've touched on the trikes. I think we're good on the trikes.
Yeah, we need to
I just wanted to
advocate.
correct the record and make sure people
Okay.
knew that you were actually riding the bicycle.
I was actually riding a bike with great trepidation.
Okay. Okay. You have another question, Councilmember Mealy? Okay. One more question from Councilmember Mealy. A quick one, I hope.
Since you don't really know how much money you have left for COVID, do you think you would be open to maybe putting it towards security guards at our DIFTA senior centers?
It's not an area that we have really looked at. It's something that we could look at, but I want to clarify for the record, it wasn't that we don't know how much COVID dollars we are. We were confused between COVID and city council, and city tax levy. So, that was where the confusion was. We were thinking that it was baselined already, but it's still coded as federal COVID funds.
But wouldn't the city Department of Aging want to secure our seniors in senior centers with security? This day and age, things are changing. People are doing different things than they did before. And our seniors are the most vulnerable population. And now that the mayor feel that they are going to balance the budget off our seniors, taking away all the seniors, the security from 55 senior centers and senior housing. Isn't it our obligation to make sure our senior centers are secure and safe for our older adults?
If you're talking about the NYCHA decision to remove the security guards from NYCHA facilities, I cannot opine on a NYCHA budgetary decision. Those are their decisions. When we heard of it for the first time at a town hall of older adults, what we did was talk to our community partner in the NYPD and start looking at how is it that we can use the senior liaison at every NYPD to start looking at this. But I cannot opine on a budgetary decision made by NYCHA, or I should not.
But could you
Yeah.
let us know your contingency plan? They are still under your purview of being senior
They're not
centers.
under my.
I just want to clarify,
Preview with
Council,
8
those are
senior
the senior centers at NYCHA facilities. So it's in the NYCHA budget. It's not in the NYC aging budget.
But we New York City, and this is Department of Aging. I feel we still have to put some skin in the game because it's still protecting our seniors.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for obliging me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. Chair Brannan?
Commissioner, thank you so much. We look forward to working with you and advocating on your behalf for our seniors.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so
For our seniors.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take like a 10, 15-minute break tops, and we're going to hear from the public.
For the record, I will be leaving, but we do have staff that listens and stays
Thank you.
here to be responsive should you need to. Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to start, I believe, with public testimony for the Aging Committee, but make sure you, and then we do corrections and probation. Make sure you filled out one of those tickets if you're here to testify, and we'll see you in like 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, please find your seat. Once again, please find your seat. Please ensure that all cell phones and electronic devices are placed on silent. We shall resume momentarily. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, we're now going to open the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding, that decorum must be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. Unless you're testifying, please remain silent. The witness table is reserved only for people who wish to testify and who we call up to the dais. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Members of the public may not present audio or video recordings at testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the official hearing record. If you're here today in chambers, you wish to speak at the hearing, just make sure you fill out one of those appearance tickets in the back and wait to be recognized. Once you're recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, either the corrections, probation, or aging FY25 executive budgets. And that is all that we'll be hearing testimony on today. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony that you want to submit for the official record, just provide a copy of the testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony. If you didn't bring it with you today, you can email us the written testimony within 72 hours of the conclusion of this hearing. You can email it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted, only written testimony. Okay, we're going to call up the first panel now. Kevin Kiprowski, Ariel Sevransky, Jeanette Estrema, Tara Klein, and Beth Finkel, and Andrew Santa Ana. No, not in this panel. Want to start from the right? Just say your name and you can start.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kiprowski, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Live On New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Live On New York is a membership organization that represents over 110 service providers that basically cover most of DFDA's portfolio. They run over 1,000 programs, most of them in the 5 boroughs, but across the entire state. I just want to open by saying we have submitted over 150 testimonies from older adults we've collected across the city today to be entered into the record, and our members will be submitting more across the 72 hours, and some of them will actually be submitting some today, because the cuts are incredibly egregious. And thank you both so much for your advocacy on this issue. Ageism is pervasive in this year's executive budget, with a built-in hole of $80 million that threatens to disconnect older New Yorkers from the services and support they need to stay involved in their communities. We testified earlier this year that older adult centers are in dire need, and there's $82 million across the system that we've identified to keep this system whole as it is. And in response to that, we've seen an additional $100 million cut with nothing to actually meet the needs we've outlined. We are an aging city, and we must invest in that reality. The current paltry aging budget, less than half of 1%, and thank you, Chair Brannon, for bringing that up in your questioning, is not an adequate investment for now, and it's not an adequate investment for our future. Some of what I'm going to say is going to sort of reflect what we said during the prelim budget, because not much has changed since then, but add a little bit more. One, we want to say we're so grateful for the incredible amount that the council gives in discretionary funding. It is foundational to the work. We believe it should be baselined, but you guys really do come in to save the day on a lot of programs, so thank you so much for that. Two, we're still asking for $50 million just to baseline funding for capital improvements in centers, from kitchens to floors to roofs. We have places that are covered in mold that can't open, and we're shocked that there's still, $20 million being pulled out of that system. We need $20 million to expand social work support. One thing that we actually heard in testimony is that there's the optimal number is 55, but we have programs that have up to 72 people per case manager, and they've removed intake workers, so the intake actually now falls on the case managers as well. So they're doing more admin work, and they have more cases, and there is a wait list. So since money was pulled out of that system, we've actually created probably a system where there's a longer wait list and needs are higher. The last one, $12 million for HDM to get our per meal rate up to where it's supposed to be, to $15.31. And I think that this is something we're all thinking, is that we need to rethink how our aging system works in light of the fact that our city's aging, and we don't want to continue ageist policies that disconnect people from the communities they live in and our city as a whole. So we want to reverse all of the cuts, but we don't want to celebrate that. We want to actually add funding to meet the needs, and we are so grateful for everyone's advocacy and partnership with us. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Ariel Savransky. I'm a Senior Policy and Advocacy Advisor at UJA Federation of New York. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Hudson, for your support and for this opportunity to testify. I want to start just by thanking the City Council for the $100 million workforce investment over the last 2 years and $50 million next year, as well as the 3% cost of living for FY25 and FY27. You'll have my longer testimony, and Kevin just gave a really great summary of a lot of our asks, so I'm just going to highlight the Holocaust Survivor Initiative and NORCS. So the council-funded Holocaust Survivor Initiative continues to be a lifeline for survivors grappling with poverty, food insecurity, isolation, medical challenges, and mental health issues. Trauma after trauma, COVID, anti-Semitism, the war in Ukraine, and now the war in Israel have exacerbated survivors' already vulnerable mental health, and the astronomical cost of living is making it harder for them to make ends meet. Last year, the City Council included $4.2 million to support the Holocaust Survivor Initiative. We're asking that this investment be restored to $4.25 million, which matches FY23 funding. This goes towards things such as case management, mental health services, trauma-informed care, crisis prevention, legal services, emergency financial assistance, socialization programs, and end-of-life care. Many of our network partners supporting Holocaust survivors have client waitlists of over 500 clients. And just to give you an idea of kind of where this funding goes to, adding one specially trained case manager to their staff, which would allow a 10% reduction in the waitlist, costs roughly $85,000 annually. That covers salary and benefits. So this funding is really greatly needed to meet the needs of this population. And then NORCS, we're asking for the restoration of $6.09 million with $1.3 million to directly support health and nursing services. NORCS were discussed a lot in the hearing. I know that you're aware of the impact that the NORCS have on seniors' ability to stay in their communities and in their houses. So we really thank you for your support in that area. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Janetta Stima, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at City Meals on Wheels. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. In addition to funding home-delivered meals for weekends, holidays, and emergencies, City Meals is a citywide emergency food responder for older adults who cannot access other emergency food programs. In fiscal year 23, we delivered over 2 million meals to more than 22,000 older New Yorkers. This includes about 34,000 emergency meals delivered during emergencies and about 160,000 meals that were pre-supplied in our seasonal emergency food packages. These meals are nutritionally appropriate for older adults, and they are shelf-stable, not requiring refrigeration or heating. Pre-supplying the meals means there's food on hand when extreme weather disrupts a delivery, or when a power outage or a gas outage makes it impossible to eat a frozen meal that's been received. Like most providers, we continue to see a rapid growth in the need for our services. In FY23, we served about 1,150 more older adults than we did in FY22. And during the pandemic, our food costs increased about 33%. Therefore, we're respectfully requesting a renewal of the $500,000 we received through the Older Adults Clubs Programs and Enhancements Initiative, and an enhancement of $300,000. We also urge the city to increase the reimbursement rate for home-delivered meals providers to $15.31 per meal, as they too are struggling with increased costs. It's also critical to provide that $50 million capital fund to repair and upgrade older adult centers. Cooling centers were raised, and we do think it's critical that when these older adult centers are mandated to serve as cooling centers, they really do need to make sure that those HVAC systems are in good repair. So this is an urgent need, and OAC's leaving them mired in bureaucratic limbo is really dangerous to older New Yorkers. Finally, we're just deeply concerned about the HDM contracts that are being awarded right now. We work hand in glove with the city's contracted providers, which is only possible because of our shared mission that puts older New Yorkers first. We thank the council for your oversight of that issue.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Chair Hudson, and council members for holding this hearing today. And thank you also for the new format and allowing advocates the opportunity to weigh in. We love this. So I'm Tara Klein. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy and Advocacy for United Neighborhood Houses. We are a policy and social change organization that represents settlement houses in New York. And many of our members run older adult centers, NORCs, home delivered meal programs, and others. So thank you to the council for including many of our priorities in the preliminary budget response. That was great to see, and Kevin laid out many of those new needs that we have in our system. Unfortunately, the mayor's executive budget once again creates significant programmatic and financial instability in the aging services network. There are more cuts once again. There is no new needs funding. And this is really accelerating a downward spiral of systemic disinvestment in this system. And this really is risking the health and well-being of over 1 million older New Yorkers. I want to touch on a couple of things that came up in the questioning earlier. First, around the cuts around stimulus funding. Thank you for helping us clarify what is going on. Unfortunately, we still have no answers about those cuts. Are they going to be filled back in? If not, what will the impact be? Are there going to be centers that are going to be forced to close via an RFP process that has fewer older adult centers? We really don't know, and we need transparency around that. Next, I also want to thank you for your work around the home delivered meals contracts. We do have serious concerns that private contractors could compromise the integrity of the home delivered meals program. This is a social service program. It is not simply a meal delivery service. Drivers who work for nonprofits now and do the meal delivery often identify challenges in the home, such as behavior changes. Some have even identified people who have passed away in their homes, and they are trained on how to deal with that. So we really encourage that component to be key moving forward. And then finally, once again, this came up earlier, the issue around eligibility for home delivered meals for people who are on an MLTC plan. We just learned that there are over 2,500 people who were denied home delivered meals because of some bureaucratic confusion. This is outrageous. This has been going on for over a year now. So we really appreciate anything you could do to get to the bottom of this and clarify that policy. So thank you very much. We really appreciate all of the council's support. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Finkel. I'm the State Director for AARP New York. I want to thank Chairperson Brennan and Chairperson Hudson, and thank you for the advocacy that you've done, and other council members. AARP has over 750,000 members throughout the 5 boroughs, but we represent consumers, we represent constituents. We don't have any programs. This is all about what we hope is the best to help allow people to age in place here in New York. So I wanted to really talk about our deep concern with the mayor's proposed executive budget with the cuts. It's very, very concerning. We know the numbers are just going up. According to the last census from 2011 to 2020, there's over 30% increase in people 65 plus in New York, and the poverty rate among those 65 plus in those 10 years went up 37%. So you have to really scratch your head and say, what the heck is happening here doing cutbacks when we know that the population is burgeoning and also struggling. So I'm not going to go back over the numbers because you know it, but I'm glad you pointed out of New York City's residents are now 65 and older, so there's some disparity here that really needs to be addressed. We're concerned about the numbers because we realize that if we lose $80 million to the system, that could be up to 60 older adult centers being closed. I mean, that's outrageous. We need to have some clarity about caseload because we know that there's no more intake workers, and so what does that do to the caseworkers that were overwhelmed before? I want to go back to the food issue. Paying $12.78 for a meal that really costs $15.31. I mean, what's happening here? Where is the quality control? Where is the, the basic dietary needs? And we, as a city, have to address that. So overarching, this is about ageism also. People allocate money where they allocate it. You have to be concerned about the older adults who built our communities. And to me, and to all of us, I think it smacks of ageism and it shouldn't be tolerated. So I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Beth.
Good Friday afternoon. I want to thank Chair Brennan and Chair Hudson and the council members for the Committee on Aging for holding this hearing and giving the Asian American Federation an opportunity to testify on the needs of our older adult community. My name is Andrew Santa Ana, and I'm the Deputy Director of Research and Policy at AAF, where we proudly serve the collective voice of over 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. Before I begin, I did want to just briefly take a moment to bring into this space an acknowledgement of Don Lee, the former chair of Homecrest's Board of Directors. He was acknowledged in this space. He recently passed, and his legacy and influence continues to resonate through AAF's work. Don was an unparalleled voice in the Pan-Asian community in advocacy for seniors, in work to address anti-Asian hate, and in solidarity with all communities of color to keep New Yorkers safe. We're uplifted by his wisdom and inspired by his ferocity and leadership. Going into fiscal year 2025, Asian older adults continue to endure the impacts of a teetering economic conditions and continued anti-Asian hate. Making up 13.7% of New York City's senior population, Asian older adults, with 23.2% of said population living in poverty. Our older adult population lives alone, and often, and as many as 83.5% possess limited English proficiency skills. Our Seniors Working Group, the first and only Asian older adult-focused advocacy coalition in New York City and state, comprises of 12 Asian-led, Asian older-serving adult member organizations. Since its inception, the Seniors Working Group, under the guidance of AAF, has become an authoritative voice for policymakers to reference and consult concerns addressing Asian seniors. Now, my testimony will include details in the written testimony that have more recommendations, but in short, food insecurity is among the top concerns for Asian older adults. In addition to anti-Asian violence, functioning older adult centers, and mental health, all of which are interconnected. Our policy recommendations include increasing funding to Asian-led, Asian-serving older adult service providers, expanding the funding to include time and expenses spent on case management, digital literacy devices, and training, prioritize funding for both congregate and remote services and programming, continue funding a network of linguistically and culturally competent food service programs that provide alternative food benefits to older adults, and expanding funding to include culturally competent, in-language, and older adult-focused, non-traditional mental health service models. This includes prioritizing CBOs with a history of providing free and subsidized, non-traditional, culturally competent services and funding opportunities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, next panel, Eustacia Smith, Linda Hoffman, Fiorella Cara-Turin, Paul Nagel, Kenneth Cox, ARP rolling out. I'm going to start from my right. Just say your name and you can begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Hoffman. I am president of New York Foundation for Senior Citizens. And we are truly grateful to you, Chair Brennan, and to you, Chair Hudson, for your ongoing support of our citywide home sharing and respite care program, which only needs a sort of a little bit of a pebble on the beach of this major budget. And we're all, including our board of directors, very grateful for the staunch support we've been receiving from you all of these years so that we can continue to run the program citywide. And we run it really on a shoestring budget. At this year, or for the next fiscal year, we are really hoping and praying for your support of a provision of $250,000 from the speaker's budget, her citywide budget, and an allocation from your individual and borough delegation discretionary budgets within the next city budget. Our free home sharing service matches adult hosts with extra space in their homes or apartments to share with responsible, compatible adult guests who are in need of affordable housing. And one of the matchmates must be over the age of 60. During the past 43 years, we have been successfully matching and have successfully matched over 2,600 persons in shared living arrangements. At some point, we were hoping we might be able to involve asylum seekers to live in the homes of older New York City residents. Our respite care service provides affordable short-term in-home care at the low cost of $18.55 per hour that's paid directly to the home care workers by frail elderly who are attempting to manage at home and those who are being cared for by others, people who are above the Medicaid level, to prevent them from going into nursing homes. And although the private cost of care for home care in New York City is $30 an hour with a private agency, these people are paying, they're on fixed incomes and paying $18.55 an hour directly to the home care workers. And in some instances, we're providing it free of charge for people with incomes under $40,000 a year and who need it on an emergency basis. It's the only service, both of those are the only services of their types in New York City. They prevent institutionalization. We are responsive to the housing crisis. They provide affordable housing, and they certainly provide savings, significant savings in Medicaid and other expenses for the city. And to continue our citywide program, we really do need the funding that we've requested, and I thank you very much in advance for hopefully providing it for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Brandon, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eustacia Smith, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at Westside Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing, referred to as WISHFISH. Thank you, Chair Hudson and the Committee on Aging, for your work to support older New Yorkers. We need New York City to invest $82 million in new funding across the aging system. People 65 and older are the fastest growing age group of people experiencing homelessness. Instead, we find ourselves facing the possibility of millions in cuts and having to fight just so our centers can remain open. The closure of older adult centers will plunge New York City seniors into social isolation and loneliness. This is not only unjust, it will harm seniors and create new community health burdens. Social isolation is linked to a 50% increased risk of dementia and higher rates of high blood pressure, heart disease, anxiety, depression, Alzheimer's disease, and death. Our participants come from vulnerable populations that already have extremely limited resources, where these centers provide a lifeline. WISHFISH houses over 2,500 older adults in permanent, affordable, and supportive housing and shelter. To give a sense to how significant each older adult center is, we operate 3 centers. 2 are in affordable senior housing, and 1 is in a NYCHA housing. These 3 centers serve over 1,500 older adults in Manhattan and the Bronx, providing socialization, community activities, nutritional services, as well as case management. They help seniors navigate complicated entitlement programs, access to health care, and the difficult process of getting home health aid services. They provide counseling and access to mental health services, help completing housing recertifications, and referrals for housing when needed. Now imagine that 30 to 60 of these centers were lost, as the mayor's proposed budget could mean. The loss would be incredible. Older adult centers are not expendable, and we need more case management dollars and more money for the increased cost of food. They are vital tools for keeping people housed, healthy, and out of more costly institutional types of care, such as hospitals and nursing facilities. This is a time that we should be dramatically scaling up funding for services for older adults. As one of our center participants put it, "I've already lost so much. Even the thought of losing this center is devastating." Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the council and chairs for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Fiorella Caro Turin, and I am the Associate Director at the Educational Alliance's Service Center for Balanced Living, located in East Village. Educational Alliance provides programs and services to a highly diverse population of about 4,000 older New Yorkers annually through Weinberg OAC, Cervich OAC, and the Cooperative Village North. Like many providers, our OACs work with the most vulnerable populations, including older adults living in high poverty and with limited English proficiency. My fellow directors and I urge the council and administration to continue to advocate for the reversal of all cuts to the NYC aging and reinvest in this system. With acute needs across the system, the city must invest funds into the older adult network for both services and capital repairs and maintenance of centers. Each year, we face the same budget problem. Spending on building repairs limits our investment in continuing to build out our program offerings. Additionally, we must work to expand comprehensive social supports for our members and combat older adult hunger through increased funds for congregate home delivered meals. I will be submitting, and I have already submitted to Crystal Hudson, additional testimony from 175 of our members from our older adult centers. And if I could summarize, many of our members have personally written about how significantly our centers have positively impacted their lives. Many of them highlight how crucial our programs and services are, including meals, arts, exercise activities, group trips, social and case management services, education workshops, and socialization are imperative for their longevity and joyful existence. To quote a few, "I am forever grateful for Cervich and how it has nurtured and enriched me. Many of us worked hard and pay our taxes faithfully. Please do not reduce the budget that supports our centers." How are we to continue with the support coming from the budget, without the support coming from the budget? And finally, after my husband died, there was a huge emptiness in my life. After joining Cervich, it filled the gap with art, friendship, and joy. Thank God for our senior centers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Brandon and Hudson. Thank you for convening this hearing today. My name is Kenneth Cox. I'm the Chief of Strategic Philanthropy for Encore Community Services. Encore is one of the city's largest older adult services organizations. We provide more than 500,000 meals to older adults in their homes and at our older adult centers. We also offer members case management, financial wellness. Hundreds of older adults come through our doors each week seeking a meal, companionship, and increasingly connection to supportive services. Unfortunately, our centers are showing signs of underinvestment as critical infrastructure begins to fail. New York City Aging's capital budget is simply insufficient to meet the vast capital needs of our centers. At Encore, we've struggled with malfunctioning elevators and deteriorating HVAC systems. That is unacceptable. We are calling on the council to champion increased investment in the DIFTA capital program to prevent further deterioration of critical infrastructure and ensure that older adults enjoy safe, functional, and dignified facilities. Providing fresh, nutritious meals is another core part of Encore's operation. Currently, the city only funds a single meal daily for older adults. Unfortunately, for thousands of older New Yorkers, that is the only meal they'll receive. Food insecurity among older adults is worsening and requires decisive action from the city. To support healthy and dignified aging in New York, we must provide 3 meals daily to older adults in need. And finally, the economics of providing meals is a significant challenge for providers like Encore. The city's reimbursement rate remains too low, particularly for weekend meals. Despite a modest increase in the fiscal 23-24, basic food and overhead costs have continued to rise. We're grateful for the Council's action last year, and we urge you to support additional investment until reimbursement rates have caught up to inflation. Thank you for your time. We look forward to celebrating a city budget that supports that older New Yorkers who built our city. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, Minetta Brown, Chen Lightfoot, or Sherry Lightfoot, sorry, Essie Dugan, Kimberly George, Darcy Connor, Sony Smith or Susie Smith.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. My name is Minetta Brown, and I live in New York City housing, which is called Reverend Brown Housing, not related. However, I'm speaking on the behalf of other senior citizens that live there, which is about 300 seniors. Mount Akron is now closed. We live in Brooklyn, 1634 St. Mark's Avenue. And people there that are seniors that are living there need nutritious meals. They need physical exercise, socializing, and also health and well-being. They also need safety. The thing is that Mount Akron is closed, and we need it open. We truly need it open for the people, for the seniors there. They have nowhere else or nothing else to do, and I think it would be more important for them to be more active at the center there. What it is that we also, we have 6 stories, and the 6 stories that we have, the dinette area is down on the main floor, and it would be much more easier for them to come there instead of going somewhere else because of the transportation. And some of them are also homebound, so they're not able to participate in traveling. So I just feel that seniors are being stripped of their dignity, and that the fact that we need to be treated more as human beings rather than to be like, to be mistreated. And they need to recognize more about senior Mount Akron. They need to recognize more things, that activities that can go on. So we also need free meals, and it would be important that we would have free meals for each and every one of us in the center there, and to open up that center.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Lightfoot. I'm a resident of the Reverend Brown Houses, which is a public housing site in Brooklyn. Thank you to our councilwoman. We thank you very much for trying to help us open our center. My reason for today is to try to open us a center. We just homeless. We need a place to go. And so what I'm saying to you, I want to make a plea to you to please consider opening our center. We need it. The center is located there between the 2 buildings, and also during inclement weather. Only thing we have to do is come downstairs to congregate with our friends and play games. We have food, and we can get a nutritional food. We need to eat right. We've been eating wrong for so many years. Please, please help us. Thank you.
Sherry, can you tell us, I've heard about this before, but I don't think anyone's ever explained, why is it closed?
The city, NYCHA closed the building.
But why?
Because no funding, lack of funding.
So there's nothing wrong with the building?
No, the building is a beautiful building. It's ready for us to move right in.
The problem is they don't have the funding to what? Have a provider run the place?
Right, we don't have the funding.
Okay, thank you.
And was there a senior center there before?
Yes, there was a senior citizen on the Wayside Outreach Development,
Okay.
and then it did not remain, so.
How long has it been closed?
Since the pandemic.
Wow, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I remember you from the NYCHA hearing.
Yes.
I don't remember your name, though.
Good afternoon to Councilor Brannon, to the chair of the senior committee, Hutchison, and my council lady, Darlene Milley. I am Esther Duggan, an advocate for seniors. And I just want to say that I heard a tiny bit possible, hopefully, be some good news that the center will be open this year ASP, and joining in with council member, this is the reason why we are here, to make sure that what she is advocating, pushing for, come into fruition. The senior needs senior service. Remember, they've been shut up since the pandemic, and they need full service, not just meals. They need counseling because many had death within their family, many been sick with COVID themselves, many of their friends around them, and so by having no one to talk to be around, to fellowship, so they need some therapeutic counseling too, so that they can feel uplifted. So that's what I'm advocating for, so they can have their full service. And many seniors, they need it because that's their only company. Do you know, just to come down to fellowship, to be the only voice you hear for the day and nobody else? So that's make life much more worth living. And I just want to quickly add, whenever a council member was talking about having security within the senior center, yes, NYCHA may have their guard, but that's in the housing development. But within the center, where doors is open and anybody can walk in, it do need someone there. Okay, and all of the senior center, because there is no one there for the protection, because senior cannot defend themselves. So thank you so much, and I'm asking, okay, Council Hutchison, Council Brennan, and all the city council join in and get this center open. It's have more than 50 people that will be coming down daily just for fellowship, meals, whatever it may be.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, blessings everyone.
Just hit the little button on the bottom there.
Good afternoon, blessings everyone. To the panel there and to Mealy, I appreciate you all. It seems like everyone done said what needed to be said. So I'm just going to add on to it. I'm a resident also at Reverend Brown. I'm a tenant. I just recently moved there maybe a year ago. And Mount Ararat Center is connected right to the building. I found that we need that because I see some of the older saints, I'm just a baby saint, some of the older people there, they congregate in the hallway. So we can't congregate in the hallway. We have people coming in, the mail lady coming in, the compactor people, the caretakers. We need that center so we can sit and congregate amongst each other. We can't sit around and wait for a nice day to be outside to go sit on a bench. That's not good for seniors. We paid our debt. We need to be accommodated for our time that we've been here doing what we do here in the city of New York. So therefore, I've heard y'all talk about the money here, the money there. If money could be spent for that, the money should be spent for seniors. We put our time in. We deserve our center. We deserve a cooked meal, a chef in the kitchen. We need medical people there. We need social, everything we need. We're lacking there, and this is what we need. We shouldn't have to go to another neighborhood, have transportation take us somewhere else when we live right above a center. That is unacceptable. And it's going to be hot very soon. We can't sit out on the benches and bake. We need to be in there with some AC running. When you get tired of getting cool, you okay, go upstairs and relax. Take a shower and go to bed. You shouldn't have to go where you have access to something that is closed and it needs to be open. I don't know how fast, but we're going to be lit in a hot summer this year, and we need to have somewhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we're going to start our first of the criminal justice panels. Zachary Katzelson or Katzen? Oh, Zachary Katznelson, sorry. Darren Mack, Jason Aline, Alexander Anderson, Dale Ventura, Shannon Rocket,
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Zachary Katz-Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Independent Rikers Commission, commonly known as the Lippman Commission, and thanks for the chance to testify. I want to uplift three things that some council members were speaking about before, that investments that we'd really like to see in the budget. One is programming in the jails. The legal mandate is 5 hours per weekday for everybody in the jails. People are lucky right now if they get 1 or 2. And the budget should be in there for the 5 hours. Do our best to meet it, but we got to start somewhere, and it starts with the funding. The second is reentry programming and planning. A lot of people in jail get nothing. And it behooves us all, if we want to have people have the best chance of success when they get out, to actually provide funding for everybody in there to have access to planning. The third is crisis intervention training, which is for staff to deal with people with serious mental illness. 20% of the people in jail have a serious mental illness. We have now a dwindling number of staff that have that training. This training wasn't offered at all during COVID, and hundreds of staff left who had it. We need to really bring those numbers up. I also want to touch on the borough jail contracts. I went to DDC and I reviewed the contracts. There is a lot of room to speed those up. And of course, in construction, time is money. It also means less time for the surrounding communities to have to deal with construction. But for instance, in Queens, the design period alone is 3 years. 3 years to design the building, and the construction doesn't begin until afterwards. I mean, the design build is supposed to allow some of that to happen simultaneously, but it's not scheduled to happen that way in this contract. So we've asked the city to use value engineering. It's a process where independent teams of experts come in, they use it all the time at DDC, to review designs, to review timelines, to see how we can save time and money. We've asked them to do it here. Usually can save up to 10 to 15% of cost, can save months, if not longer, in the timeline. It's really urgent to get that done as soon as possible. Before we move forward, let's get it done now. Let's figure out how to speed these up. And one last note on Bellevue. The staffing in there, want to make sure there's enough staffing for the outposted therapeutic units. It's not clear yet from the budget that's in there. I just want to be sure that they have the right staff allocated so we can open those units on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director of Freedom Agenda. We are led by our members who are survivors of Rikers Island, like myself, and impacted family members. We're one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers, and I'm glad to testify here today. New York City has committed to closing Rikers Island because it doesn't serve our city, doesn't create public safety, and doesn't match our values. Rikers is legally required to close by 2027, despite any delay tactics introduced by the mayor. And this year's city budget must align with that commitment to safely reducing the jail population and shifting to a smaller borough jail system. We know what works to create real public safety, and it's things like housing, healthcare, work opportunities, mentorship, and safe community spaces like the last panel was just asking for. And the mayor's budget will cut out or continue underfunding all these resources while leaving the Department of Corrections budget nearly untouched. The mayor's determination to preserve a bloated DOC workforce is a scary indication of his policy priorities, even more so when compared with other agencies like the Department of Education, Department of Buildings, the Parks Department, and others that face vacancies and hiring freezes. The mayor may want to keep investing in failed systems, but the city council can stop him. If the council cannot achieve the necessary restorations and investments through negotiations with the mayor, we urge you to use every power you have, including passing a budget amendment to ensure a just budget for our city. In the written testimony that we submitted today, you'll see a full budget analysis from the Campaign to Close Rikers that calls on the City Council to make several amendments to the fiscal year 25 budget to support the closure of Rikers Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
My name is Alexander Anderson, and I'm the art director for Reentry Theater of Harlem, as well as Ritual for Return. Two art-based programs here in New York City, one on the Upper West Side of Harlem, and the other one in Queens at the Louis Armstrong Museum. These two art programs are dedicated to helping returning citizens reintegrate back into society through the powerful use of cultural rituals, including community rites of passage. Our theater practice provides participants with the tools to rebuild their lives, fostering personal growth, community connection, a renewed sense of purpose. Our success is reflected in the zero recidivism rate among our graduates and the positive path they pursue in the arts and education. However, the devastating budget cuts to the cultural work this year threatens the sustainability of programs like mine. While the mayor recently reversed a portion of the January cut, the vast majority of cultural programs did not have any of their cuts reversed. Smaller cultural groups like mine are struggling to survive so we can continue to serve our communities. Please fight for the support for cultural and arts in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the council for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Jason Aline, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Exalt, an organization that since 2006 has been dedicated to elevating expectations of personal success for young people who have been involved in the criminal justice system. Our powerful combination of classes for tangible skill development to navigate the education and criminal justice system, placement and paid internships, and an alumni network of resources equips our youth with the tools and experience necessary to avoid recidivism and reinvigorate their lives. Exalt serves criminal justice impacted youth between the ages of 15 to 19. Many of them come to us chronically disengaged from their respective schools, overaged, undercredited, and reading at a 4th grade level. All our participants have 5 staff members working with them throughout their involvement in a cycle. This includes a program coordinator, teacher, educational advocate, internship liaison, and alumni liaison. Although our program generally requires that our youth be enrolled in school, if they are not, our educational advocate works in collaboration with them to enroll them in a school best designed to support their academic advancement. In the first 6 weeks with us, they are immersed in our pre-internship training, which includes our culturally competent, responsive, and academically tested curriculum, then rejuvenates their love of learning. Our pre-internship program also provides all of our young people with professional skills training, such as resume building, mock interviewing, and digital literacy. Upon completion of our pre-internship program, our participants are placed in an 8-week paid internship in high-demand fields throughout New York City. Our core program participants are paid $18 an hour, and our alumni are paid $20 an hour. Our list of our internship partners includes a vast array of nonprofits, businesses, and government entities. Exalt has been able to garner remarkable results with the young people that in many ways society has largely failed. We are proud to say that 70% of the young people that come to us with open court cases have their sentences reduced or dismissed, 95% do not recidivate 2 years after graduating from our program, and 98% are on track to graduate by age 20. We ask that as you prepare the budget decisions that best advance your criminal justice goals, that you support Exalt and the work that we do to help facilitate the greatness in young people. We thank you for your leadership and dedication to addressing how criminal justice system impacts young New Yorkers.
Good afternoon. My name is Dale Ventura, and I'm the Director of Community Legal Services at Youth Represent. First, I'd like to give a very strong thank you to City Council for being a champion for the court-involved youth we support and serve. Youth Represent provides criminal and civil reentry legal services to over 1,200 young people annually. With funding from City Council through the Innovative Criminal Justice Programs Initiative, we were able to bring holistic support to youth who are most at risk of incarceration. With your support, we were able to employ our multidisciplinary approach to meet the many needs of recently released young people by providing wraparound legal services and helping them navigate the traumatic impact of incarceration on their mental health. Building on the success of this support, we respectfully request a renewal of the funding as well as additional funding in the amount of $50,000 to expand access to mental health services for youth in response to the current mental health crisis. We see every day the critical need for mental health support as young people navigate not only the criminal legal system, but its collateral impact on obtaining housing, education, employment, and a stable family life. Without access to adequate mental health services, young people are more susceptible to experiencing worsening mental health conditions over time, further isolating them from social safety nets, perpetuating a cycle of disadvantage, trauma, and recidivism. With this increased funding, we will be able to increase our mental health support by 50% and respond to the already overwhelming demand we are seeing for our legal and mental health services. Finally, I want to uplift a request that is shared by, I'm sure, many others here today, and urge City Council to continue investing in communities and legal services such as ours, and divest from incarcerating people and close Rikers. We hope that you will renew and expand funding for Youth Represent so that we may continue our work in serving neighborhoods with the highest level of need. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, Chair Nurse, Chair Hudson. My name is Shannon Rocket, and I'm here today on behalf of Carnegie Hall. Because our own work has focused so heavily on creative youth development, we were very encouraged to hear Speaker Adams' emphasis on supporting our city's young people and investing in key human services among her priorities for the year ahead. With the City Council's support, arts and culture have been highly effective resources in the portfolio of solutions to forge pathways for at-risk and justice-involved young people and help them succeed. For this reason and many more, we urge the Council to restore the devastating cuts to culture called for in next year's budget by allocating $53 million to the sector and to preserve and increase funding for the Innovative Criminal Justice Programs Initiative in fiscal '25. For more than 20 years, Carnegie Hall has invested deeply in creative youth development programming. We have partnered with city agencies and community organizations to ensure that our programs intentionally reach young people who otherwise would not have access to these opportunities. For Carnegie Hall, our belief is that all young people, regardless of their circumstances, should have opportunities to be creative, explore their talents, and develop skill sets that help them grow and overcome challenges. The issue of arts access is especially critical for system-involved individuals. Last year, Carnegie Hall launched the B-Side, our free intensive program for at least 40 New Yorkers ages 14 to 22 interested in the business of music, with a focus on young people connected to Carnegie Hall through our human services providers, including DOP, ACS, DOE, DCLA, DHS, DYCD, NYCHA, and MOAM, as well as community partners such as Children's Aid Society, Good Shepherd Services, and credible messenger organizations such as Life Camp. The B-Side provides participants an interactive space to learn about the inner workings of the music industry. Young people receive Metro cards, refreshments, and stipends for their participation. Our impact and partnerships throughout the city demonstrate that investment in arts and culture is a compound investment in human services and our communities. Cuts to arts and culture, therefore, have a compound negative effect on our communities. We urge the Council to protect and prioritize funding for arts programming for young people in the year ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, now we have Christopher Jeffries, Jennifer Parrish, Tawana Atkins, Melanie Dominiquez,
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Parrish. I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project, and I'm a member of the Jails Action Coalition and the Halt Solitary campaign. First, I want to thank the Council for your budget response, which includes restoring cuts to ATI and reentry programs, increasing funding, and adding a line item for Justice-Involved Supportive Housing, or JISH, which is critical because it's the only supportive housing designated specifically for people involved in the criminal legal system. We also appreciate that the Council included funding for Forensic Act teams, respite centers, and the Board of Correction. It's clear that the Council recognizes that reducing incarceration and closing Rikers Island require investing in community resources that divert people from the criminal legal system. We urge the Council to fight for these priorities to be included in the final budget. We would also like to see $2.5 million more for the Board of Correction and $6 million more for 4 new crisis respite centers. But today I want to highlight another important part of closing Rikers Island, which we should also be advancing right now, and that's downsizing the Department of Correction. We can begin to do it in this budget. The department has an officer to incarcerated person ratio that is 4 times the national average. Given that level of overstaffing, the current jails can certainly be operated with far fewer officers. And certainly by the time Rikers is closed and the borough-based jails are in place, far fewer people will be incarcerated and the city will need even fewer officers. So we recommend that you reduce Department of Correction uniform headcount from 7,060 to 5,110 in this budget. This reduction can be achieved without any layoffs, given that there are 1,450 vacancies and about 500 positions that could be eliminated if staff who are chronically absent were held accountable. It's clear from what you've heard at this hearing and many others that the mayor and the department are not taking the steps needed to close Rikers. We urge the council to use its power to move this process forward, and one important part of that is addressing the bloated DOC budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Sandy Nurse, for holding this New York City Council budget and oversight hearing on the executive budget of the Department of Correction for fiscal year 2025. My name is Melanie Dominguez, and I am the organizing director at the Catal Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. Our members are from across the city and include people who have been directly impacted, have been incarcerated, have had family members that have been incarcerated at Rikers Island in the city of New York. Many of our members know exactly how horrific Rikers really is and are deeply troubled by the mayor's budget proposal. And today I am here to bring to your attention the crisis at Rikers Island and the need to immediately shutter this notorious and deadly jail complex. New Yorkers across the city are deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis that is unfolding at this jail complex. Since Mayor Eric Adams took office, at least 31 people have died in New York City jails, and the violence at Rikers Island is out of control. This is unacceptable, and yet the city continues to fund this deadly jail complex. According to the city comptroller, the cost of incarceration at Rikers is over $500,000 per person per year, which is $1,525 a day. It is intolerable that this is the amount of money that the city is putting to basically put people in horrific conditions that are life-threatening, not just for the people that are detained, but the staff that is there as well. And all while this is happening, we have a mayor that continues to drive up the jail population because of his jail-first approach to public safety. Since on his first day, when he first took office, the jail population was that of 5,000, and now is well over 6,300. This is unacceptable, and he's doing this all while he continues to take money away from public schools, libraries, universal pre-K, childcare, CUNY, health service, the senior centers, community centers, all of these things that are so essential in making sure that our communities are being taken care for and move forward. And so I'm here right now to just make sure that the council moves forward in proposing a budget that aligns the city with their commitment to shut down Rikers Island. This includes cutting the budget that is being used for caging people. The city must cut the number of people that are being incarcerated at Rikers Island by putting more money into alternatives to incarceration. And the city must pass a budget, like I said, that is committed to shutting down Rikers Island. And like we all know, we need to make sure that the city is funding things that bring true public safety, like housing, healthcare, education, and jobs. And then lastly, it's really, really crucial that the city council pass Resolution 183, which calls on the federal courts to appoint an independent receiver to take control of Rikers Island to improve conditions and to save lives, especially when we have a mayor that is not committed to shutting down Rikers Island and has refused to abide by practically every legal and process benchmark that the city council put forward in 2019 to shut down Rikers by 2027. So like I said, I thank you so much for your leadership, and I ask that you please focus on all of these things that I said.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tawana Atkins, and I'm from Cartel Community Equality Health, and I'm here today because I have been impacted by Rikers Island. My son was incarcerated there. He has schizophrenia, and he was not treated as a person with mental health. Being incarcerated in Rikers Island, he was attacked, he was beaten to the point where he had to be hospitalized for 2 weeks in the hospital with a broken eye socket, broken jaw, internal bleeding, and all he wanted to do was just see a doctor. He didn't feel well. So come to find out, he had the flu. So fighting his wounds from being beaten by the officers, he had to fight his flu, and he, excuse me, sorry. This always gives me, I told you that. He wouldn't have got the help that he needed if it wasn't for the other inmates threatening the officers. I'm not saying that it was right what they did, but if they didn't do what they did, my son wouldn't have got the proper help that he needed. And he would have laid there, and he probably would have been number 32. And he also wasn't getting his medication, his psych meds that he was supposed to get. And when I went to see my son on the visiting floor, my son was taking his clothes off on the visiting floor, laying on the floor, rolling around like, I don't know what. These people are not equipped to take care of people with mental health over there. This is a jail facility. It's not a mental health facility. We really, really need help for you guys to open up something that can help these people so they can get the proper help they need. Rikers Island is not it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next we have Sharon Brown. Hello.
Or anything, I'm just going to be reading.
Okay.
How are you today?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Jesus Christ is Lord, and that's my testimony, that God is my Savior. Jesus is Lord and Savior. I'm going to be testifying. I guess it can deal with all three of the categories. Am I right? It's about aging, it's about criminal justice, and then you said something about parole, which is also criminal justice. Okay, so here I go. So Sharon Brown, Rikers Island must be closed immediately, forthwith, which is a military term, and the funding go to get people wrongfully held in their institutions, and that would be in the jails, in the mental institutions. From the jails, they use the jails to put people in mental institutions who never committed a crime in the first place. And those who are in Rikers Island should be let out because they did not get to testify at grand jury, and they didn't get most of the redress they were supposed to get concerning their constitutional protections when it comes to having a trial. But many of the people that are on Rikers Island shouldn't have been there in the first place because they weren't proven to have committed the crime in grand jury because they were refused the right to testify at grand jury, which means that process never really happened for them. So they should have never gone to any trial. The funding for Rikers should be going to, as when Rikers is torn down and whatever is done to it, we should have a Tupac and Biggie Center, and of the former Rikers Islands, Rose M. Singer, and the other places, there should be an amusement park there for the Bible, a Bible amusement park. They have things. Paul was on the water, Jesus walked on the water, different things that happen in the Bible, Noah's Ark and different things like that. We need DOC to stop the funding for all of DOC at Rikers Island. It should not be open. It's dangerous. We already know that there is nothing good going on at Rikers Island, so it should be closed. The Bible says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord, and to set the captives free." So we're going to do that at Rikers Island. When you put one person in there that does not belong, that's innocent, you affect everyone there. And most of the people that are in there, when you go visit them and things like that, they didn't get the due process. And also, I would like to enter into evidence, I don't have a copy, the Bible stands. The Bible itself is where we get our law from. We have the Constitution. Don't steal, don't kill, all the laws through the state constitution, the federal constitution. It basically backs up the Bible. So I want the Bible to be entered in back into society, back into the court, back into the council, back into the Congress, so that we can look at what the laws are supposed to be and then feed off of that. So if it says you should not kill, you should not consent to go with the crowd to do evil. At Rikers Island, they are consenting to do evil. The one guard says, "Let's attack this person." They all go and do it. So the Bible is showing you, if the Bible didn't say murder was wrong, we would never say murder was wrong. Everybody would say everything is self-defense.
Thank you.
And am I past my time?
Yeah, but thank you.
Okay, let me just make sure I got the final point. Yeah, okay, so just the mental health, we also need to restructure what mental health is. It should be the Bible mind. The last thing I'm going to say is God has not given us the spirit of fear. He has given unto us the spirit of peace, love, power, and a sound mind. So the things that are going on with people are physical issues that manifest itself to look like it is mental, or like the girl Rose, or whatever her name is, they're debilitated to make it look like they have mental illness, and some of them are dealing with physical issues or just being abused. So we'll deal with the biblical mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes.
Okay, now we're moving to Zoom. First up is Rachel Bender.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brennan and Chair Hudson. I know that it's late, so I'll keep it short and under the 2 minutes. I just wanted to mention, all the advocates for the aging testimony. Sorry, let me start again. I'm with Lennox Hill Neighborhood House. I'm the Chief Program Officer. We support close to 10,000 older adults every year in the community, primarily on the east side of Manhattan, but we also support NYC providers through our Teaching Kitchen program, and we offer free training so that all older New Yorkers and any organization that's getting city-funded food can serve nutritious, local, healthy food to their constituents. And so we obviously appreciate the leadership and support and advocacy of Councilmember Hudson and all the city council members on restoring the funding to the aging budget. We realize how important it is for our older New Yorkers, and they're only getting a very small part of the budget. So I just wanted to highlight those things today and just say thank you for your leadership and support.
Thank you, Rachel. Now we have Rosemary Salazar.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and Chair Brennan, members of the council, thank you for your time. I will be reading a brief speech and try to keep it under the 2 minutes. My name is Rosemary Salazar, and I am University Settlements Director of our Older Adult Center, the Meltzer Social Club, and oversee one of the Meals on Wheels programs in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. University Settlement partners with 40,000 New Yorkers every year, providing programs such as early childhood, after school, mental health, tenant eviction, prevention, among others. We urge the City Council to oppose the cuts to older adults programs. As one of the fastest growing demographics in New York, we are seeing that it's the smallest funded agency, and we need more investment and not cuts. Our older adults rely on our center, and our centers like ours across New York City to maintain their physical and mental health, to provide, to access to nutritious meals, to maintain health benefits, health insurance, and really just enjoy connection and find joy. The city's argument is that we're being underutilized. And while the centers have not rebounded from pre-COVID numbers, we believe there are many reasons for that. First, the pandemic had much longer lasting impact on our older population. Many remain fearful of gathering in person due to health concerns, and other former attendees have lost mobility, and other issues have increased post-pandemic. Second, the older adults are more aware and sensitive to feeling unsafe and not wanting to be navigating the streets after dark. And third, our older adults are more sensitive to change. There's some difficulty in making connections, especially when there's change. Staff and community turnover can lead them to stop or limiting attendance. We are also deeply concerned about the message that these budget cuts send to our participants. They look and they see crumbling infrastructure.
Time expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dr. Cynthia Moore.
You may begin.
Cynthia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Cynthia Maurer with Visiting Neighbors. We are determined to keep our seniors independent, as active, and in the community, in their own homes as possible. First of all, I want to say thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony, and most importantly, to our New York City Council. You are our heroes. We understand that you get it. We've been advocating for our seniors for years. A lot of people don't realize if they're lucky one day, they may become one, or they may be helping someone who is one, or have a neighbor. Bottom line is we're trying to keep these people as involved in our community as possible. But we work with seniors who are predominantly amongst the oldest old, from 60 to centenarian plus this year. We have 25 new seniors alone that are turning 100. So we're working with a very vulnerable population, and majority of our people do not go to senior centers. And when they do, we get them there. We provide our services, our health management, health advocacy, student nursing, wellness, physical, emotional, mental, friendly visiting, shop and escort. And when we say shop and escort, we don't mean just being an arm to hold to help safely navigate the streets. If somebody turns out and they have a diagnosis that they're getting from their doctor that is not a happy one, they have a volunteer there to emotionally support them, provide telephone reassurance, intergenerational friendship and learning. It's wonderful to see these young people connect with seniors and also dispel stereotypes that each have about the other. We deal with the myriad of changes that are going on with aging and help our seniors survive. We need you. Our greatest challenge continues to be the nonstop nature of the needs of our older adults. And we really need our city council to continue to support programs like ours that are on the front lines. Please continue to advocate for us, just as we're advocating for our seniors. We want to treat each person with individualized care and love. And because
Time
of
has
you,
expired.
we're able to
Thank
do that.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Sharima Shivans.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Council Committee Chair Nurse and Chair Brennan and the members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Sharima Shivanis, and I'm the Senior Policy Associate at the Fortune Society. The proposed budget fails to address key areas essential for effective programming and support, perpetuating the status quo rather than fostering positive change. In fiscal year 2023, we served over 11,000 people, including nearly 2,700 people in our city jails, whom we are no longer able to serve due to abrupt funding cuts in June 2023. Before then, Fortune and 6 other providers served 1,700 people daily across 200 housing units in 7 jail facilities, offering individual and group sessions, hard skills training, certification, and other services. When our contracts were canceled, DOC claimed it would provide these services in-house. However, the preliminary mayor's management report showed a 29% decrease in group sessions and a 31% decrease in individual sessions in the first 4 months of fiscal year 2024 compared to the previous year. Recently, the administration announced $14 million in new funding, but this does not cover the full amount that was cut and presents additional issues. At the preliminary budget hearing, DOC testified that it would take around 15 months to issue RFPs, with at least one aimed at institutions of higher learning rather than previous service providers. Consequently, the full range of services previously offered has not been fully restored, leaving those in need without access to necessary programming. We urge the Council to continue to press for a budget that prioritizes community safety by investing in effective ATI and reentry services and expanding access to housing. Thank you, Council, for calling for increased just funding for JISH, but more needs to be done. There are 2 key investments the city must make. First, adequately funding supportive housing like JISH, and second, adequately funding the Commission on Human Rights to effectively enforce laws that combat discrimination against people with convictions like the Fair Chance for Housing Act. Additional funding would enable the CCHR to conduct education and outreach efforts, hire more staff, and effectively enforce civil rights laws, providing individuals with convictions a fair chance
Time
at
has
successful
expired.
reentry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Adiba Chowdhury.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, honorable council members and other members of the Aging Committee. I'm Adiba Chaudhary, Senior Manager, Family Support Services at South Asian Council for Social Services, in short SACS. Thank you for this opportunity today to share with you a glimpse of how some of our senior programs impact the well-being of immigrant seniors in the city. SACS is a community-based organization located in Flushing, Queens. Our mission is to empower and integrate underserved South Asian and other immigrants into economic and civic life of New York. All our programs are free and are provided by culturally competent staff that speaks 20 languages, 12 South Asian, Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, Hakka, Malay, Haitian, and French Creole. Our senior programs provide immigrants or seniors with a venue to address their socio-economic needs to improve their overall quality of life, from connecting seniors to crucial benefit to emotional support and recreational activities. We provide multiple services under one roof. Throughout the pandemic, we ensured that our seniors continued to be connected to vital services in the areas of healthcare, benefits, case management services, food pantry services, and were able to get emotional support when needed. Majority of seniors accessing services at SACS often feel overwhelmed while access benefit. Many of them have limited English proficiency and have fixed income, which creates anxiety and stress. These seniors were isolated even before pandemic and were dependent on CBOs such as SACS for different kind of assistance. Through a range of senior support services such as connection to benefits, senior center, counseling, and food pantry services, we ensure that seniors' physical, emotional, financial, and social well-being is maintained. Our senior center is open twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, from 9:30
Time
a.m.
expired. Thank you.
with breakfast and lunch served. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Now we have Melissa Vergara.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Melissa Vergara, and I am a member of Freedom Agenda and also the Close Rikers campaign. It is shameful that the city continues to overly invest in the systems of punishment like the Department of Corrections instead of systems of healing and true rehabilitation. My 22-year-old son who has intellectual and developmental disabilities, autism spectrum disorder, and disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, spent 2.5 years on Rikers Island in dire need of mental health care and healing. Instead of receiving the care and treatment necessary to address the root cause of his behaviors, correctional officers assaulted him on Rikers Island and where he is right now at Upstate Correctional Facility. To be clear, contrary to the testimony of the Department of Corrections staff earlier today, mental health care in Rikers Island is disgraceful. There is no effective or adequate mental health treatment. I say this not only as a mother of a son who has been and continues to be failed by the legal system of New York, but also as a clinician myself. While in Rikers, my son was pepper sprayed multiple times during mental health episodes, contrary to what was stated earlier. There's no de-escalation approaches. In fact, most of the approaches are triggering and antagonistic. At a cost of $556,000 to keep someone in Rikers Island for a year, New York City spent over $1 million to keep Michael at Rikers Island. That is more money than this city has ever invested in his well-being. Despite all the money spent, he received no substantial rehabilitation or treatment. I have faced numerous barriers to obtaining adequate treatment for my son, who has struggled with mental health challenges from a young age. Without proper treatment, his symptoms worsened, leading to the interactions with law enforcement and multiple psychiatric hospitalizations. My son has since left Rikers Island and is now being detained at Upstate Correctional Facility, a prison built for solitary confinement that has only caused more trauma and suffering for him and our family. My son's mental well-being continues to decline.
Time expired. Thank you.
By officers while handcuffed. His experience is a direct result from the choices of our city made to prioritize punishment over care. I thank the city council for punishment, and I urge the mayor to invest in our communities to expand access to treatment and reduce jail population. I want to remind you that there is no time to lose.
Thank you very much. Now we have Jay Eden, or Adedin.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Nurse, Chair Brennan, members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Jay Edidin. I am the Director of Advocacy at the Women's Community Justice Association, an organization that advocates with and on behalf of gender-expansive people impacted by mass incarceration. And I want to start by thanking Councilmember Kavan for reaffirming that the persistence and growth of mass incarceration in New York is a matter not of crime rate or statistical inevitability, but of executive policy. This is a critical distinction, and it's one that should be informing every policy discussion and decision made here. We should never, ever forget that the people caged on Rikers Island are there because the administration chooses for them to be there, and they have the power to choose otherwise. Other options exist within reach, more humane, less expensive options that support the needs and safety of our communities far better than mass incarceration. I also wanted to thank Chair Nurse for specifically bringing up the women and gender-expansive people incarcerated at RMSC and the plans to triple the agreed-upon number of beds for that population in the Queensboro-based jail from 126 to 450. I want to note also that this is happening at a time when mass incarceration of women is rising at an alarming rate, disproportionate to either incarceration of men or rate of criminal offense. And those women and gender-expansive people currently incarcerated at Rosie's represent a vivid and disheartening example of the principles that Councilmember Kaban discussed. 77% of that population are primary caregivers. 80% have some kind of mental health concern. 80%. Trans and gender nonconforming people are at vastly disproportionate risk of physical and sexual assault while incarcerated, particularly when detained in non-gender aligned housing, which many of the trans people and particularly trans women on Rikers currently are. Any one of those factors would more than justify prioritizing diversion from incarceration, and together they should represent a mandate. And yet, thanks to pressure from the current administration, judges and prosecutors at whose discretion those options are available are taking less and less advantage of alternatives to incarceration and sending more and more women and gender-expansive people to jail. The Women's Community Justice Association and Lippman Commission's Path to 100 report offered simple, direct, and effective interventions to lower the population of RMSC below 100 while supporting community options and public safety. These are not arcane
Time expired.
plans.
Thank you.
They're easily documented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Danielle Gerard.
You may begin.
Thank you, chairs and committee members. My name is Danielle Gerard. I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights, a national advocate for youth in state systems. Can't seem to, there we go. I can't seem to turn my camera
That's
up. There we
okay.
go.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm going to start over. I'm Danielle Girard, a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights, a national advocate for youth in state systems. We're also a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition and advocate on behalf of young adults on Rikers. We support Freedom Agenda, Urban Justice, and other advocates in all their testimony and in calling for Rikers to close on time. Thank you to the council for all your efforts to date to rectify the administration's lopsided budget priorities. We urge you to continue to put social services at the forefront of any budget expenditures, particularly with this week's news that there is once again even more of a budget surplus for the city to the tune of over $1 billion this year alone. This money can and should be spent in a fair, just, and reasonable way to mitigate the executive budget's proposed cuts and to reallocate resources to our communities. The current proposed cuts are detrimental to true public health and true public safety, as were previous cuts. Please know that we stand with you to restore and increase funding for alternatives to incarceration, supervised release, reentry services, and supportive housing for our neighbors caught up in the criminal legal system, in addition to funding for community mental health services, a better education for our children, and other priorities for keeping our young people out of the criminal legal system in the first place. We stand with you to ensure that the DOC provide adequate, meaningful programming, educational opportunities, outdoor recreation, and enough food so that people living on Rikers don't continue to go hungry. These programs and others will help provide New Yorkers with true public safety, all while saving taxpayer dollars, instead of allocating billions to the DOC to keep someone on the island at over $500,000.
Time expired. Thank you.
We urge the council to provide sufficient funding for these critical programs now before Rikers closes in 2027 in accordance with the law. We refer you to our written testimony. Thank you again for your work.
Thank you very much. Now we have Roy Waterman.
You may begin.
Roy Waterman. Roy, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Roy, can you hear us?
I'd like to place an order to be delivered.
What do you want? Roy, we can't hear you. If you want to try to log on again, we'll get you back up. Okay, the next person we have signed up is PBCS. Say that again.
Good afternoon. My name is Kai-Fai Lo. I am an older adult participant at Homecrest Community Services. I have been member of the Senior Center for over 8 years. Mayor Adams' proposed cut of over $100 million will hurt me and my community, and I firmly stand against them. Aging services are important to me personally and to the older New Yorkers who work in the system and use all the services available. Closing older adult centers and cutting off funding to Meal on Wheels programs is both ageist and cruel, especially when the mayor invests less than half of 1% of his budget on aging services in the first place. I'm calling on the city to invest in the true needs of the existing system to make New York a better place to age. I'm calling on the city to expand social work support for older adults. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We got last call here on Zoom. If you hear your name, use the raised hand feature and we'll call on you. Lucy Sexton, Julie Sharpton, Siobhan Naboa, Darcy Connors, Tawana Harris, Kelly Grace Price. If you heard your name, just use the raise hand function and we'll get you on. Roy Waterman, are you back?
I am back.
All right, let's do it.
Yes. Good afternoon. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Roy Waterman. Well, first, let me thank the council for having us today. My name is Roy Waterman. I'm a program coordinator for the Arches Program and Justice Initiative Division at Good Shepherd Services. I want to thank the council for calling for the reinstatement of the Next Steps program and for the restoration of cuts made in November plan to the Arches program and to the council response. Thank you for the commitment to the protected, funded by the Department of Probation and support of youth across New York City. Youth need educational and vocational opportunities, but they also need positive adult relationships and mentoring programs. Next Steps provided that. Many youth will never make it to the educational or vocational opportunity without the assistance of credible messengers. At the time, not be removing services, and we need the city to invest in young people and the communities that support them. Next Steps existed because there were people in community who care and were invested in Next Steps and were successful because we were built by credible messengers. People from the same communities where our youth live and who care for who and are concerned and are embedded in NYCHA housing developments that they all live in. In March of this year, many of you might remember, twin sisters Samaya and Sanaya Spain were stabbed in Brooklyn, New York. Their story made national news, but what did not make the national news was the fact that they were both participants of the Next Steps mentoring program in Gowanus, Brooklyn. Samaya and Sanaya and many more young people were benefiting from the mentorship, guidance, and trips that Next Steps program was providing on a weekly basis. We need the city council
Time
to
expired.
negotiate the budget
Thank you.
that includes the reinstatement of Next Steps. Please do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, with that, day 9 of FY25 budget hearings is concluded. Thank you all.